Okay. Is Western Musalia's bedroom or Raila's bedrock? Is Western Musalia's bedroom or Raila's bedrock? Today, Baba has stormed Western, mobilizing his troop in readiness to make another step for presidency. A majority of his supporters told him that if he's not on the ballot, they will add his name on the ballot. On the other hand, we have seen ANC leaders reacting over the event that happened, arguing that Western has its own leader. We have also seen UDA allied youths threatening to leave the party because of a few issues that were making them uncomfortable. So these are issues we want to discuss tonight. You're welcome to the panel. I know we have started a little bit late, but nevertheless, better late than never. So you're welcome. Let's have a conversation. Let me just drop a link to my viewers and you can join the conversation. I'll share a few clips to revisit what happened at Kakamega. Yeah. Okay.
Leader Raila Odinga has assured Western Kenya that his vision for its economic prowess is unstoppable. ODM leaders who accompanied the former Prime Minister were categorical that his time to go for the top seat is now and that they will not accept any other candidate. Zacchaeus Masame with that report.
ODM leader Raila Odinga was in Kakamega in what he says is a mission to bring the Mlembe nation together ahead of 2022. Odinga urged other leaders from Western region to join hands in finding a solution to the sorry state of sugarcane mills in the region.
Anasema pande hii mimi ni maskini, pande hii nyingine yako kwa watajiri. Hiyo. Sasa
he took issue with the deputy president's bottom-up economic approach, rubbishing it as an ancient way of trying to solve modern economic problems.
And we want to give our youth equal opportunities so that we can be able to uplift our youth, give them requisite training and skills.
But even as Raila promises economic revival, leaders from ANC led by Kakamega Senator Cleophas Malala have termed it as insincere, noting that he has neglected the region for long and that his coming is only pegged on the 2022 elections.
Yeye alienda akaingia kwenye handshake na ameenda kwenye handshake. Mumeona ameenda Kisumu kule Nyanza mara 5 na rais akipeleka kule maendeleo. Hajai kuja hapa Western kuleta maendeleo. Leo ndio amerudi kuleta siasa. Tungependa kuambia ODM na Raila Amolo Odinga kwamba tunamkaribisha ndio afanye siasa. Lakini sasa hivi watu wa mkoa magharibi hawataki siasa, wanataka maendeleo. Vile alipeleka 22.7 billion shillings kule Nyanza, ndio atafute njia vile hiyo maendeleo pia itakuja hapa mkoa magharibi.
Leaders who accompanied Raila gave him conditions for vying for presidency in 2022. Promising to force his name onto the ballot should he decide to back a different candidate.
Baba, if your name is not on the ballot, we will write that name on the ballot.
Uchukulia hatia chama cha ODM na uongozi wa ODM ambao unatembea kila mahali ukisambaza corona. So Matiang'i, you have a duty. Before leo watu walale jioni, tunataka tuone umekamata Oparanya, umekamata Raila, umekamata Sifuna, umekamata Junet kwa kusambaza corona.
Raila later visited Mariaba Market where he addressed his supporters. The former Prime Minister, who is yet to declare publicly his interest into the 2022 presidential race, used the struggling sugar factories as a bait to capture the interest of Western voters ahead of 2022. Zakis Masame, NTV, Kakamega.
Okay. The beef between Raila Odinga and Malala, we don't know where it began, but it seems they have issues. And one of the things I think it's
yote ni porojo. Kusema tio mimi nafunga mkoa wa magharibi, ati baba siingie mkoa wa magharibi, yeye ni nani? Anaweza kunizuia? Naweza kuzuiliwa nisikuje Kakamega? Mimi nikija hapa narudi nyumbani. Si mimi narudi nyumbani? Kuna mtu anaweza kunizuia kwenda nyumbani? Mimi ni kijana wa Ingo. Si mnajua namna hiyo? Nataka tushikane pamoja, tuende sasa mara hii. Tuende mara hii. Manake upande lingine kulikuwa na wengine walikuwa wanatubagua. Sasa wale wote wanakuja. Wote wanakuja. Hii ni kama ile mto Nile. Imetoka Jinja. Inaelekea Mediterranean. Hakuna chochote naweza kuizuia. Tutafika.
okay. Baba announces another political tsunami. Ni kama mto Nile haiwezi kuwa kuzuiwa. Alafu wacha tuone youth wa UDA wanasema nini ndio tuanze debate.
Youth allied to UDA are threatening to walk out of the party after DP on Tuesday endorsed a cross-section of leaders to vie for various positions. They want democratic elections held, a failure to which they will abandon the party. Let's listen into that as well.
That the UDA Secretary General held meetings with various aspirants and sensitization forums between June and August 2021. We dutifully attended. That the UDA party leader, William Samoei Ruto, has pronounced himself on various occasions how the party is for the hustlers, and the party will be built by the hustlers, and we have always believed so. Therefore, we are surely shocked and dismayed and disturbed to see the party leader pronounce himself on some of the candidates he will support in the Murang'a County Monday this week. We find this unacceptable, undemocratic, subverting the will of UDA supporters, and more making the UDA party of the elected leaders and some of the rich persons in it. We are equally concerned of such a move is only perpetrated in the Mount Kenya region. And looking back on how Jubilee party primaries were bungled in 2017, we are not ready for this again. In this regard, we wish to make the following demands, of which we are working out of UDA forthwith. UDA has no national outlook as we see it. The only two people who are seen are Modhama and William Samoei Ruto. The other others are brokers in Mount Kenya region who meet the youth at night to give them wheelbarrows and t-shirts. For this, we refuse because
Okay, I heard people argue that this was stage managed. I don't know. But now that it has been aired with the mainstream media, I just to put it here for participation. Those who know the youths and tell us it was stage managed, let them tell us which political wing do they belong. Nevertheless, some say that the honeymoon in UDA is over. Now the chicken are coming home to roost. Okay, we also have a few comments. Let me go through them, and then we begin our debate.
Youth allied to UDA.
Oh, sorry for that. So Blessed Ayub anasema tuned in from Nairobi. Thank you. Keep watching. Keep commenting. Share your views on the topic as we continue with the debate. Cynthia anasema sijui ni nini memstua hapo. Okay. We have Robert Williams anasema baba ni bad news, waiting for him in Kisii. Okay, that is your opinion. Emily Shisa. Okay. Ambia baba akae chini aache kutusumbua ati president. Oh, what is that? Okay, some comments. Okay. Cupcake Chirir anasema Raila is old, tired, aende nyumbani. Kweli? Baba is young inside. Yeah? Baba is young. Okay, Moses Musiomi anasema baba aendelee kwa kuunganisha Wakenya. Asante sana Wakenya. Julius Onyango anasema Raila bado ni mzito. Okay, huyo ni baba damu. Steven Mtwiri anasema eti wote wanajua kutoka wapi? Muriri anasema at least one bullet. Miss anasema link. I'm just sharing now. I have shared, but let me reshare the link. Okay, keep your comments coming. Demba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm also good. Though tired, I've had a hectic day and a long journey.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I was trying to avoid coming live tonight, but since you are there, I don't have a problem. We can begin, then you proceed. Okay, what is your take on what's happening? Deba, what is your take on what is happening? Or the current affairs, what happened today?
It's interesting what happened today, and since we are in that time, the political season, definitely it's gonna be a lot of movements from one corner to another. Raila is still continuing slowly but surely affirming his strength as a person. It's instructive to note that he's trying to weave himself away from the traditional perception that wherever he goes, there are certain people who should take him there. So he's taking himself to Central, he's taking himself to Western, without necessarily considering the traditional formations. After Oka got itself out, he's decided as a way of his strategy to now go and interact with the people himself. So that in a way is trying to penetrate the traditional, trying to literally say, grab the mats from the feet of the so-called Western kingpins, which are the Mudavadi and Wetangula, to tell him that, okay, fine, you will have to contend. You will have to contend with me as a person who has a strength in Western. So I see that as a good sign for him politically. And also in the statement he said there that all these other people will be coming back to me. I think it's Ayaga, you need to mute. Thank you. All this is an indication that he's sending a message. He's sending a message to the opponents that yes, you guys are here, but ODM is also here in Western. So I think that is that's the message. Now on the other part that you said, you posted about the UDA youths. I think a lot can be read differently. You know, it's possible to say that yes, it could have been stage managed. In a season of politics, anything is possible. It could also be true that those people. Is it true that there is a rift within UDA that the elected officials and the aspirants who are not elected? Is there a rift? Yes, there's a rift. You know, and there's also a rift between the would-be aspirants and those who feel like they have done a lot to make UDA be where it is. So I think it's something that that we can buy, that it could be true. They actually UDA youths who are sending a message to the UDA party that if they don't do anything, then a lot is going to happen. But it also could be true that in a political competition, you remember what Sonko told us, that they wore ODM t-shirts and caused chaos in their own backyard. It could also be true that it has been created within the UDA itself to make them perceive themselves as being attacked. You know, you can also do that within yourself and seek sympathy, that you see we are being attacked now by the opposite side, and then come and claim any political mileage through it. So we are going to see that. We are going to see ODM youths coming up and saying they are some of them either sent, to try and claim some mileage. So for me, it's a message. Yes, it is true. There's a problem within UDA. There's a rift between the elected and those who are the aspirants who don't have post. There are those who feel that they should get direct nominations, so that is going to be a problem moving forward. There are those who are claiming that the ground is not level, so that is going to be there. So that's for me is my view, at least for now.
Okay, take over and moderate.
That's okay, but I will not be able to make them join in. So you can be letting them come in as they come in. I'll moderate. So I've seen Ayaga, I've seen Sam, and I've seen Abdikadir. So I will start with Ayaga, and then we'll hear Abdikadir. No, we'll hear Sam, and then Abdikadir. So Ayaga.
Okay, thank you very much. How are you?
I'm fine, Ayaga. Hope you're well.
Wekesa ameenda. So I want to say this. Hata mimi leo I didn't want to be here.
Niko backstage tu lakini endelea.
Of what is going on in Western. What is going on in Western is don't take it lightly, because this week President Uhuru Kenyatta was supposed to go to Western Kenya to launch certain projects there. But there is a push and pull between the Mudavadi and Wetangula and the governors down there. The governors who are the people who are organizing all this actually wanted the presence of Raila Odinga on the president's in the presidential trip to Western. But Musalia and Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula refused. They say they don't want to see whatever happened, a scenario of the same thing that happened in Mukabani. So there is push and pull, and the trip was cancelled at the last minute. So Raila Odinga took that advantage and rushed there because he had support of the government. I want to sympathize with Musalia Mudavadi, and in every political transition, he's like a guy who is in the center of confusion. In 2002, he betrays this lawyer movement when all lawyers were in NAC. He went and deputized Moi 2 months to election na akazama. In 2013, in another transition from one president to the other, he was promised he will be a compromise candidate. The following day, akaitwa demon, for those who can remember. And I'm seeing again the same trick is being played on him on 2000, the coming election, 2002, 22. It will be very unfortunate because, like we people from Western, we always say it is only a foolish person that can be beaten by the same snake twice. Yeah. He should be very, very careful because, after transition, we will wait, Africa, we will wait for 10 years. You will just try in 2027, making a lot of noise, organizing yourself. The real competition will be in 2032, after this 2022. So you need to do a proper calculations and leave alone this politics of bitterness. The guy is very bitter for nothing. In a memorandum they were in Mombasa, is telling Raila Odinga, unless you are not fielding candidates in Kakamega. In Vihiga, Raila did not field candidates in some position, and Jubilee swept them all. Like Mumias West, Mumias East in Kakamega, Raila never fielded a candidate there. Jubilee swept them all. The people like Washiali, they took everything. So Musalia Mudavadi, I wish him well. And now the president is not trusting him. The intelligence we are now getting from the ground that when William Ruto was meeting the guys, lawyers, so-called lawyers in Mombasa, Malala was present there at night. And the presence of Malala have caused a lot of suspicion because I said it yesterday and people are thinking I was joking. Musalia Mudavadi will be desperately going to William Ruto's side. On the UDA issue, that is true. William Ruto endorsed like a kind of endorsement to some candidates, which are expected even in ODM. Yeah, it is expected. That one you will see. Nothing like stage manage. That one you will see in ODM. You will see in WIPA because I know direct endorsement it is there in political parties. So even in ODM, expect it. But I feel for those youths because they have been the center of everything in this thing called UDA. A moment they let UDA start giving people direct tickets, it will be rough for them, but that's politics, Kenyan politics. Let us wacha waanze kulia mapema because they are youth, I support them. Walie tu mapema, wapige kelele yao mapema so that at least wapate level ground. But wakinyamaza, that is what will happen. Ruto will see these guys has money, has supported me through thick and thin. People like Gachagua will be given direct ticket. Maybe there is a youth in Madeira who want to be a UDA candidate. They will get it rough. And those are the things they have been complaining about in ODM. Those are normal things. Nothing like stage manage. These are just youths that have seen the danger ahead. Now they are crying fools and Nabado. Those things will still be there, be it Jubilee, Wiper, ODM, nothing you can stage manage on such kind of thing. You are stage managing for what, for who, to help who, or to deny who what. So it is obvious for time being. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayaga, for your elaborate contribution. And before I bring on Bernard, I want you to comment on what you think about the presence of the other faction of Ford Kenya, led by Dr. Eseli in the Baba rally in Kakamega.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Temba. That's where the problem is. And that's why the president had to cancel the trip to Western. Because even in Bungoma, actually, governor is a Ford governor. But Wangamati is now shielding towards Raila Odinga. That's why even when he lost the mother, Raila Odinga was there to bury the mother. Wetangula was no show, Musalia Mudavadi was not there. So this faction are actually giving Moses Wetangula, and that's why you can see for some few days the Moses Wetangula, the vocal Moses Wetangula, and the eloquent, the guy is quiet because those guys are making inroads, and the Wangamati is in the seat of governorship, and the governor is like a president of a county. He can use the machineries to welcome Raila in any way he wants, which is not good for him. And Moses Wetangula can work with Raila Odinga because he desists from attacking Raila Odinga. He desists. And that's where I don't know who is advising Musalia Mudavadi. Musalia Mudavadi, Malala, my classmates, these people have been attacking Raila in and out, in and out. And if if Raila said, I'm not running today, the person who should benefit huge is Musalia Mudavadi. But he's not seeing that. He's seeing, I don't know who advised him, but it is okay. The time will tell. He said Raila is a person who always have a plan B. In life, you cannot have one plan. That's why he has been always the guy have one plan of somebody will endorse me, somebody will make me president, and those guys fails you. Even the Bible says, don't put your trust on a human being. Yeye ameweka maisha yake na mambo yake, anafikiria binadamu atamuendorse na akue. Enda kwa Mungu na uende kwa raia, venye Ruto anakuwa anafanya. The guy is perfect, is good. No matter how we disagree, I love his style of politics. Don't sit and wait, go for it. Then wacha maneno kiumani kule mbele.
Thank you so much, Ayaga, for your contribution. I had seen Abdikadir and some, but I think they have fallen off. So I've seen Bernard has come and Gedis Kibet. I want to give Gedis Kibet first before I give Bernard, because I also want to hand over to Bernard to moderate. So Gedis Kibet.
Okay, thank you. I have joined a few minutes ago. Now I've had the topic. We are discussing about Mudavadi and okay, Western region politics, because we call that Western politics. I've heard my friend here saying that Raila is having an option B and Mudavadi doesn't. Let me tell you, this time round, Mudavadi have decided to say that ikufe iishe is a last quick. Remember, if Mudavadi doesn't win anything this time round, he will wait for another 10 years. Because Baba will not be there anymore after 2027. No, I mean in politics anyway. So, my point here is Mudavadi if he don't cop himself
Hawako
now
kweli
to,
bwana, ama ni net yao?
yes,
Ayaga mute.
you
Nakuuliza, are they there or net? Hawaongei ama mi ndio sisikii?
Wewe ndio
you're
uko
not.
na shida, mi nasikia Kibet.
So unanisikia vizuri?
Nakusikia Kibet, uko sawa. Ayaga ndiye ako na shida zake huko.
Okay, so mi nilikuwa nasema upande wa I was talking talk about Western Mudavadi. For my opinion, he is there at the middle. If we fought in 2022 and we go for runoff, somebody who will benefit is Mudavadi. Let me tell you that for free. If we go for runoff in 2022, Mudavadi will benefit, and maybe one either is my friend Ruto and Raila, one of them might lose something. And that's the reason why I've said this year he has decided, let me go alone, and he will benefit at the end of the day. I'm telling you that. If he changes his mind, or maybe he loses in 2022, or maybe he can even become third in 2022, and I'm ranking if Ruto will be your president, Raila will be runners up, Mudavadi will be that. He will join the government, either side of Ruto or Raila, and say, I'll support you. We'll be working together for that actually to survive in politics after 2022. So we are seeing Mudavadi as if he's not doing anything, but sometimes this one is a game plan, and you have to risk. In politics, you risk. So Mudavadi is risking to be number 3, and if we go run off, as I have said, Mudavadi will benefit. Is either of side of Raila Odinga or William Ruto. And my friend Kalonzo, the problem here is actually our tribes. Me, I'm imagining at some point where Ruto will stand today and tell us actually we will not be firing for presidency. We'll be shocked. The same thing to Mudavadi, where he is coming from. The same thing applies to Kalonzo, where he's coming from. All people have a pressure from supporters. Step aside, we will support someone else. If you support Raila, kwa mfano, Mudavadi amenambiwa ukisupport Raila, we will not be supporting you. Conditions from your followers, from your region. The same thing as I have said. If today Ruto stand up and say that actually I will not be fighting for presidency, I am telling you, maybe people will not even vote. So we are not supposed to be blaming these people because they are listening their supporters. Okay. I know.
Kibet,
Yes.
you've said something very significant.
Very?
Ayaga mute. You've said something very important there, that Mudavadi is having a game plan. And when you're saying that he's having a game plan, you have not mentioned his game plan within Oka. Is his game plan within Oka, or his game plan is alone? And in this game plan, you have also said pretty well as you're finishing that all these people have supporters, like Kalonzo. You're saying he has Ukambani, and you're saying also that Ruto has the upper rifts around him that really want him to be president. So in your view, when you're saying this game plan that Mudavadi is having, and yet again Ayaga said that he's facing revolt from where he's coming from, what is your view? What is your view as that is concerned? Because do you think that plan is as valid? And are you suggesting that he's already the flag bearer for Oka?
Okay.
Okay.
Before you answer, I also want to add something. Huh? Demba, let me say something before I sleep. Huh?
Go ahead, Wekas. So that
Yeah,
Gilbert can comment on that. Okay.
yeah, since Western is my area of interest, I'm most obliged to contribute. I think if you look at the political history of Mudavadi and like Ayaka put it, and then someone also called the Eugene. There was a time Eugene did the same thing that Mudavadi is doing. He flip-flopped from, he wanted to follow Raila, then Mara he wanted to follow Uhuru. He got swallowed in between. There's nothing bad in politics as flip-flopping. You won, the voters will never trust you. And so the voters have been watching Mudavadi's moves, and they know he's going back and forth. And they have seen that this is a guy who has never changed. Even 20 years ago, that is what he did. Right now, he's doing the same thing. So I can tell you, you also need to know to see the contenders that he's having. The William Ruto Raila faction is not a joke. These are dangerous horses. So if you stand in between, you will be swallowed. In fact, let nobody gamble that there will be a runoff. These guys are coming full blast. So if anybody will go and think, if Oka itself cannot make a third force, what do you think Mudavadi will do? Yeah, most people have been wise and they don't want to create a third force. If they were serious about third force, Oka could have done it. They would have just clung together and then chose one among them and then presented. But most people have become wise. They know even voters have become wise. Nobody wants to be in between there. So if he decides to go alone, let me tell you now what will happen. In fact, ODM wants them to play that way so that ODM can regain its ground. It's only by the association with the ANC and Fort Kenya that ODM lost its majority of its seats in Western. But right now, if ANC and Fort Kenya says they are not supporting Raila, believe me, the Orange Party will get back its seats from Western because that is how aggressive Raila is. Mudavadi himself is never aggressive. Even people don't like running on his party. My uncle was running on his party in Kimilili constituency. He said even when he went to home, it's only the wife who gave him the certificate. Mudavadi is nowhere to be seen. And he doesn't care. He never even appeared in his constituency just to give a guy a support. So he doesn't know even how to help the candidates on his party to win. So he doesn't have that ooth that can create like several seats. So we find that after 2022, you'll still find ANC is just somewhere in Vika there, and no many other areas it has met the Avengers because of the leadership of the guy. So thank you. That's what I thought I need to contribute.
Okay, Kibet.
Thank you. I was telling you, we were talking about Oka. Oka is not nothing. Akona nowhere. In fact, let me tell you this. Oka, if they decide to go with Mukisa Kitui, actually Mukisa Kitui will get votes more than Oka. I'm telling you, where Gideon Moyes lies, actually, Gideon Moy will come on the table with what? Even if today he stands for a seat of that Senate in Baringo, you will not get even 30,000 votes. That's what I'm saying. So, if you are being associated with people with nothing, what are you expecting? So Mudavadi actually see it wise. Maybe he decided to go alone. Maybe even Kalonzo is not there. That's a shell anyway. So let's not discuss about Oka. Oka is finished before it starts. So as my friend has said, okay, only after is in a race anyway. There is a length of lane 1 to 8 in 100 meters. But obvious when you stand behind, as beside Usain Bolt and Kathleen, you know that you have to be in from number 3 or number last. So Mudavadi is there. He knows William Ruto is Usain Bolt. Raila Odinga is Kathleen. Anyone can win anytime. So Mudavadi, he knows that actually someone he can't go anywhere. So he is there actually to escort the race, to finish the race.
So according to Kibet, Mudavadi is a flower girl. He's just there to make the competition look good, but not necessarily for anything.
Debate is not being fair. He just encouraged him.
Yes, Bernard. Yes.
He will upset the elections. He will force a runoff. You have just built him up, and then you come and finish him completely. What is it?
Let me answer you. Even if you want to go relay 4x400 or 4x400, you have to be 4. You see? Now, when it's come to the last minute, you can go 200 meters individual race, 100 meters individual race. Competition, you have to compete on your own. But when we finish and we need people to go for 1 by 100 meters, we need 3 more people actually to complete the circuit. So I was telling you that way anyway. So this thing is that you will need me at the end of the day. So I'm telling you, Mudavadi will be needed at the end of the race. That's why I'm saying maybe he will lie on the other side. But in 100 meters, he will not qualify. You see? He will not qualify.
So, Kibet, if you're to be fair to Mudavadi, and because as it is, he's on the race, just like the Avoca that you're saying is dead. But today we are discussing basically the Western politics and political game plan. What would be your advice to, of course, if you are to tell him, okay, I want to be a serious contender in the main politics? What are some things that you'd want to tell him?
You are asking about Mudavadi, right?
Yes, Mudavadi. Because basically the reason I'm asking that is we are discussing Western politics in the background and the backdrop of Baba's visit. So what would you give as a way out? Because as it is him and Wetangula who are still trying to, affirm their strength. And as it is, there was also the launch of party in Coast. So everybody's trying to galvanize their backyard before they go out. But today Baba was having some forays into Mudavadi and Wetangula's backyard. So what you do want to tell Mudavadi?
I'll tell Mudavadi to play this game the way he's doing now. But let not go beyond December. Mudavadi can do this, and Wetangula, the Western region. They are the people actually, they are not supposed to be latecomers to join the SAMs. Is either the best. Let's do this one. Let him do this up to December. In January, or maybe even before January, I want these people to surprise someone. To surprise Ruto or to surprise Raila. That's the best option they can do. That's the best option they can do. Either to join Mudafa, to join Ruto, or to join Raila. And for me, these people, like for example, in even Mount Kenya region, Coast region, you can't bargain. In politics, you can't come here and bargain when you don't have your party, when you don't have number, you see. So you have supposed to popularize yourself to at least to have followers a bit, so that you, when you negotiate something with people, with other parties that you see they are strong, you can have a say. Because you can't go alone like the way Gideon is going. Gideon actually, okay, you can sit with Gideon. Okay, we are discussing Western, but I'm giving you an example. You can't discuss anything with Gideon and say you are bringing anything to the table. You can't. You can't. So that's why my opinion is let these people play that game, but let them not go beyond January or December. They have to surprise Ruto by joining Ruto or Raila. That will be the winning team and the best option.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Please still stay on, because we'll need your insights as we move forward. I can see Max has joined us also. Karibu Max, but for now I want to give
Thank you, guys.
Karibu sana Max. Before Bernard, do you hold on? I give Max, because when I give you, I'll also want you to moderate. So Max, can you kindly give us your views?
Thank you so much. Actually, I've joined you guys late, and I truly, since I started seeing the platform, I truly like the platform. The issue with Mudavadi, he's going nowhere. That one is a guarantee. He's going nowhere. As my brother, Mr. Kibeta, said, that the only way for him to get strong is either by joining Ruto or by joining Baba. The truth is that even if he joins Ruto, at the end, if Ruto loses, Mudavadi will be lost. It will be a history. That one can be guaranteed. If he joins Baba, still he will remain relevant, because the same way is relevant right now. Despite the election that we lose the election last time, is only because he was working with Baba. And the truth is that Davadi is only strong when he is with Baba, because that is the only place where his support lies on. The Western people trust Baba more than Mudavadi. Like I said yesterday, Mudavadi is non-reliable. All of his direction are totally non-reliable. He's a person who knows how to initiate, but he doesn't know how to take it further. He lacks resources, and these resources include thinking. He cannot think about it very well or think about it deeply. He cannot stay with what he starts. Like, in 2017, this guy came with a very good idea, NASA. It was a very good idea, and somehow this NASA even captured our Baba. And our Baba saw that, okay, it's a good thing, so let us proceed with it. Let us go with it, But this guy was not even having resources, so people were getting stuck into things that, were not working out. For me, I believe that if Mudavadi gets an opportunity right now to work with Baba, that will be the best for him. Whether anything happens, if by any case Baba loses or Baba wins, still he will remain relevant. If by any case he decides that he wants to go his own way, I'm very sure there will not be any runoff. If Mudavadi chooses to go his own way in this 22, after this 2022 election, Mudavadi will remain no one. People will remember him as Mudavadi, and that's all. He will not even claim to be his own family kingpin. He's trying to claim that he's a Luya kingpin right now. By that time, even his own family kingpin, he will not claim. Are you getting what it will be something else? And that is the reason, if he's somebody who can see the future, he should now just start changing and, come back to Baba. As one of us has said, that the only reason why ODM lost a lot of seats in Western, it's only because Mudavadi was working with Baba. And people were seeing, okay, it's ANC and they are together now. Let us get close to the matter, and it sold out for him with this ANC. And the same way for Wetangula. You now see even the truth. Wetangula is acting as a party leader. Legally, yet he's not even the party leader. This is to tell you that these people, they are not even trusted in their own bedrooms. So the truth of the matter, there is no any place, there is no anywhere. These people, they can only achieve a mileage when they're working with Baba. And that is my input. Thank you so much.
So, Max, let me ask you, because you've pretty much put it so well out there that Mudavadi is a non-starter, is only relevant as far as he's either associating with Ruto or Raila. Number one, Ruto has said that he's right now going to associate with anyone. He said that. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. I'm listening.
Yeah, he has said that he doesn't want to bargain with any coalition. If you are willing to vie, join UDA. And for UDA, it's a hustler nation. And he is the presidential candidate and is not willing to negotiate with anyone. That's the position of Ruto as at now. We don't know if that's going to change. Mudavadi has said he is not willing to deputize Baba because, according to him, he pushed him twice and he has let him down. So you are saying that he either joins Baba or joins Ruto. The two one has said no negotiation because he wants UDA, either you're in UDA or you're out. The other one, Mudavadi, has said clearly he's not willing to deputize. And according to, I think, Ayaga, they say that if he's not going to field people in Western, then he's going to join ODM. So those who support Mudavadi, on the other hand, will also say he is a uniting figure, considering the different protagonists, that is Raila and Ruto. So Mudavadi and Kalonzo have put themselves as uniting people, like them, they're not coming in as a very very serious, So what is your comment in view of that background?
My comment is very simple. The other party that I was suggesting that if he joins doesn't want any discussion or negotiation, this already tells him that he only will have one choice, no, actually two choice. Are you getting? One choice is that he goes his own way, naende kabisa potee. That is one choice. Okay? He goes with Baba and he stays relevant. That is the only thing that I can see and I can guess. Because there is no any other way for this man. If he, by any case, by the way, he goes with Ruto and with Ruto policy that he doesn't want negotiation of coalition, definitely this guy will remain irrelevant because, he doesn't have votes. He doesn't have numbers. This is a person of 0.5 additional. And even that 0.5 is not a confirmed number. Are you getting? Kalonzo, at least you can talk with him because he's a person of 1 plus. So at least you can negotiate with him and see, okay, even if we try and do this, okay, we can see how we can, we can convince people up there. But this is a person of 0.5. These 0.5 people are not even sure about it. And this is the reason why I'm saying the only way for Mudavadi to stay relevant is only by joining Baba, supporting Baba, up to the last point. It's like you have a brother who is or you have a father or you have a brother who is already up on the game and you want to take something away from him just because he doesn't come from the same father or from the same mother. You know, it doesn't work like that. You support them, you know, and then slowly these people will see that you are a genuine person. Now the support that you gave is being taken back to you because you really supported people at the time when people were really needing you, and when the time people really wanted to count on you. Now nobody can count on Mudavadi. As he stands now, nobody can count on him. People who are counting on him are fake people who want seat after them getting their own seat. Watamwacha mataa mtu kama sijui anaitwa nani. Please, can you remind me this senator of Kakamega? Cleophas Malala.
Malala, yeah.
Yeah, you know, this is a person who knows the games that he is playing very well. 2 years ago, he was to get into ODM. Are you getting? And that 2 years ago that he was to get into ODM, you know, he wanted to come in with his own policy. ODM has its own policy. You cannot just get in and, you know, start making up things that, okay, you want to go this way. No, you have to cool down. If you want to be a governor in Kakamega, you have to cool down under ODM ticket. Why? You have to cool down and you have to be shown the way. And that is how it works in ODM. You just don't come out nowhere now like Jimmy Wanjigi, or you have to come in a systematic way, the same way ODM goes. And that way is the way for everybody, and that is why unamuona sayako na machungu. By the way, Senator Cleophas Malala has nowhere. The future of Kakamega doesn't lie under him, you know. It's just a noise. By the time government, gubernatorial Oparanya itaisha, you will see a different flag for ODM hapo Kakamega. And by the way, if by any case Cleophas Malala was to go through, still anadanganya Mudavadi because he's only the one person who is pushing for Mudavadi. And you know, he's trying to use that rule of 50-50. He thinks that Kakamega is a 50-50 or is a 80-20, whereby Luyas are 80% in Kakamega, and maybe the Luos and the Afkas of the Luos and the Luyas are 20 or something. It doesn't work like that in Western and Nyanza. It works totally different. Those people believe in Baba and they believe in the policy of Baba. They totally believe in what Baba says because he stands to what he says. And that is the reason why, despite these kingpins of Luya Nation trying to stand, despite of them trying to move in a different way, they're trying to move. Despite of them trying to castigate Raila or trying to, you know, frame Raila into different frames of industry, of broken industry or whatever, still it doesn't work. Baba still stands to be Baba, and believe me, by the end of the day, if Mudavadi goes that way, niye atalia. I don't have much to say, and I am very sure that I've covered what you asked me, and believe me, hakuna mahali Mudavadi anaenda. By the time hii gubernatorial itakuwa imeisha, Cleophas Malala atakuwa anarudi nyumbani, because the rule that anatry ku apply na hiyo trick anatry ku apply, we saw people like ule mwingine anaitwa this the other one Aluale. You know, Aluale was very strong, and even you could see Aluale moving the bulldozer or sijui nini ya ng'ombe. Ulikuwa unaona huo Aluale akisimama kweli, was going to shake Oparanya. You know, when the vote started coming in, Aluale was being surprised every minute. Every count of the vote, every result count of the vote was surprising Aluale, because, you know, he believed in a different thing rather than believing on what is on the ground. Not only what is on the ground, what Luyas people really believe in. And Luyas people believe in people who stand by the principle of the person who they believe in, and that is all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Max. Welcome, Jex. Welcome, Mugambi. And I want to bring Bernard. Bernard, I want you to start from a question that someone has asked in the comment. Let me just first of all read. I totally agree with Ayaga. That is Kaino from Mas. Then there is Felicia Otieno says Tinga Wonyalego. There's Oscar Otieno who is saying Ruto must get wealth as a vice. If he gets in, we are screwed. The opposition has to get organized, or else the goose is cooked. Emily Mwiti says Mudavadi is not going anywhere. Joseph Mbinda says, stop it. Baba is a wasted material. And he also says, why can't Baba back Musalia or Kalonzo? Baba ni mtu wa kujitakia, endeleeni. So I wanted to start from that comment, since we are discussing Western politics in the backdrop of Baba visiting Western, and maybe you'll take over after you're done, Jakes, and then Mugambi. So I mean, you take over to moderate the rest of the part. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Themba. Thank you, everyone. I'm happy to be on this again as we continue discussing and shaping Kenya in a better way. Why can't Baba back Musalia or Kalonzo? Baba ni mtu wa kujitakia, endeleeni. Have they even asked for the backup? you don't. We say in the Luya tradition, you don't ask for direction until you're on the way of where you are going. You cannot be in the house and you're asking what is the direction of going in so place. So Musalia and Kalonzo have been sitting on the fence since 2017. We asked here, what have they been up to? We cannot pinpoint anything that this is what they have been up to. They initiated nothing. They have been, I think, on sabbatical holiday. They have come back and they want to be back into what? So we need to be serious before we begin to push for ideas of why can't Baba back up. If they are credible and they need the backup, they can get. But you don't sit in your house all the 5 years, then at the 11th hour you say, because I did it, I want also to be supported. That support needs to be arranged. Politics is arranged and it's long-term arrangement. Politics are not accidents. So, and they are mature enough. They are the longest serving politicians in this country. By now, they should be knowing that politics you begin to arrange mapema kabisa, ndio uonekane kwamba uko na chance ama hauna. So you can't just come and say you're demanding to be backed. And then probably I will go back kidogo discussing Western and specifically Mudavadi. Historically, Mudavadi walked out of Kanu in 2002 with the rest of Saitoti, Kamotho, and they walk out after the the imposition of Uhuru Kenyatta as the candidate for Kanu. And then it was not long. I think it was 48 hours or something. And then he was called back and he retrieved from the pursuit. And then he was made vice president. He served for 3 months and then karangad him. And his politics has always been sickening since then. So when it came to 2013, and he was promised to be given the ticket because there were question marks on Uhuru and Ruto. And then I'm told he was intercepted on his way to KICC, where Ngilu and Mudav and Baba and the rest of the team were meeting to arrange the CORD candidate thing. So Mudavadi was on his way there, but he was intercepted by Kina Uhuru and told, no, don't go there. We are going to give you a better deal. We are going to give you the ticket. And what happened? He stopped going to KICC where everybody was, and he went to join the Jubilee bandwagon then. And then what happened? In 24 hours, it turned into whatever we say it was not valid. It was just a game to stop you from getting into the other fold. And so he decided to do what? To run on his own. And to make sure that he runs on his own and runs all the way, because that would help into, I would say, without mincing words, okay, to create a better scenario to help the rigging of 2013. He had to run. And then to make sure that he runs, what happened? They gave him Kioni as the deputy. And then they assigned Eugene to make sure that he doesn't backtrack, he doesn't drop out of the race. So Eugene and Kioni were the pushers to push him to go all the way, because that will create a good scenario that even if CORD wins, there will be a way of manipulating the numbers, because we had somebody who disturbed the Western vote block and things like that. And so you will see that Mudavadi has not been a person that stands on his own. He needs to be pushed. And then that is what right now, it is the same script. Malala, Sagaja, and the people around him are not there just because they believe in him. They are there, I believe. I have not confirmed this, but I believe they are there on assignment. Okay? They are there on assignment to contain him so that he can do the same blunder he does, and probably that may end up aiding somebody do whatever he would want to do. And so the Sakaja Balala factor around Malala factor around Mudavadi, it is not for Mudavadi's good. And it is not even for their own benefit. If there is any benefit, they are benefiting right now. I am suspecting that they have a master who is paying them to ensure that that happens, and that is not the way to go in terms of providing leadership. And then there was something Kibet said about the supporters are forcing these people to run on their own. In my understanding of leadership is we lead the people, we don't follow the people. And so when somebody says, I am going to run because my people cannot allow me not to run, then there is something amiss with the kind of leader you are to those people. Because the people, when the people have you in hostage, then you are not the best person to solve their problems, because they will be now leading you as you lead them. That doesn't enter well in terms of providing proper leadership. So the Western region, as Marx has put and Ayaga has put it, it is secure, it is safe, it is solid. The self-acclaimed kingpins, okay, have no base. Let it be understood that you claim you are a son of my father doesn't necessarily make you a son of my father. If you come to my home and declare yourself the spokesman of our family, your declaration can be heard and it can be recorded, but that does not mean you can lead our family. And so the pronouncement that Mudavadi and wherever Wetangula are the kingpins of Western, it cannot translate into how many people follow them. Okay, and so anybody who is banking on these two so that he can get Western, he is missing the mark. And just like I said yesterday, the only thing that can upset the Western bloc from voting for Baba is one. Okay, if Ruto wakes up on towards the elections and says he's not running and he endorses Mudavadi, that's the only thing that can upset, in my opinion. It can upset the voting bloc of Western. It can cause some serious numbers to line up, because there is a sign of victory on this direction. But if Mudavadi goes to deputize William Ruto, the numbers for Baba are intact. They are not going anywhere. You can note that down. They are not going anywhere. Any deputy seat given to anybody in Western will not interfere with Baba's votes in Western. Historically, they have been that way. And so the only thing that will upset the seat is when there is a strong support for a Western region, wherever son, that looks like he can win. The moment it looks like he can win, he will get the vote. But just because I'm from there and
Bernard,
I want to be, and sorry,
Bernard,
yes,
you're saying if Mudavadi is endorsed by Ruto to run,
Yes.
What if he is endorsed by the so-called Mount Kenya power brokers who are saying that, like for example, we have someone like the Murang'a governor Mwangi wa Iria. We have someone like the TSP. We have someone like the Gatundu South. You know, what if the Mount Kenya bloc, as they're saying, they want to speak in one? The other day there was the Kirinyaga governor, you know, Anne Waiguru at ANC Center. And they're saying that Mount Kenya want to speak with one voice. What if they say that, okay, fine, we are speaking with one voice, and since Ruto doesn't want to negotiate with parties, we have negotiated with Mudavadi, and he's a flag bearer. Is that gonna upset the Luya vote? In the vein that you're saying that if he's
I
endorsed,
can promise you it will not. It will not in any way, because that's what they did in 2013. They gave him the party, they gave him running mate, they even facilitated the campaign, but did not translate into votes. Why? Because the relationship between the historical voting patterns of Central, okay, it's very unpredictable. And the Luya people know that very well. They will rather, they will trust Ruto. Ruto can deliver, okay? If he promises and he has given him the ticket, he will deliver the votes, the Rift Valley votes. And the Rift Valley added with the Western votes, that's a serious number of votes that can upset the system. But Wairia and Waiguru and the rest of those people purporting to be speaking on behalf of the mountain right now, those are not even the brokers. They are not even anywhere the decision makers of the mountain, and even making the mountain vote in a particular way. So I don't think Western people will buy into that so easily, unless something else happens, because it is taken to be a group of people that cannot be trusted, in quotes, when it comes to promising to give you the seat. They can turn around anytime. And that is something that is well taken by the entire region. And so it will not upset the voting pattern. They would rather fail with Baba than risk their vote on their own son, who they know is being played. In fact, it will be so, the campaign will be so nice. You see, they have taken him again. They want to use him as a sacrifice. We will offer him as a sacrifice, and we won't bank much on the same. So I would not, I don't see much coming from that.
I would also ask you
yes,
another thing, maybe as you comment, so that you also comment on this one too. What, in your view, is in the backdrop of what Ayaga gave us? Is there was supposed to be some development tour by the president. It was postponed, and you realize the first time it was postponed, it was because Wetangula and Mudavadi felt like they were not included in the preparation. So this was going to be the second time, and it seemed like it was. I mean, there must be something around it that made it be postponed. What, in your view, would be the popularity of Mudavadi, Wetangula, and Oparanya in Western area, in view of trying to manage the ground? Because I'm thinking, even as much as they go, there ought to be that sense of trying to galvanize, to make sure that you got some sure bet somewhere as you move out.
From where I sit, if the president is following Mudavadi and Wetangula, is because of the respect he has for them, not because of the upset they can cause on the ground. The truth is they don't have the ground. It is just because they have been on the high table, they have been on the negotiation table with the president, and so the president doesn't want to bypass them, okay? And out of respect, not that he cannot bypass them, but if the president want to go to Western, the people to work with is Oparanya is the head prefect of the governors in Western, okay? He from Trans Nzoia all the way to Busia. He has been the chairman of the governors, and when we were doing the BBI mobilization, he was the chair, and he was calling all these people, and they are answering. So it is not that the president, the Mudavadi and Wetangula factor is playing a major role in the president not going. He is just no more courtesy and out of respect. And then also there is also the issue of what played in Kisumu. Okay, so they wanted to have a script that will not play with the misbehavior that was in Kisumu, whereby the speaking was breached. So these guys would want to pose as they are the ones receiving the president. But how are they receiving the president if they don't have the ground? Okay, Baba has the majority of the, let's say whatever the counties. Baba is the leader of Vihiga. Baba is the leader of Busia. Baba is the leader of Kakamega. Okay, Wetangula has only Bungoma, and he has gone to upset the ground by trying to fight a junior. He went to fight Wangamat, and so Wangamat has made life unbearable for him. In fact, he may not even get the Senate, because if Wangamat does his mathematics very well, they will work against Wetangula very badly. And from what I'm hearing from the ground, he's already having problems even in his leadership. And so you cannot claim that I am from Western, I am the kingship or the king, whatever the kingpin of Western, so I must receive the president. Baba has a right to receive president in Western because he leads Western. He has the governor in Vihiga, he has the governor in Kakamega, he has the governor in Busia. So you cannot rule him out and say he's a foreigner. That is cheap politics, which is not necessary. The tribal card they are trying to play has worked against them. Baba is respected in every home state in Western, and you can't push him away. You can't wish him away. He has been there longer than you. He has done much for the people, more than most of those local leaders. And so you cannot just go to badmouth them like what Malala is doing, and that is killing Malala every day. You attack an old man. We are very cultural people, cultural, traditional. We have very strong sentiments when somebody attacks an elderly person. So when you are young and you don't behave yourself, they may clap for you. But what is happening is they are cutting you bit by bit. They say, we thought he's a promising young man, but he doesn't understand our tradition. He doesn't understand our values. He's talking anyhow. So in the process, even Malala may not get the MCA seat. Okay, he got, I said here yesterday, he got the Senate by accident because Halwale did not run, and now he got it by accident, and he thinks now he has grown into something. He may either go back to being an MCA, which we are not sure if he will get, but if he tries the governorship, he's finished completely. He's not going anywhere. And that is what I can say on the Western politics.
Okay, Bernard.
The ground is intact. Baba is leading the way. Any other person who wants to come and upset that, he needs to work very hard. And as long as maybe if let's say Oparanya, okay, is poached away, that can be a little concern for Baba. But like I know Baba, he always has a plan B with somebody in the wait. And with his calculation, I will still bet on Baba leading Western, regardless of who is who, joining who, where.
Bernard.
Yes.
I want to ask something, Bernard. Now, Bernard has confirmed that we are not following leaders. If you are telling us you are following leaders, you are following people, followers. You said Mudavadi is a leader. Why is not he's not carrying people? Because you said we are not following the direction people are guiding us. We are following a leader. Mudavadi is a leader of Western, right? But why is people not
Is a
following?
leader from Western. The leader of Western, that stands to be checked now, because we have just given you the numbers. The person who has Western is Baba, because he has a governor in Vihiga, where Mudavadi comes from. He has a governor in Kakamega. He has a governor in Busia. So 3 out of 4. If
Okay,
you
another
get 3
question.
out of 4, then one has 1 out of 4. Who has passed the exam?
Actually, Wetangula is even better. Wetangula has 1.
Okay, let me ask something else.
Yes.
Can I ask a question
I
as
want
well?
another question.
Let
Okay, I want
Kibet
to say.
finish first. And Kibet, get near the microphone. Your voice is dropping.
Okay,
Yes, that's clear now.
I want you people to analyze the statistics, actually, the statistic of these all leaders. Raila Odinga, William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta, and the rest. That's another group. I put that as a group A. Group B, categorize Mudavadi, Kalonzo, Gideon Moy, Moses Wetangula, and Sam. That's a group B. Group B, those are the people who are very polite. They are not arrogant. Watu wenye ni wangwana wanasema kitu. They are very honest. And in politics, you don't need that. We don't need honest, politeness, sightings. That's why you have to be a bit arrogant and harsh and stubborn. Let me tell you that for free. Because now, when you go outside of Mudavadi, it's very polite. Actually, you were supposed to be a pastor. That's not a career. Politics actually is not behave that way. You have to be a bit arrogant and harsh and stubborn a bit. At least what wataona, they are in a safe hands. But if you are polite, ukiata ukiongea neno moja in politics, I sound vizuri kwa watu. If you usiongee na kelele, sasa ukuja kuongea na very low tone, people always sikia. Let me tell you, someone who can be even molded and can be a leader, na hata hakuenda shule sana, Joe can be a very good leader because the way he speaks, the way he's talking, you see. Lakini ukikuwa polite and honest, you can't go beyond somewhere. There is a limit you can go, but you can't go to the side of president. That's my take.
Okay, I don't know how to comment on that, but what I can say is everybody is endowed differently, gifted differently, and like for
No,
you to
Bernard.
be a national leader,
Bernard.
you build your team
Bernard.
depending on your deficit. Sorry,
Bernard.
Yes,
before you comment, I don't think you want to let Kibet go away with that. I think the fact that people have been arrogant for too long doesn't make it a quality of leadership. I think we need to highlight that it doesn't mean that because our politics has been shaped by people who have been arrogant, so it is a quality of leadership. You need Bernard to highlight that being voted because you're arrogant does not mean that you are a good leader because you are arrogant.
Even Jesus Christ was arrogant.
Also, I take the part of arrogance. There is a good side of arrogance, where we say in leadership that an army of sheep led by a lion can win against an army of lions led by a sheep. So the aggression, the authority, that you use as you speak has a way of encouraging these people who are even cowards following you to have courage to go and fight and win.
No, I want us, Bernard, I need
Yes.
Kibet to demarcate between arrogance and firmness in a decision.
Okay. Thank you.
See, Raila and Ruto, they have a sense of firmness in a decision that they have taken. And even the people he's mentioned. But there's an arrogance that is exuded by certain leaders that I don't think is the firmness that Kibet is talking about. We have firmness. You know, Ruto is a firm politician. When he picks a position, he is ready to stand. Like Martin Luther King says that if by the age of 35 you haven't gotten, by the age of 30 actually, if you haven't gotten something that you can die for, then you died at 30. The rest will just be, you know, you have to find something you can die for. So you see Ruto and Raila and those other politicians, I mean, the ones you mentioned, they have a sense of firmness that is admirable. Ruto will tell you that, okay, this is the way and this is it. You see, whether you believe in it or not, he has a sense of firmness. When you talk about Mudavadi, there's wobbly, you know, he's wobbly in many of the stuff. You know, when he comes out, he'll still want to come and do this, there's no firmness. I want to give you an example, the BBI. Before, you know, he was like, he's there, he's not there, he's there, he's not there. And then it goes to the appeal courts, it's ruled against, then he comes and says, I told you, you needed to meet. You know, that sense of firmness is not there. I don't think we should encourage arrogance in politics, because arrogance it means that these people will also be arrogant to even the voters. You know, they don't care. There's a politician who went and even abused some voters and told them that even when you don't vote, you can go. I'll still be taken somewhere. And he was taken to be an ambassador somewhere. You see, so we don't need such. Yeah.
Okay, at least I'm very happy because you have admitted there is a firmness in this politics and leadership. At least you have accepted, and I was telling you that. Let me tell you, even now in ODM, those characters, those leaders in those parties, they have taken a state whereby you can't come and you want to do something else. Even Ruto is actually trying to imitate Raila. Let me give you to that for free. To an extent whereby I am the one to say, you see, you can't come and dictate me. You see. So, but if today you don't have a decision, if I guide you today, you are a leader. If I guide you today to do this and this and you do it, definitely you are not a leader because you don't have a stand and what you want to do. And behind the scene, these leaders, they can laugh at us maybe when they're in podium talking to public, but actually chini ya maji with the colleagues. That's why unasikia wengine wanatoka alafu wanaenda kusema nyinyi hamjui Raila, ni mimi ndio najua zaidi ndio tumefanya kazi naye. Boldness yenye ako nayo behind the scene, it matters a lot. It matters a lot. You can make the decision to talk today to the people, but when you are with your group, you are your colleague, with people you lead, there is some decision you have made, and it is you alone you can decide. So these people, they are not telling us. They are telling us good things because we see these good things. But behind the scene, there is some things different.
Okay, I think we let that rest there. Jakes, you had a question, and I wanted you to make your submission, and then I relinquish the chair to you.
It was them, but then you want.
There is nothing. It is rotational. It's not Kenyan presidency.
Jex,
you are not even going for second term.
This Mtembei TV.
Jex, this is rotational hourly. Hatutaki story za mtu kalia kiti mpaka nakataa kutoka. We don't want.
NRM is not here. Anybody
Mambo
can be president at
mambo
any
ya
time.
Museveni tumekataa. You sit tunakutoa. But
You see, Bernard has not even moderated a single person. Yeah, ameongea tu and then
No, I am.
wants to
Yeah, I
stop
am
the
Ninim.
process.
The reason why I would want to relinquish the Ninim, I'm yet my internet
I had a
providers are
question.
coming tomorrow
Eh?
to fix me my unlimited internet. These bundles is 50-50, so I don't want it to
Hallelujah. Prayers
break
have
when
been
I'm not
answered.
there.
Where are Kayambas? Watu wa Kayamba, watu wa Shangwe na Vifijo. We celebrate.
Thank you.
Sawa. Tulikuwa nasumbuka sana when you are on these bundles manenos, but thank God now we have Wi-Fi. So where there were questions for you. I don't know, I can't remember what party was Lusaka when he was governor.
Lusaka was governor on Newford, Kenya. Was it Newford, Kenya or Jubilee?
TNA.
Alikuwa wa?
TNA.
Alikuwa TNA. I can't
Was
remember.
it TNA? No, I think it was Ford Kenya.
You was
Alikuwa
TNA.
chama gani?
It was
Ford
TNA.
Kenya. It was?
I think the first party.
Yes.
Who is talking? Clever fool. But that name is serious.
No, he was he got elected from TNA party.
It was
Lusaka.
TNA.
Yeah.
Yes, Ayaga.
Yes.
TNA in Bungoma.
He was in Fort
He
Kenya.
was in?
From
He was in Fort Kenya.
2013, most people has won
Fort
Bungoma and here on tickets.
Alikuwa Fort Kenya.
Yeah, it was Fort Kenya, and then the Jubilee issue came in later on. So the second time is when he died on Jubilee and lost.
He went to Jubilee because of a wheelbarrow of 110,000. So he was actually going there for shield.
Okay. The other thing is who was
Order, please. Let Jax finish the question before we begin to respond. Mute your mics, everybody.
Mute your mics, everybody. Okay.
Jax, go ahead.
I was asking, and then before Tichilo, the governor before was who?
Akaranga.
Akaranga was ODM, right? Ama was Fort Kenya.
I think was ODM.
Akaranga was ODM.
I think so.
Before this guy from Trans Nzoia.
Trans Nzoia has been.
Change.
He retained.
It has not
seat.
changed. He took the seat twice.
Wangamati has retained.
Wangamati is the second term. He's the one occupying the Lusaka seat.
Wangamati.
Yes.
Yeah, he took the second term of Lusaka, so he's going to be re-elected.
Okay. He's the one fighting against. Wangamati is fighting against this senator guy. Against, what do you call him?
Wetangula showed some signs of going for governorship.
Wetangula is bringing someone else to stand in Bungoma.
Yes.
So where now Otichilo ni wapi?
Otichilo ni wa Vihiga.
Vihiga.
Ni second ama ni first?
He's first. He took over after
Akaranga.
Okay.
Yes.
So that is Vihiga, Bungoma, then there is
Akaranga.
So there are only two counties that are three counties in Western that are concluding their governors: Busia, Kakamega, and Trans Nzoia.
Busia, Kakamega, and Trans Nzoia, and the three are in ODM, right?
The Vihiga, Busia, and Kakamega are the ones in ODM.
Trans Nzoia
and Bungoma is Fort Kenya.
Trans Nzoia and Bungoma is Fort Kenya.
Yes.
So, so it means Fort Kenya is slightly stronger than ANC, Ama?
by far. And
Because
stronger than ANC by far.
Has ANC ever had a governor in Western? Ever?
No, they had an accidental governor in was it Malindi or Kwale?
No, I'm asking. See, leo ni Western politics. Nauliza
Western
kuhusu.
hapana, Western ni wabunge kadhaa walipokea.
Even in 2013, they didn't have a governor.
No.
Okay, interesting. So, how? so, so, okay. At times I learn by asking. So, how is Wetangula not bigger and senior than Musalia? Ayaga or anyone who can help. How comes if Ford Kenya has managed to give governors, how is it a junior party to ANC? Why are we not pushing for a Wetangula position?
It's
At least
because
Akinai can keep quiet. And
I think it's because of how many the number of MPs that ANC has. I think ANC has more.
we dropped down from governors to MPs. So how many MPs are there from Western for ANC?
I think ANC has more than
Total
Ford
wako na 12. Total countrywide wako na 12. How many from I think I'll do that because I don't know so much about Western.
So when it is totally, that means that Mudavadi could be
I think he has like is it 8 or 6 from Western?
Kalonzo has 10. That means that Mudavadi has lower.
No, Kalonzo has more. Kalonzo, I think, has 17.
Okay.
Yes, Kalonzo has 17. Musalia has 13. I'm not sure how many Wetangula has. I think it's 8. If I don't know, let me not guess, but I think so.
No, Wetangula shared with ODM.
Okay.
We have people like I think Chris Wamalwa. There are people who got it. They are in the Wetangula zone, but they got ODM. So I don't know. We will need to confirm that.
So honestly, because we really need to find out what's the problem, because these two leaders, they have really sung the Western unity. They have demonstrated it by showing us Kabuchai and Matungu. Those two are their litmus test. And
Yes.
I'm only talking from the known, so as per their litmus test, from Kabuchai and Matungu, they were able to tell us now the bedroom is locked under lock and key for both of them. And as per them, and as per what I had Cleopas say, that Luya is the Luya unity has been achieved. They are not even now talking about the unity. They are now locked and it is under key for Musalia. So I'm yet to really know, because if they are only talking of two seats, I'm not sure how many seats are there cumulative from Western. Could you be having an idea the number of seats? Because that
so according to what I have here is ANC has 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 MPs. And Ford Kenya has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11. Inclusive of who and who. Kuna pia nomination slots, because that also can change that. Are they all elected?
No, this is inclusive of nominated.
Yes. Well, how many are elected? I think that is the issue.
So Ford Kenya, you will remove.
I think there are 8.
1. You'll remove 1 nominated, because according to your size, you're only allowed to nominate according to your size. And ANC, you equally remove 1.
So in short, Musalia has 13. So we were correct. He has
So
13.
has more than Wetangula, and that probably makes him.
But if you include governors, ANC has no governor.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So in short, in terms of power, I think Nani has power, right?
Who?
The Ford Kenya guy.
Wetangula? But
Yes.
Wetangula doesn't have a party.
Now, Wetangula loses it by gaining the seats but failing to provide leadership. Okay.
Oh,
He has
okay.
two
Let me
governors,
ask. Let me
but
ask
he
Bernard.
doesn't
What
lead
happened?
them.
Because
Yes.
when was it Musikari Combo was there before? I'm not sure. I think so. What happened? What really drained Fort Kenya? Because it was the party of the yesteryears, and it was really a strong party. And what really happened? Because it has been on a downward trajectory all this while.
Well, in terms of the Ford, I think there are two factions of Ford.
The one for, is it a Steli or a Shieli?
Yeah, there's two factions of Fords.
And is it called Wanyonyi? That MP with Afro is called who?
There's Wanyonyi.
Oh,
Wafula
Wamunyinyi.
Yeah,
Yes.
Wafula Wamunyinyi.
No, not Wanyonyi. Go ahead, Clever Fool. Wait, can we change this name in a sound vibaya, Clever Fool?
You want to change it?
Yes, at least so that, because this is so international, we don't want to.
Okay, fine. Right, Philip.
It's a juxtapose between two words, clever and fool. So
Has got a
let
serious
me go ahead. I'll be editing. Umesema niweke Felix, eh?
Philip.
Philip, haya. Endelea tu.
Yeah. Now, in the issue of Ford, there's been way back between when Kijana Wamalwa. The only time when Ford peaked was when Kijana Wamalwa was there. But thereafter, it has disintegrated, and people are now going back to village politics. So it's what Wetangula is clinging on is just a toe of what is remaining. And you've asked about the party dominance in Western. Probably I'm from the neighboring county, Kisumu County, and perhaps I can maybe know one or two. Something that we must admit is that Luya has almost more than 10 tribes. And you find that Mudavadi only controls Maragoli. That's where he comes from. And then
So Malagoli is what type of tribe? Is it
just a
I don't know.
sub-tribe of Luya.
Okay.
A sub-tribe
The
of
others are which ones?
We have got Tiriki, we have got Samia, Wanyore, Bukusu, Wasamia, almost 10 plus. And funny enough, the most
and which one is the largest?
Where Bungoma.
Bungoma has which tribe?
Has got
the Bukusus are the
yes.
The Bukusus are the majority, but there is a competition between the Bukusus and the Maragolis. In fact,
Bukusu are the many.
The bone of contention.
Okay.
It's between yeah. So you find that whereas people think that Wetangula is more popular by virtue of population from the area, but ideally Musalia has made some few inroads there. So we can't equally rule him out. But as we speak earlier on, there's what we call asserting authority and firmness. All these two things I can say Mudavadi lacks. He's somebody we can say something like a turncoat. And that's why most a turncoat.
Can I Google that one?
You are free. Turncoat.
Go ahead.
So that's why even majority of the electorates do not trust him. You gave out a clear example when this thing of BBL ruling was made. At one point, he was there supporting BBI, but of the late, amefanya nini? Amegeukia. So from that perspective of how we address the softness of not assertive has really made even his electorate not to trust him. I say this without fear or favor that Deputy President, in case ameingia Maragoli, I can bet with my left kidney, he will almost divide votes. Musalia Mudavadi. So I think that is the issue of Western. There's no leader who can command them to be in the same pot. Unlike Rift Valley where Ruto commands, unlike Nyanza where Raila commands, in terms of Western, all those 10 tribes are pulling in different parts. Mara Tuoli Akuna Uyu, Mara Wamunyinyi, Mara, all those. Even I'm soon trying to divide all the Luos there to take them to one basket. I think that's the issue of Western.
Mabroka ni wengi sana Western.
Kuna kitu umeraise hapo. Kuna kitu umeraise. Ati Ruto, if Ruto does what?
If Ruto makes 2 or 3 inroads in Maragoli, that is Saboti, where Mudavadi is, I can bet with my left kidney, he will get a chunk of vote.
So okay, before we talk of your kidneys, what? Forgive me, I joke at times. Now,
there's no problem.
The Maragoli, you say they are not the many, the Bukusu are the many, right?
Bukusu, yes.
So why would they abandon their son if they refuse to abandon him in Kabuchai?
No, Jakes, you are mixing. No. The Maragolis are the inhabitants of Vihiga County.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
The Bukusus are the inhabitants of Bungoma County. They are not even neighboring.
Kabuchai is where?
Kabuchai is in Kakamega.
In?
What?
Kabuchai is where?
I think it's Kakamega County. Kabuchai?
No. Kabuchai is in Bungoma County. Matungu is what is in Kakamega. It's in Mumias.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh yes. Matungu, yes.
So Matungu has which sub-clan?
Matungu are the Wangas. The
Wangas and some.
Because I think there is where I would say ANC performed well, right?
It survived or performed well. What do you mean? They escaped. In fact, they were helped by the system.
Jakes.
Yes, sir.
Jakes.
Yes, Philip.
If you look at where we have said AC survived, you look at all those 5 OCO principles. They pitched tent there day in, day out. But now, if you look at the votes ODM got almost 11,000 against 12-13. So if you look at in terms of parity, as much as we say that even akikushinda kura moja amekushinda, but ideally the firmness of my DVD is in question.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you look at
how much was the difference?
I was almost 3,000 to 4,000, very slim.
Okay.
Yeah. And now
let's go to the
considering this. My DVD campaigned with Gideon Moi, campaigned with Musyoka, campaigned with Ford and the battalions of state.
Okay.
Deep state, yeah. And like mouth speaker Sifuna, and maybe that is the mouth speaker. That's the mouth speaker of ODM, and Badi the arrogant in terms of switch. Sorry for saying that. So I can.
Matungu had a candidate from ODM, right?
Philip.
But Kabuchai did not.
That's where David. Yeah.
Is it okay? Is it correct?
Yeah. Yeah, it is
So
correct.
what would have happened if,
Matungu,
for example, ODM had to fill a candidate in Kabuchai? Would it have tinkered the performance of Ford Kenya?
well,
It is Majimbo
it would
Kalasinga who
think
won, right?
because
It was
yeah,
Majimbo Kalasinga
Kalasinga
who won.
Ford, yeah,
Uh-huh.
yes, Kalasinga Ford,
Uh-huh.
and as we say, our politics is tribal based.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and if you look at that point, that is where the Ford is, where Ford is, and it would be a uphill task for even ODM to fill a candidate there, unless if they want panel beating. So I think that is a few things that made ODM not to fill candidates there.
Philip,
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question. How many MPs for ANC in Vihiga County? How MPs for ANC in Musalia's backyard? That's Vihiga County.
Vihiga County has got Sabatia constituency. But okay, unless I'm not sure about that. But yeah, I'm sure that ODM has got some MPs there.
I mean Mudavadi. Okay, according to me,
it has 5 constituencies.
Yes,
Emuhaya,
Sabatia.
Hamisi, Sabatia.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sabatia.
according to me,
yes.
ANC Musalia's party is two MPs from East Backyard, of which that's Beatrice Kihai. That's I think is from Vihiga, right? Ernest Ogezi.
There is Rwanda constituency, Vihiga constituency, Sabatia, Hamisi, and Emuhaya constituency.
Emuhaya.
So from the 5, how many does Musalia have?
2.
2. The other 3 are from where? ODM or where?
ODM.
ODM has 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's now shows you how Mudavadi is very weak.
Very
ODM
weak.
has both the governor and the Senate.
What of 2013?
Yes.
Because Bernard, let's also try to be fair. What of 2013? Yes. How was the performance Ayaga in 2013? When now Musalia was a candidate, how many MPs did he have from the 5, especially from where he comes from? Do you have a picture, or we try to Google?
I think we checked.
Was the performance better or worse?
I don't think he had any.
No, in fact, there
was a time that was the time when ODM swept.
Almost even by the time 2013.
Bernard, had one.
In 2013,
from Sabatia.
Sabatia, hometown.
Hometown.
Yeah, hometown. That's where Mudavadi is.
I remember in 2017, even in Emuhaya, it was a gentleman agreement. ODM don't fill a candidate in Emuhaya so that ANC candidate can sail through. So there was no competition in those constituencies. They had MPs. Okay. There was no.
Now ODM that was 2017 or 13.
2017. In 2017, ODM swept everything.
No, 2013 there was an MP from Sabatia.
Only one from
the 5.
Mudavadi
party.
Only one from the 5. Okay.
Yeah, but
so
you see,
in short, his performance has never improved, whether he's running or not running.
Now, convince me. Okay, let us go from 2013. Yeah.
Okay.
2013, Musalia competed with rejected nationally. In other words, he got around 400,000.
I don't know how much vote he scored from Western alone.
Well, okay, let us look at this thing nationally first, and then
nationally it was less than 500.
400,000.
Yes.
So those 400,000, because those votes were almost the same. Now, if from 2013 he had got 400,000 votes countrywide, of which I believe a good number of votes came from Western, around 50, not 50, 40%. The rest went to ODM.
Okay.
2017.
He got 483,981. That is less than 500. Yes, 400,803,981 votes nationally.
Yeah, then he was competing with the reject votes.
Wewe nawe unapenda kuchoma. He was competing with rejected votes.
Do I lie? Check the rejected votes and then compare the votes he got. No, watch it.
Okay, sawa. Let me Google, but go ahead.
I always say this that as much as Malala is stamping his chest that lawyer is bedroom, wherever, as much as Wetangula is saying that safari hii tutatembea pamoja, sijui Kenya taka uongozi, that is a dream that can happen in heaven, not in earth. I say this considering how they marshal their support. We must agree that our politics is tribal based. Politics, we can as well say that they can play the swing vote come 2022. Where everybody can go in and
the rejected votes were 393,113.
Were they not competing? If somebody got
Sio mimi nimesema, mimi tu nimesoma figures.
Yeah, no. If alipata
probably, wait, Philip, let's be fair. Probably, maybe wali mark vibaya. Those ones probably were for Musalia. Let's give him to him. Let's add it to him. So let's say he had close to 800,000 votes. Let's be candid. It's good to be fair. maybe most of his voters walipofika kwa poll hiyo kakapita box ya Musalia ikavuka to the next candidate. So let's assume all of
maybe they voted for both candidates, Baba and
Musalia. So
and
let's assume
the same paper.
You will all agree with me.
Or maybe they put X for Baba and tick for Musalia.
Yeah. But now, even Mudavadi stood 2013. His running mate was Jeremiah Kioni, sindio? Lakini hata yeye hakumpatia kura.
But then I need to Google that. Go ahead.
No, if we check, I don't know from which polling station where Jeremiah Kioni was, but if you differ, that gentleman got 0 votes. We'll go and check.
Nice, eh? Those were very big lies and propaganda. You can't know whoever voted for who.
Well, no, okay. Why do I say this? In that polling station where Jeremiah Kioni was, they got 0 votes. Yeah? Assuming I'm voting in my village, my polling station, and I'm the running mate, does it mean in that my polling station out of 400 plus, we are getting 0? Yes. Does that not mean that that guy never voted for him?
Yes.
Probably the vote was spoiled. So let's not incriminate the person for nothing. It's part of the spoiled vote. So let's move on, Jakes.
Yes, sir. Can we have Ayaga go ahead? Ayaga, go ahead as I am looking for some information here.
Okay. Okay. Thank you thank you very much. I think those were very big lies that Kioni did not vote Musalia Mudavadi. Those were propaganda, big lies, things you can't verify. Because in that polling station, Musalia Mudavadi got 500 votes. So you can't really identify which one is not for who and which is for who.
Let me Google right away.
I want to say this about Musalia Mudavadi. You can't correct propaganda, you are not in those polling stations. I want to say this about Musalia Mudavadi. Majority of people, people like us who are coming from Western region or Western hemisphere of this country, we do the politics of bravery. That politics has made us survive. Some leaders survive that long. Yeah. You can look even from the days of independence. Look, people like Omwana Wayundi. Those guys were very courageous. Look, Msinde Mliru. They were not people you can say, hey, alafu wakanyamaza. They were very courageous people. And that is the only problem Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula is suffering from. They cannot command Western region because Western region are known by supporting a courageous person, not a coward. These people have tagged themselves as cowards. And to make matter worse, they are heading to 2022 very weak because of the silly thing they did that they were waiting for Nigeria number. And later they came with a lot of stories. Yo, those things were illegal. That thing was taken to court. Their senior counsel, like Kalonzo Musyoka, that thing was overruled. It was not illegal. So these guys, this coward thing tagged on their neck will not allow them to get, because if you want to rule Western, let us take example. Whoever will rule Western will also rule Nairobi because we have what we call the diaspora votes from Western. And you will also get a chunk of vote from Mombasa. And that is what Raila Odinga has managed all through. You can beat maybe Raila in Vihiga, but all Vihigians who are voting here in Nairobi will vote him. Why? Because of that courage. We love a courageous person. We love a guy, when he says this, we go there. You know, I was in Kisumu the other day and they are telling me, you know, our option is, if Raila say he's not running, our option is Ruto. He's like a guy, if he say let us go, he will go. Unless Oparanya went, ran for presidency or Yoho. Yeah. But these three cowards here, we cannot waste our votes on. And those are lawyers from Kibos. The other day I was in Kibos. Yeah. It is very hard for them. What they need is to have a political stand. Even the same mistake Mudavadi is doing today. Mara is in Okoa, he's still meeting with Ruto at night, he's still doing this and that. Mara is running alone. Those kind of politics will make him lose everything in Vihiga. Vihiga County is Wanyori and Wajaluo. Somebody should know. People like Mohaya and Luanda, if you leave a free and fair election, ODM will go with those two votes as early as 4 a.m. Yeah? ODM will go with those two constituencies. Those two constituencies borders Luo Game and Ugenya to the end. So, what Musalia Mudavadi needs, actually Musalia Mudavadi should not wait to weaken Raila to strong his for ANC to be strong. He should fight for his space. William Ruto fought for that space he is in today, and it's an option, you know. William Ruto has become an option, even in Western Kenya. We say a moment Raila Uhuru plays with Raila Odinga. And what we are sure is like a bet. Uhuru Kenyatta or the Kiambu or the Mount Kenya Mafia, they cannot play these two guys at a go. They don't have the mechanism to play this guy. They can only play one. A moment they try to play two, they can join the force. And then we face them head on. That is the only thing that is going on here. It is a very delicate politics. I had somebody asking here if Mount Kenya people cannot waste their bet in a coward man which they know will go nowhere, like Musalia Mudavadi. Never. They will just play him and dump him. Nothing they can do. They can't do anything. Those guys played their bet on a sure bet. Sahi options are two. It is either they only support Ruto or they support Musalia. The issues of Matungu and Kabuchai, and I will only talk specifically in Matungu. Even the people we call deep states, well, if they come from Mount Kenya, so whatever. These guys are also divided. They are also divided. There are people who are not comfortable with Raila Odinga. And this is why you can see this pinky game playing here and there. There are people in that deep state who are not comfortable with Raila Odinga. The same, there are some of them who are not comfortable with William Ruto. So they were trying to create a force through Oka. That's why in those by-elections, Malala, who is a senator, had 2 million in his vehicle, bribing voters to go and vote. And number two, Nabolindo was a very strong candidate. He was number 2 in last election, when in 2017, when the Murunga was the winner, Nabolindo was number 2, and this Aoko of ODM was number 3 with like 6,000 votes, if I'm not wrong. So ODM pulling that force to get almost ANC beating them in that few years, not even less than 5 years, ANC beating them with less than like 2,000 votes or something like that. It is bad, very bad for them. Very
Ayaga,
bad.
can I ask you a question? What if UDA did not have a candidate? Would that have made probably ODM win the seat?
ODM could have won. ODM could have won very far. UDA actually destroyed for ODM because ODM, number one, entered the race very late. ODM was not even supposed to field the candidate, like Kabuchai. There was something like a gentleman agreement. Then Dabra Kadabra Paranya, because he want to show the political might between him and Musalia Mudavadi, he decided that they field the candidate. And look the candidate they went to. Aoko, huyu Aoko somebody. Anaitwa Aoko nani Bernard? Were. Aoko Were has been there for 15 years.
He was the MP before, yeah?
Former MP for 15 years, doing nothing.
Former MP.
It took somebody who has been rejected like 3 times to try to bet to balance their bet. And they say we can score. So suppose they could have gone to a youthful, a young politician, firebrand. They could have even beat ANC. So these are politics. You test waters. And to make matter worse, the seat was for ANC. So them losing that seat could have been a disaster to them. A very big disaster. So I wish them well. We will go to Western. Raila is in Western. I know he will maybe culminate, circumnavigate there for like 4 days, and then we will know. We will know the owner of the music and the thief.
Sawa. Mugambi amejificha, but I wanted to ask him a question as well because Is it you know me, some of us we only like talking of where we know, like Central and others, but if you pick other places, we ask questions so that we can be informed. Mugambi, what do you make of all this? Do you see Salia factor tinting any sway at Baba? Amatu, this is just another waste of time. Unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, James. Today we have a very hard discussion for me because I'm not familiar with the Western. Right now, we are all learning, and it's good to learn.
Yeah.
People
That's why
have
I'm
learned.
asking these guys from that side to tell us, because
Yes, I'm coming there.
Mm-hmm.
These people have learned about Mount Kenya until now they can say who can be the MCA and who cannot be the MCA.
Yeah, we don't know so much about their place.
And we need now to shift the focus to other places.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, on about Mudavadi, I think Mudavadi came to power as a gatekeeper for Moi. And you know, when gatekeepers, they shield their king and the king exits the throne, they get so much they become so much unstable on the ground. And that is what I think has affected Mudavadi for so long, because even his coming to parliament at the age of 28 years, it was just out of faith. And his political foundation, I think his politics is built on a very weak foundation on matters ground. On Mudavadi being a factor to Baba, I think this is already a tested hypothesis, which was tested in 2013. And if we put Mudavadi next year, although I don't know how the ground is, we don't expect much different from what happened in 2013. If anything, he may lose so much because I think the fate of Mudavadi has befallen the fate of Kalonzo. They have empowered their local governors in their areas to an extent that a governor can proclaim that they want to be the president when their kingmakers are there. At the moment, if Mudavadi says that I am not supporting Raila, Raila can muscle the governors who are there to give Mudavadi the run for his money in his own ward, not even if not a constituency. The same case with the Kalonzo. Kalonzo, I'm very sure every one of us knows that Kalonzo has empowered all the three governors in one way or the other. But the man slept in his work and left the bulls to the heifers or the calf to grow to be bulls in his shed. And now they are ungovernable. And
But
that shows that
Mugambi, with all fairness to Kalonzo, though I wanted also to ask about Musalia. Let me start first with Musalia. A question to you. When Musalia ran, he was a deputy prime minister, and Raila was a prime minister. Don't you think probably people listened more to the leader than the deputy? Or now this time around that the two are almost not having bigger seats, don't you think it might shift how they think? Or when you change? Because in 2013, Musalia was running as a deputy prime minister, right? And Nani was a prime minister. So probably walifuata kiongozi wakaachana
I
na
think
deputy.
history of Prime Minister Elisha, the moment those offices were the moment the parliament was dissolved. And
No, I'm just
I'm
saying,
forget,
I'm just saying, as much as ilikuwa dissolved, they were still acting until the next government was sworn in.
Allow me to say something on that. The Mudavadi factor of 2013 was a hatched scheme to weaken Baba.
Okay.
That is, by that time, Mudavadi was an ODM member. He was a deputy.
Because
I
the
think
reason
that is
I'm
it.
asking that question,
So
Bernard,
they,
you
they,
remember kidogo tu, so that you can
they
explain it wholesomely.
yes.
You remember Uhuru was having talks with him, eh? So he was hyped kabisa because Uhuru hata alikuwa amemwambia nitaweza kukuachia. Alipoenda kulala asubuhi akaanza kumuita mademoni. You remember that incident? So I don't know
I
what
do.
happened. I
Oh,
think if maybe Uhuru saw him to be a giant, how comes he performed like a dwarf?
it wasn't that. What has it that he was the preferred candidate by Kibaki? He was the preferred successor of Kibaki, and he was the candidate for the deep state at that point in time. But now, because of the ICC cases, Uhuru and Ruto were not promising. But when they hit the road and took the show, it became obvious that even if Kibaki throws his weight behind Davadi, it will not make much difference. So he began to withdraw. But the really challenger here was Raila Odinga. The only way to handle Raila Odinga was to dismantle his house, dismantle the strong people around him. So they looked for a way to snatch Davadi and tell him he's a fortified leader. He can have a party by himself. He can be a party leader. He doesn't have to be an assistant to anybody. So wakampatia chama na wakamwambia aende. Then the people knew he is a project. And in Western, the moment you are branded a project, hauendi mahali popote.
And if that is the case, and if you remember correctly, the difference between the 50+1 between the TNA URP coalition then and JAP, it was JAP I think, and ODM then was only 8,000. So if tutoe Musalia factor, do you want to mean Musalia alicause hasara to Baba? Because I think probably hizo votes zingesaidia Baba na mbali sana.
Not much. And of course, with the
No,
history we have with our elections,
he had over 400,000 votes, right? So if we were to divide these votes, I'm sure most of them would have gone to Baba, given that most came from Western, right?
that is a factor we can consider. But putting it in the background of the history we have with our elections being preset and being tilted in a particular direction, that does not hold water, because we have the history of Moi making sure that the votes in from the opposition stronghold don't reach the polling station. From the polling station, they don't reach the tallying center. Zinamwaga kwa River Lusumu and River Yala, so that they are reduced drastically. Then the winner is declared. So with that, I think there is he interfered with it, yes, to some degree, but I don't think it was much to upset or even tilt the change of the voting pattern.
Okay. Mugambi, I don't know if ulikuwa umejaribu kumalizia, because I know it's difficult discussing a region you have no clue.
I think it's so difficult, and
It's a difficult subject. I know. That's why I've even avoided contributing.
as it's difficult,
I think you hold on. I think you have taken it in a direction that is making it difficult for contribution. Let's stick on the headline, okay? Jakes, you're the one who went for the details. The devil is in the details, but let us leave him.
But the details inform us. You see the details.
No.
The details inform.
Let's
okay,
get back
okay.
to the
Let us just discuss the
The
topic as it
heading
is.
is like Raila Storms Western, ANC dismisses the meeting as inconsequential. So
Thank
actually, I
you.
think we're so relevant because we're asking ourselves, what is the strength of ANC? That's what we are trying to really break it down. That's why we're even going to how many votes did they get? How many MPs do they have? We are even trying to even maybe go to 2013 to see if probably they performed better when they had their own running for president. That's what we were trying to do, so that before they dismiss, we can use history to judge them. So I
Yeah,
think that's why.
that's a very good contribution we are making for them. I think Malala needs to be watching this and begin now to digest
Yeah.
how we
And
can
then
translate
also
that.
they even their own leaders, not all of them are in the One Kenya Alliance. I saw they are nominated MCA, I think alikuwa kwa hiyo meeting ya baba. I saw some MPs from Fort Kenya, the secretary general. Is he called Eseli ama Eshieli? He was.
Sally. Okay, Baba's Azmio meeting was cross-cutting. Cross-cutting meaning people from different counties.
But I
But
tend to
even
think
in
that.
the ANC itself, the Secretary General, the former Secretary General, who is a nominated member of Parliament called Lisoti or Zisoti.
Yeah. And that guy
Yes,
is becoming a powerhouse slowly, eh?
he is in Baba's camp.
Yeah,
So,
he's from ANC, right?
Yes, he's nominated by ANC. In fact, he was on the list of the people who are to be excommunicated with Malala. Malala kuna hela alikula zikamrudisha kwa zizi.
Okay.
Okay, I think to give my small thought about my DVD and the Baba in Western, I think Mudavadi has so many problems in Western that we think we have in other part of the country, because in Western we have so many people proclaiming to be leaders in those areas, and for any leader to be a national leader and to make any form of command, first of all you need to silence all your local leaders to speak behind your back. But now you realize Mudavadi, it's like they share the platform with Wetangula. Now Oparanya is just nearing the same platform. We have Eugene. You know Eugene and his extended and big family.
By
It's
the way, what
also
happened to Eugene, Mr. Mugambi? He was what they called G7? Walikuwa anaitwa hivyo? He
yes,
was a
he was
power
among the
leader.
G7.
What happened to him? Back then in 2013, in fact, he was the one saying Fulani will be this, Fulani will do this. He was a powerhouse. When
Yes,
did he
yes.
reduce to,
Do you know
Now,
whenever a politician, whenever you are a politician and you accept to be appointed by the authority to work for them, politically you get finished. The same thing with Balala. Balala in 2013, he was so powerful that the Joho and the rest were like shadows to him. But the moment he went to the cabinet, his political wings were clipped, and he cannot come back to the ground and make the same noise that he was making. The good thing with Eugene, I think,
but
he,
you see,
Mhm.
Balala and Charity Ngilu, they both entered CS's position together. So how comes Ngilu went out and still made it to governor, or
you
rather
know,
her political space was not really
we-
diluted by her being in government. What destroyed such guys that unakuta mtu kama Eugene I wouldn't call him that strong guy who I used to see in the was it G7 better? Now I can't remember, but I think it was G7.
yes, it was G7.
Yes. What do you think happened? What
Do you know
happened?
Gilo? Do you know Gilo? I think Gilo should be in the league of Raila and Kinaorengo because she is a seasoned politician.
And she has
Remember,
even never vied for a presidency, right?
97, 1987.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so when Gilo got into cabinet in 2013, she capitalized everything in Ukambani. Before the scandal came in her ministry and she was kicked out, she had already made sure that her fingerprints or her footprints are in Ukambani because she's a seasoned politician, and I think she thinks beyond the current situation. But for these other two people that we are asking about their relevance in the political setup right now, like Balala and Eugene, the moment they got into cabinet, they became so comfortable. They became like the puppet for the president. And if you go, I'm very sure if you go to Western right now, you can't get any project initiated by Eugene for his people. If anything, I would like to be told, go to the coasts. Balala is always in the coast when he is in holiday, basking his belly in the wet sand.
Oh
Nothing
yeah, oh
else.
yeah. To be fair to that man has tried as a cabinet secretary for
I
tourism.
I
I
know,
salute personally. I salute him, but
I know. I,
sana be kind.
I was talking in relation to political influence
Okay,
because
okay.
beyond five years, he
Maybe the
must get.
docket they serve, Mugambi. Maybe the docket they serve, like haifanyi wawe, but I don't agree kwa sababu
Mm-mm.
Rani should make Mombasa be
Do,
serious
do you know
tourist attraction.
he is in the tourism ministry, and the
Yeah, yeah,
tourists
yeah,
in
yeah.
Kenya they go to
Yeah, that is
coast.
not an excuse. Yeah,
And
it is not an
He was in
evolution.
water, and now
Now
it's
is in the
devolution.
he should
He
make
should
No,
make sure that his fingerprints are known in
politics
their
is
region.
politics is investment.
Mm.
Investment
exactly.
in a way that you keep yourself relevant. And like for example, the only way for Kalonzo to lead the lower eastern is for him to preside over the governors in charting the way forward in causing development. He plays now that is a friend to the president. He needs to be now posing himself as the link between the favors from the central government to the governors and help in the governance. See
Okay.
it nili I ran behind Raila, we lost, so tukae tungoje 2022. He needs to be active in ensuring that all the governors that are on his ticket and in his region are provided for leadership, just
Yeah, because
Baba
I
does.
agree
Baba
with
goes
you.
to Migori, he goes
Mm,
to Kisumu.
mhm.
He wants to be updated. Nini kinafanyika? What can we do? Which international connections do I have that can help those counties? So if you don't provide leadership, if like Madividi, he would have gotten Aparanya under control if he provided leadership. Like they talk about the Western Bloc. Let us look on how to make our maize and our sugarcane to be
Sugarcane.
sold, not to go back and begin to attack who stole Mumias and who stole what and all that. So the failing to provide leadership is what has driven them out of leadership. And they have nobody to blame but themselves because they had an opportunity. These are governors, they have MCAs who are troubling them. So it's very easy to manage them by ensuring that you even call the MCAs away. But what is Kalonzo accused of? Using the MCA to try to impeach Ngilu. So how do you do such a thing and you still want to be the big brother? You can't. Mm. So
And
avoid petty politics. Just play the international politics. You will be respected. But if you're on the national level, then you get involved into enforcing who to impeach because ulituma mtu wako apewe contract na kanyimwa so you want to revenge, and in the process you lose your credibility.
absolutely, you are very right, Jakes. And I think these other politicians they need to learn from Baba. I don't think it is all the governors who are from Nyanza that are in ODM. But when Baba calls the shots, may you be the governor, the senator, or everything, you must hold to his line. And that is what we call good leadership. Many people may see it as a dictatorship, but that is not a dictatorship. You have the right traits to be a good leader. And but when you sometimes it's good to empower other leaders, but again, give them the red line. Don't pass here. If you pass here, like Kinobando and other bandos, you need to know that there's a king in this region. But these other leaders, I think, even as I've seen their foundation, they built their political basis very weak, including Eugene. If his brother did not pass, he couldn't have come to politics. The same case with Mudavadi, and that is what is killing them. Actually, Wetangula, right now, he portrays to himself as a better, loyal leader than Mudavadi.
Yeah, that's
Even
what
when
I've
addressing,
seen from that match we were doing. I
mm,
can almost confidently say he's better. I don't know why hajiamini, but I
He
think
is.
if he can come out of that kabox alijiwekanga sijui kama nikakuhurumiwa ama kataitwaje. I think he can do better because
Yes.
if he
He
can
would have done better, but he failed. He lost his chance. It was under his watch that Ford Kenya split into New Ford Kenya and Old Ford Kenya. And now the old Ford Kenya he was left with has now been snatched from him. So he after Omalo Kijana, there was Muskari Kombo. Muskari Kombo held the party together until he handed it over to Wetangula. Then under Wetangula's watch is when Eugene ran away with Soita Shtanda with New Ford Kenya. Then left him old Ford Kenya. Now Wamunyinyi and the team have taken the old Ford Kenya from him. So he had an opportunity. He did not utilize it. It is almost, I think it's too late for him in trying to redeem himself, especially by him trying to participate into local politics. The moment you hit the national platform, leave local politics. Be a father, be a facilitator, be a reconciler. So that if there is divisions on the ground, you come in as a unifying factor. That will always keep that ground for you. But if you begin to participate into the petty politics on the ground, trying to bribe the MCS to go and frustrate Wangamati and the rest, you lose at that point in time. So that is what they have missed, and that has costed them their political career. Let's not look for a way to sugarcoat it. They missed the opportunity, and it has messed their political career completely.
And
let me ask. Okay, go ahead.
I think if Wetangula does not take care, his younger brother, who is the Westlands MP, may overtake him on matters political influence. Yes, he may overtake him on matters political influence if he does not take care.
Not if he does not take care. He has not taken care. He's already overtaken. In fact, one of the things that my free advice to these senior politicians, especially from Western and Coast, people like Joho, people like Kingi, they should leave the local. They come to Nairobi, get a parliamentary seat in the city. If Khalwale left Kakamega and came to take the senatorship of Nairobi, he would still be valid. I don't think Sakaja will have beaten him on the ground. That seat was so vacant that Sifuna losing Kandui came here and still ran until got a sizable number of votes. So they should abandon this local politics and play on the national ground. If Madividi came to be governor of Nairobi, it would have scored for him better than going to try and be president when you're coming from one place where you have not spread your wings properly. We don't just give you presidency because you have served for long. You must be appealing, and you must have a command over the nation. Your ambition to be president is okay, is welcome. Democratic right, yes. Constitutional right, yes. But do you have the capacity? How have you performed? And the greatest unmaking for Madividi was walking out of ODM. If he did not listen to the people that incited him to leave, I think today he will be still the big powerhouse that he was when he was deputy prime minister. He had respect from all quarters. And then you see the case like Namwamba. Okay. Now I want you to imagine if ODM remained intact, that all these people were still in, it would be too much even to be contained in this nation. So it was an error he made. NASA came in the play to redeem him. He has misused the opportunity of redeeming himself. He still went back, and now he's following Malala. It is unforgivable for Madividi to be following Malala. Malala is just an MCA. He came into politics the other day. He's a millennial, for heaven's sake.
And I think Malala is trying to use my DVD so that he can recapture his seats wherever he is. I think he is trying to show effort that I'm pushing our kingman to be the president so that the grassroots can get him to recapture his seats. Nothing much, nothing else. He knows Madividi can never get anywhere near the presidency. If in 2013 he could run for president, but Sonko in Nairobi could get more votes than a presidential candidate, what are you coming to tell us in 2022? A senator in Nairobi got almost 800,000. As the presidential candidate campaigning across the country, you got 400,000 surely. What are you coming to tell us today? This time at Dange? Nothing. Aende kwa
I
wafanya
want to
mambo
bring
mengine.
in Philip. Philip, I want to
No,
ask you a question. Just one moment, Bernard,
yes,
so that Philip asinyamaze sana. Philip,
I'm there.
there is this strong powerhouse by the name Atwoli. Do you think he's
Mm.
a factor if he chooses to support Msale? Do you think he can at least try kidogo tu? Ulisema Msale huwa na compete na spoiled vote. Do you think he
Mhm.
can do serious voter registration and voter education that they will not spoil more votes, and maybe we can see an increase in the votes that Musalia gets if Atwoli decides to back Musalia? Do you think Atwoli is a powerhouse enough that the Luya nation can listen to, especially if he decides to back one of their own in the name of Musalia?
Now, it is very, very difficult to put a lame to compete in 100 meters race. Now, going by the same fact, as much as Atwoli will be pushing with everything in his disposal, but then let's look at who is Mudavadi. I believe for someone to help you, then of course you must have got some serious steps. But look, Mudavadi, village politics, just in Sabatia, right? And then you want to bring Atwoli, we can assume the national figure managing Kotu for the last 25 years to come and campaign for you to be a village chief. Is it ethical? So it is practically impossible. And even Atwoli knows that for him to make that inroads to Musalia Mudavadi, then Musalia Mudavadi must have gone out extra mile and to forfeit running with the lame to start jogging so that he can be pushed a little bit. Otherwise, if Atwoli risk, then of course we'll be talking and making noise instead of talking. Now, down the line from 2013, why am I saying that he's like pushing somebody with a lame to run 100 meters with the likes of Usain Bolt? From the onset of how Mudavadi got his seat, we can agree that the gentleman inherited the seat from his father. He was given on a silver platter. And from then henceforth, he has never shown political maturity why he must be the lawyer kingpin. What Mudavadi is doing is talking and commanding in the bathroom, naked, and commanding people outside to do for you
Hi,
his job.
Philip, be kind, yeah, be kind.
No, well, fine. You talked about the issue of Western. It pains me so much anyway because I'm from the neighboring county to see how they are talking. Sometimes I'm wondering aloud, what nonsense is it going on there?
Philip, that has reminded me. It is
Yes,
while he was a vice president for 60 days that he
yes.
lost his seat for Sabatia. Is that correct? He
Look
was
at
a vice
that.
president who lost an MP.
Lost to
Because
an MP.
back then you had to be an MP
In
and a
202.
For you to
president. You know?
for
Yes. Uh-huh.
when he was a Moi project. When he was Moi project.
In 202, he was a vice president and lost the seat for MP.
Yeah. From that 202, he was a Moi project, right?
Yeah, correct.
So I think Moi's project.
He ran away from the rest, went back to Moi when people were exiting Moi to go and join NAC. And that portrayed him as a coward until people like Ngumo, you remember Ngumo, Ngumo na Ngumo?
Fred Gumo. Yeah, Fred Gumo.
Fred Gumo left Kanu specifically to go and support Mudavadi. And when they reached out, when Mudavadi went back, Ngumo was very angry. He said, I lost my seat, I lost my favors because of you. Only for you to turn around and go back to where we left.
So the same thing, you want Atuoli to lose his seat to go and support.
No, but Atuoli is the one that coronated Mudavadi as the Luya kingpin and the Luya spokesman. Was it which?
It was last year.
Somehow 2015 there around.
Early last year.
Yes. Early last year it was commemoration. It was commemoration.
Yeah. When they were in Bukungu
Stadium, yes.
Yes, when they were talking about BBI, you remember when he was telling them, if they don't unite like Luyas, what a karango. Do you remember how he talked?
No, you know, the BBI meeting in Kakamega was fought by both Wetangula and
Mudavadi.
And Mudavadi, because they assumed that since Atuoli is playing a major role, he will arrive in Buhungu Stadium and pronounce Oparanya as the new Luya spokesman. So they began underground fire to fight the meeting. But when Atuoli took on the platform, he said, I have not mentioned another person. You are still the Luya spokesman. The problem is you are not providing the leadership.
Leadership.
Yes. So it was, in fact, the speech that he gave, in my analysis, it was a throwaway because that is his home turf. Everybody who is there is a guest. He would have stood up as the owner of the house and say, I welcome Baba here. I welcome all this. I am the owner of this place. You are all welcome. Then he plays the big brother of the place. But how did he come? He came in to cry a victim that he was not officially invited, or he was going to launch Mumia's Sugar. And then there is propaganda and all that. So my DVD is he's a disappointment.
So we can comfortably say that the only person who can arise to Luya unity is Atuoli. At least maybe basing on how his interaction with the leaders globally can really put that tribe to be a limelight. But all the same, achieving Luya unity is a mountain to climb based on the number of ethnicity. You know, there are over...
There's some tribes.
Yeah. And you find...
I don't think there's some
each
tribes
one of them...
I'm a Luya. I come from Navajo. The sub-tribes are not a major problem. The only two antagonistic sub-tribes is the Maragolis and the Bukusus. Okay?
And the
Bukusu. There is the historical differences that are still in play right
during
now.
The Wanga reign.
Yes, whereby they swore not to support each other. And then for there to be Luya unity, you just need to demonstrate leadership. Because why does Baba gain support across both Bukusu, both Maragoli, and the other sub-tribes? They support him regardless. So it is not the sub-tribe that the problem is who stands as a leader, who is going to be brave enough to demonstrate he can go and bring back the antelope. The Luya people don't have a problem. You just need to show them that if you go, you come back with an antelope. But if they send you to go get an antelope, then you come back and say, I did not even get the rabbit. because this our neighbor is the one that stood in my way. You have excuses, they will leave you without saying anything.
Bernard,
Yes.
Bernard, just
if
a
I may
minute.
ask you, okay.
You talked about, the issue of Wanga and Maragoli, right? And those are the dominant
Bukusus and
tribes of Western.
Bukusus and Baragolis.
Yeah. Bukusu and Maragolis. And from there, historical was the issue of Nabong Mumia of Wanga, right? And they swore never to support one another, right?
You're mixing, you're bringing in a third party.
No,
Nabongo Mumia was for the Wanga kingdom. Is the in-between kingdom. Okay? If you want to go to Bukusu, you must pass through Mumias. If you want to go to Maragoli, you must pass through Mumias. Yes. So he was a collaborator.
Now,
yes,
collaborator, right?
Historically,
now,
Mumia was a collaborator, was working with colonial masters. But the Bukusus and the Maragolis were resistors. They resisted colonial Nini. So there was that betraying of one another.
And then,
don't you think that betrayal is the one still persisting? Yes.
If I may ask, then we bring in some, and then we go to Mugambi again.
Okay.
What truly happened? Because it's few years ago, hardly 20 years ago, when Wamalwa was still alive, Western was a stronghold. Now, it's like we have no leader who has come up. I'm asking this is because that is what is happening in Central. Is it the sad story that will happen to it if they fail to unite, if they fail to recognize? Okay, I'm not an advocate of having chief tribal leaders and all, but if after the fall of serious leaders like were they Masinde Muriru, Akina Wamalo, those guys there, the powerhouse, after they went, we have not had anyone who has come close to make Luyas have a say. Yet they are, I think they are second, if not the first largest tribe. There are many, literally there are many. So what happens? What happens? What do you think?
It's the people that succeeded to take over the seat without taking the script of the people that went ahead of them. That's the mistake. You will take the office without following the footsteps of those that went before you. So you miss it out. Big deal.
I think. Yes. Sorry.
And then, all those who took those seats, they wanted to show their power. That yes, I must be the leader. 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 So you find, for example, Musalia, before they see that we can unite, Musalia pulled aside, Wamalwa pulled aside, and his people, and everybody with their own people. So all this kind of division, they planted themselves after the death of their so-called founding fathers. So I tend to believe that for them to speak in one voice again, all this breed of leadership must be taken, dumped into the sea, and then let a fresh blood come and unite. Otherwise, it will be an easy work for Raila and a mountain to climb for Madividi and the elites.
Okay, thank you, Ben. I think let us not look at only the Luya disunity. I think our country, the place that we are heading to in the next 10-15 years, we shall have a very differentiated country. An exit of Raila Odinga in the Luo Nyanza region politics will have so many people want to be kingpins. And in the progress, we'll have a very divided Nyanza. The exit of Uhuru is going to affect the unity of Mount Kenya in a big way, not unless they sit down and agree among themselves. The same case with Rift Valley. Any thought of exit of Ruto from the Rift Valley politics will have a very divided country. Reason being, I think our forefathers they had that blend of unity. They didn't have any greed for power. They didn't have greed for uh, getting the public resources to benefit their personal interest. But right now, the crop of leaders that we are having, they are leaders who are greed of power. That's why you see every person want to form his or her own political party. You'll have people who want to get rich so fast, and they think the best way to get rich is get into a political office. And how do I do? I divide and rule. Not until and when regions sit down again and track their steps back, we will have a very divided country. At the moment, we are saying Luyas are divided, but the 2022 Mount Kenya will be as divided as Luya if we don't take care. 2032, hopefully, or 2027, when Raila will be exiting the active politics, even Nyasa, it shall be divided. The same problem with coasts. Right now, Kingi ako mahali pake, Joho mahali pake, Aisha Juma, everybody and everything is divided. And if we don't take care, we'll have a very confused country. And again, another question for Ben before I finish. Ben, how do you see Oparanya if he pays his allegiance to Raila until he finishes his bid for presidency, maybe 2027? Are you seeing a scenario whereby Oparanya is taking or getting the shoes of Raila Odinga?
Yes, if he plays his cards very well, Oparanya will be the inheritor of Raila's constituency. If he handles himself the way he's smart in terms of being a team player, the way he has managed the governors and the way he has managed ODM affairs, even the way he demonstrated leadership in the Matungu seat, going all the way to challenge the big boys. He will inherit Baba very well. And I don't think even the Luo Nyanza community has a problem with Oparanya. And that is what was meant for Madividi earlier, but now Madividi messed it. So Oparanya can step into those shoes and Madividi and the rest of the people will become a history. And there is a very high probability that Oparanya can be accepted in Maragoli and Bukusu at the same time. He comes from Butere. He's a unifying factor.
The reason as to I've asked you that, remember Oparanya took his presidential nomination papers to ODM, but today he was so comfortable with Raila. When Raila said, "Are you Nirudi tena?" the people were so much pro Raila, and Oparanya was so composed. So I tend to think Oparanya is trying to follow the footstep of Raila, so that when the time comes, he'll have those blessings, and if he gets those blessings, Oparanya may be the first president to come from Western Kenya, because even from there he has handled the other governors and how he runs his things. He shows someone who is so mature, not so greedy for power, someone who is so composed and accommodative.
Yeah.
I think if Oparanya plays his card well, by 2027, we are going to have another hustler versus Oparanya, and we may get him to the biggest office that he has never thought of. Thank you.
Even as we almost wrap up, let me ask, is it that our former fathers, or leaders rather, they had a way of preparing succession? We had like someone like Michuki who prepared, or rather like even Moi, who introduced us to Huru, prepared him as much as he didn't succeed. He still followed up. We had Michuki continuing the endorsement and all. We have had people growing. Even Raila has grown, but he was like introduced and had like a cover from his father. So don't you think Bernard, naona network yake imeanza kupotea. Mugambi, don't you think we have a problem with how we manage succession from probably the old generation as we near or as we hand it over to the younger ones? Because it's like we don't have a continuation as much as I would wish to see fresh blood and all, but it's like you can almost pinpoint the growth of someone and link it to someone else. But the new leaders we are having, they just mushroom from nowhere, and then their growth is limited. They either grow to an MP, and then that's the best they can become. They either grow to a senator or a governor, and then they disappear. What happened? What would you say?
Okay, I think looking at how our forefathers handled this thing, they took leadership as something so sacred. One, they never disrespected the person in office, and they accepted the time to grow in the system and learn all what all these people are doing. So I remember when Moi appointed Uhuru to succeed him, he said that we need a fresh blood to lead the country. Now, when Uhuru lost, I think Uhuru learned something from Moi. He understood he's not mature for this seat, and he had to learn in the shoes of of Kibaki, Raila at some point, until his time came. So today, like for example, what we are discussing today about this Malala, 2013 was an MCA. Today he is the senator. The senator just for 4 years he want to push Mudavadi to be the president. I'm very sure if Mudavadi becomes the president, Malala will be there just want to inherit him when he's alive. And the succession never go that way, even in your family. If you have 5 children, there's a way that you have oriented them in life that if you are discussing something with your firstborn, the second and third born should be so quiet and cool to it for the time. But the greed for power, one, greed for resources, I think a lot of foreign admiration of how the Western country are being has got to to our youths. Another problem is need for easy wealth. Remember, our leaders who have come from our forefathers, some of them have created wealth so fast, including MCAs to mention but a few. So the people who are outside the political arena, they want to get so many seats, so big seats to amass the wealth, and in the process, they tamper with the succession politics. And the moment we tamper with the succession politics, the experience to govern the system gets disjointed. And the moment we have a disjointed system, we get a lot of confusion. And that is what has killed Mount Kenya. In one way, the problem that we are facing in Mount Kenya, I can blame to our president to some extent, in that the moment he got into office in 2013, he could have identified 2 or 3 people from the 3 parts of Mount Kenya to work close to him, even if we say it is in cabinet. If Uhuru took maybe a former politician who is young but outside the government and put him in the cabinet for 10 years, right now it would be same person X is our next kingpin. But what happened? Uhuru got the government, he relaxed, he did not want to think beyond his succession. Maybe is one for Yangu Kumi na yetu Kumi, he believed in it so much until the last 3 years that he saw this thing may not work in the benefit of his community. So I think even our leaders that are in leadership now, they are the people to blame. They need to arrange succession for their areas. And the moment we have good succession in different part of our country, we shall have a united country. We had Jaramogi, we had Jaramogi, we had Kenyatta. The entire country was cool. Raila came, Moi came. The country was okay, although Moi had his own leadership style. When Kibaki came, and still we have Raila, the country was so stable. But now that Uhuru is exiting without any plan, we are seeing a very disenfranchised country, which is so wrong. So I think we have a problem with our succession political leadership in our country. Until and when we correct that, I think our country is going in the wrong direction.
Okay, then, but I don't know if you have heard what I had asked Mugambi, and that's what he was responding to. I was asking.
I just wanted to. He said something that I want him to, but you can ask so that maybe I can see if it will be a follow up to what I'm trying to ask him.
Yeah, I was asking what happens that initially our forefathers or those who came before us, in terms of political, in terms of their political careers and all, they had a way of breeding new blood. You know, like you can almost trace all these leaders currently to how they began, apart from those who just came directly because of someone who died and then they inherited the seat. But for example, if you take Ruto grew from being picked from Y92, he has grown. Musalia, okay, as much as inherited, but Moi also kind of prepared him. Yeah, Kalonzo, he was prepared, right? We have seen Raila has brought so many. He has groomed many. We can name them, you know, Akina Shebesh, Akina Mwaura. Now they are their political powerhouses on their own, but we are not seeing this new this form of growth in these leaders who are left. And that's why, for example, because the reason why I'm asking this is after the fall of Akina Wamalwa, no other leader has ever come and fill such big shoes. So I was even asking, what happens if Uhuru today goes? Will the Mount Kenya fall to the same trap that, as much as there are many, just like the lawyers are so many, but they are unable to really harness that energy and come up with one of their own who clenches that seat? Do you think probably our leaders didn't learn from our forefathers in grooming young leaders, nurturing them, preparing them? Just like Mugambi is saying, probably even the president could have prepared someone so that as much as he's existing, he has someone he can comfortably say, this has been my protege, are they called protege, whatever. This has been my making, and from this person, you can find leadership. Because if you remember Mishuki, as much as he was old, he endorsed who? Uhuru. In fact, he said if anyone who has to come to Mount Kenya, the contact person was to be Uhuru. We remember how Moi even endorsed him to be a president. So what really happened? The old had a way of leaving the young to continue, but it's like this is not happening. What that is what Mugambi was responding to. I don't know what is your take in all that.
Okay, that's a good question, and I think as Mugambi was responding, my submission is that we have never, in my view, had any preparation for any leadership succession in Kenya, if you ask me. Why? There's a difference between political activity within a particular formation and leadership preparation. Probably a preparation would require that you probably, like what is happening in Uganda right now. Museveni is placing his people in key positions so that as he gets out, his people take over. In Zimbabwe, when Mugabe was leaving, he was trying to prepare his wife to take over. All right. In Kenya, we've never had such a kind of a preparation. Never. You remember when Moi came, all the presidents that have come to power, it has not been because they have been prepared by anyone. Moi was not prepared by anyone. You remember, he was a president by default because of his position. He was the vice president. when the president was leaving. When he was leaving, Moi, which basically was leaving because time had come for him to leave because of the new constitution, when he chose Uhuru, people didn't elect Uhuru. So Uhuru had to go back and work his way up personally. So he worked his way to be the president. So the people who have been prepared have not risen to be presidents, including Kibaki. Kibaki, nobody prepared him. He worked his way to be the president of Kenya. You remember he became a vice president, and he came out, then there was this opposition, and then later the issue of Kibaki Tosha. Ruto was never prepared by anyone. Remember, he had to actually go against Moi towards the last time of Moi's regime to try and, because Ruto saw ahead. He saw that there will come a time when Moi will be out of this space. And there will be no other person who will be commanding such a wide, there will be some gap coming in. So I need to prepare myself to pick this power base. And what did he do? He comes out and becomes so firm so that now he represented the future as Moi represented the past, right? So he worked his way to where he is today. The same like Raila. Raila, when upon the death of his dad, remember Ford Kenya debacle, where now they decided that it was Wamalo Kijana who was to be the chairman. Then Raila said, to hell with Ford Kenya. He came out, he went and fought to have his own party and moved on, and of course he has mutated to be the Raila he is today. What happened with Ford Kenya? As soon as Wamalo Kijana left the stage, there was so much drama in Ford Kenya. It has been a shell of the party that it is today. In Kisii area, there was Ford Asili, that was held by, I think, Nyachai. As soon as it was there for a while, but nobody was prepared to pick it up. All right. So in Kenya, I don't think there has been that sense of preparation of the next person to take over. It has been the person who comes out and commands the psyche of many people, picks them up. Since Karisa Maitha died, you realize that there has never been someone who has commanded as much respect as Karisa Maitha from Coast. And remember, before Karisa Maitha, there was the late Sharif Nasir. You remember? And then, of course, now that kind of generation. So I think the idea of the only time you can prepare a person to take over is when you have very key organized parties, and then within the party they can now prepare the people who are going to be taking over. But you see, Kenya, we don't have stable parties. Every electioneering year we have different parties, so it's hard. It is good and it is bad. It is good when there's no preparation because people work their way up. But it is bad because it leaves the confusion right now. I think Uhuru is in my view, leaving it to the central people, the person who is going to come out strongly and pick the psyche of many people. Then that person will be the key point for Mount Kenya. I think it's also not very proper, if you ask me. I don't think it will be right for Raila to come and say, now it is Mbadi, or now it is, whoever. I think it should be left to the game to play itself out, so that the leader that will emerge, let's have emergent leaders. A leader should emerge from the people, not pointed by an individual. They might not command the same kind of power. Like, for example, Moi came in, he appointed Uhuru. Uhuru didn't command the same power as he did in Kanu, as Moi did in Kanu. So what happened? Kanu became a shell. until Uhuru was I think the first opposition leader to cross over and join the government, you know. But now, I think the first or the second after LDP joined KANU, yeah. So you see, unless and Moi's son has not also commanded as much power as the father. So the politics of succession, I think, is a creation of the media. Much, if you ask me, the creation. Raila has worked himself up. If we were to say he was prepared by his father, it will be if he. And you remember, even during early four days, he used to be the young Turks with Akinorengo and Akinamwite, you know, trying to work themselves up. I think that is a better politics than relying on someone to tell you that, hey, pick over, you transfer the base. So I want to differ with Mogambi a little bit, to the extent that he's saying that we need to have people being prepared. No, leaders should emerge, so that, yeah, okay.
Because this is why maybe I might also still want to ask you, because as much as they emerged, they had someone to help them when they were crawling. So that, like, as much as they didn't, they still work their way up. Somehow there was a hand of fate that was helping them. For example, as much as Uhuru failed, he had some good tidings coming his way. Anajikuta in good cabinet positions, a finance minister, kidogo kidogo amekuwa prime minister, same to Ruto, same to Akina Musalia. But
you see, Jex,
nowadays we are not seeing such happening.
No, but Jex,
the only person who almost went that way was Matiang'i.
But Jex, let me ask you, how many people have been in cabinet positions Wetangula has been in cabinet positions. Musalia has been in cabinet positions.
You are now agreeing with me indirectly. I'm saying at least they are bigger compared to the young people who are brought, and they vanish. We don't even Babu Namwamba, for example, vanished without a trace.
Yeah, being appointed into a cabinet position is not necessarily a ticket for you to command the base. We need to give it to them.
Give it to grow.
Give it to Ruto. Yes, he got the cabinet position, but how many Kalenjin cabinet ministers were there who could have inherited Moi? Even the Kulei, Akina Kulei, the ones who are the
even
state house controls.
And yeah.
But they did not inherit it. So at some point, you realize Ruto came out and fought his way. You know why? He saw ahead. He knew that there'll come a time when Moi will exit the stage. So if I don't, there were even more people who are more moneyed than him at that time, who had the system, Akina Kulei, Akina Kosgei,
Franklin
Bet, but he came out. He decided, no, let me go out there, push it for my position. The Rift Valley will lack a voice. Let me be that voice, and nobody else should take it. So I think if you were to give it to Moi, he would have preferred someone else, like the Franklin Betts, the Kuleis, the Kinakosgeis, because those were the ones who are, Kinabiwot introduced Ruto into the system, right? So those were the guys who are in the system then. But you see, I think I like, whether you are given the environment, you can only go so far. I agree with you to the extent that could give you a boost, but it is not all. Let leadership emerge. Because if we leave
it is this idea of using that camel hill, the ant hill, and making it a mountain, like, because opportunities don't come by chance, and when you get them, what do you make out of them? Like, these people, some have even served the same level, But how come one person grows, the other person is like anakuwa retarded or even has zero growth and come out and deteriorate? So that's what we are trying to kind of analyze, because our youthful population wenye hata wanakuja, they're not bringing out an element of hata wakiweza achiwa hizi viti they can grow, you know,
Okay,
because
Jakes. Yeah?
like akina Babowino, I don't really see them growing.
Okay, Jakes. I
Sorry to
think
mention them.
in our current political play,
There is
the
Kelvin, msisahau msimnyime
yes,
sana.
yes.
There is
I'm just
a
finishing.
Kelvin.
I'm just doing my last submission.
Mhm.
We all agree in the our current political play in the country. Raila is the most experienced and the oldest politician that we have, right?
Correct.
If you see at how he has been handling his political party, yes, he has not appointed anyone to be a successor. But if you see his engagement with the Joho in the coasts and this Oparanya in the western, in a way, even if he have not said I'm going to endorse them, but out of his empowerment and his association with these people, he has mentored them, he has instilled some wisdom in them, in that the moment he exists, ODM may have two kind of people who want to lead it, and it may separate. But even if these people, Joho and the parents, separate, they have the same mentor in the political field, meaning they may be sharing some wisdom and some approaches to some problems. And this is what we are lacking in our current generation of leaders. Look at Ruto with his URP. Look at Uhuru with his TNA. They merged together to form a
Mugabe,
Jubilee. Yes, yes.
Mugabe, give me one party that survived beyond the person who formed it. One party.
Kanu.
Okay, I can say, okay, people, if I mention Kanu, you'll tell me Kanu is a shell. That's what I know. And that's what I've said. That's what I've said.
And actually, none of
That's
these
why
parties ever really die. Because if you go to Central, DP is still, you remember DP, the one for Kibaki?
it's there.
He's
It's
still
there.
there, but
Mm.
probably it doesn't have any member in parliament and all, but they are there in form of names. Their names, those parties have not been fully deleted, but they have not really lived after the founders.
Okay, the point I was driving at is, look at Jubilee now, is totally dense and with no direction. If at all Raila leaves the ODM today, Oparanya may go with one side, and the Joho may go with another side. Meaning, in costs, Joho may form another party which is not ODM, but he will show direction to the people of coasts. This Oparanya may show direction to the people of Luo Nyasa and some part of Western. And that is the kind of succession leadership that we want to have. Not a situation whereby we have some first-timers MPs. I'm sorry to mention Didi Nyoro or other central MPs. You are first-timer, but when you see the big boys playing or fighting, you want to come in between. That is even and disrespect in the cultural hierarchy. We should allow our leaders to have people who show direction in a given part. They may not fit in your suits, but empower them to engage their fellow leaders at their level. That is just my point.
I beg to differ. In a different scenario, personally, that is in a meeting. You wanna go there, sir? Okay. Now, personally, I think it's okay for Kinaditi Nyoro to show up. It's a political time. You can only be visible if you talk. Parliament has over 300 whatever MPs. If you don't talk, you'll never be heard, right? So in a situation where you have too many people fighting for too few slots and to be known, then you have to be loud.
Relevant.
Yeah, to be relevant, because there's some MPs you hear their names right now and you're like, that one was also an MP, you know, because they never said nothing.
Yeah, actually, today I was in a function, and unaonanga vile VIPs wanapeango of time wajiintroduce. A guy brother nishasahau jina yake, but anatoka from one of these churches. Kuna Nyaribari churches, do what church? He's from one of those churches. I have forgotten. I remember just now. all I remember, the MC said it was something church, an MP from there. See, there is Nyaribari churches, Kitutu church, or those churches. So that MP alipoito, honestly, niligugu my head. I don't think I've ever seen him, let alone know his. I have.
So I actually agree. I support the political activity of the young MPs coming up. Akina Ndidi Nyoro, you know, talking right now, you are able to talk about Moses Kuria, you're able to know there's Ndidi Nyoro, you know, there's Babu Owino. I think that's good. If we introduce like what Mugambi is saying, it's a system that has been tried in China. In China, you have what you call the Politburo. You know, you rise according to your level of experience within the party. You'll not just come from it's hierarchical. You'll not come from nowhere and you know, come and you pass people, you know, like pass that ladder. There's nothing like that. But I think it's different. We want a situation whereby, in my view, in Kenya, let's have, you know, the way Raila, nobody gave him the mass. Nobody told him that now you people follow. No, he fought for it. Ruto, nobody came and said that, okay, fine, you guys, Rift Valley, now you can follow so and so. He fought for his space, right? Kalonzo also fought for his space in Ukambadi. So we need the young people to fight for a space. They say that leadership is not given, it is taken. You must, first of all, enter the psyche. And that's now brings me to the question that Jex was asking. Who is a young leader who can galvanize support? Because we keep saying these leaders are getting old, we need to get them. That's not how you get them out. You get them out by, first of all, galvanizing the support of the Mwananchi. If you have one young person or one young leader who can galvanize the support of the whole country, who can stand and the country listens, you know, you will slowly shift the ground without necessarily telling the other people go. You know, a time will come, you know, because Akina Raila were young tax at some point. They came in and they removed the other people. We don't remember anywhere them telling them that you guys need to sit down now. No, the masses just moved. There's no point, there's no part that people told, Ruto stood and said that you need to forget about Moi because Moi was still alive. There's no point that he came and told them you need to forget about Moi. No, guys just moved and followed him. So I think we need that kind, these people, if they can achieve the alternative leadership, if they can achieve to galvanize, if they can achieve to work out that, then that will be good for the country in terms of movement. However, these people have been tutored by the same kind of leaders that we are seeing. So they are still worshiping them. So they are not, instead of looking for a space for themselves, they are not fighting for their space. They are still, trying to see that I'm fighting for so and so. They're not looking for the space by themselves. So that becomes a challenge in a situation like this. But I think as we grow politically, as our terrain continues shaping up, as we mature, then we will get to a point where we will, since Kenya is a multi-party democracy, we can have strong parties that can now find a way of, bringing in leadership that is hierarchical, like we are saying. That now we are saying this, if it is UDA, has a way of preparing his leaders who are going to take after. You know, the way it is in Tanzania. Tanzania, you cannot just come from anywhere and become Chama cha Mapinduzi president. There are steps, you know, there are steps of how you later become to be chosen as a presidential candidate. So they already start identifying their leadership mapema. So a very organized party system, the same to ANC in South Africa. So once we have had parties that have developed, then your Mugambi, what you're saying will now suffice. where parties can now be preparing their people. You come from the youth league. Youth league identifies now we have these particular people. So you cannot just jump the youth league and go up the ladder. You'll be able to appreciate the systems of the party. I don't know if UD has a youth league, or women. I think Jex can help us there.
Oyela tusiongelele UDA.
No, we are trying to. You see, we are trying to shape the terrain so that even if it's gonna be now the party and others, it can help others in organization. Amaniaje Mugambi, we have
That
youth
is very
leagues.
right.
Yeah, we have youth leagues in.
Actually, Demba, I agree with what you are saying and I support it so much. But look at this scenario. We have had ODM from 205. It has been so popular and so strong in the country up to now. We have had the parties that brought the president in 2013 are not the same parties that brought them in 2017 and even 2022 because Jubilee is presumed dead. So, for how long will we be changing political parties upon exit of the founder in whichever level in our country? I think if people will continue changing the political parties and getting the party that suits their interests, we will just be running on a treadmill, going nowhere. And that's what I was saying. Yes, we appreciate. We have
I have
young
remembered that person. Does anyone know this MP? Maybe you guys know him. Mi labda ndo namwone. Anaitwa Zadok Abel Ogutu.
elected ama nominated.
My friend, we are talking of an MP, bwana. Kevin, have you ever heard that name? Zadok is called Zadok Ogutu Abel. He's the member of parliament for, let me get the name correctly. He is a member of parliament for Nyaribo something. Kidogo tu. Yeah, he is a member of parliament. Wow.
Okay, as Jakes looks for the person, Vemba,
Hata
today,
kwa internet
yes,
si famous.
we appreciate, we appreciate that the kind of Didi Nyoro are so popular, they are so vocal today. Remember, if he gets his seat for the second time, we'll have first timers who will come in 2022 who want to outshine the same Didi Nyoro who is so powerful today.
He
And
comes
will
from Bomachoge Borabo constituency.
Kisi.
I saw him today for the I was like, okay, hata unakuanga bunge, unajua. It was like serious. I have never seen him. That was the first time ever. Never seen him. Never heard of him. So today I made a discovery. There is a hata ndio unaona na Google seriously. There's a constituency by the name nimesema aje Bomachoge Borabu, and the MP there is Zadok Abel Ogut. Now
I think
you know.
hata wenyewe hawajuani hivyo. I'm sure they never know themselves very well. I'm very sure.
So you can imagine, those are the kind of leaders I'm asking. Wanafanyanga nini? We don't know them. There are many. That's just one. There are many.
Okay, let me finish as I give. So I was telling them about this way. Imagine now Didi Nyoro is a young tack. He is so popular. He is so vocal today. If God helps him to get re-elected next term, we'll have new members of parliament who are young and first timers, and they will have the same spirit that Didi Nyoro has right now. They want to outshine him. So for how long will he have these young leaders trying to outshine the people who are experienced? I think we need to have some decency in how our people relate to each other. Yes, I appreciate fight for your people, but not go to an extent of outshining your superiors, insulting them, and making them look like just shadows. That is so wrong. In this way, I mean, even the problem that we have had in Jubilee, Jubilee had so many MPs, But the people came there, they came there with their different divergent interests. And it is the personal interest of all leaders that has crippled the Jubilee Party. So if at all we want to have decency in these political parties to reach where Demba you have told me we can reach, we need to have some discipline. And in discipline, it will begin with the registrar of political parties. Like when the Aisha Juma stopped paying allegiance to the ODM, they put the petition to the register of political parties. It was challenged by the courts and nothing was done. So even the Ruto's UDA today, if it forms the government and they have rock MPs who do not at all believe in wheelbarrow or everything, their hands will be tied and the UDA will die the same death that the Jubilee has died. That's why I'm saying we need to have some decency. The register of political parties needs to be serious on our work
But I
and
think
even our courts.
Mugambi, even as I bring Kelvin, me I think hata shida si kwa registrar of society. We need to come with a legislation where we entrench at least 3, or 4 at most, national political parties. As much as I am a supporter of multi-party, but to install discipline so that we don't just fund parties for a given time, because Jubilee has been funded by that political party. See, it is always funded from the government,
Yes.
for us to install discipline and that our money counts, and mtu aundi chama tu ya kesho asubuhi ndio apate hizo pesa. We need to create parties either for that will be present hata kwa referendum to decide we want to reduce, because ziko mingi. Hata mimi naweza unda yangu inaitwa kama mimi Jake's political party.
Jakes, to support you,
function.
To support you, to support you, Jakes, we can have 2 parties, and if you are not comfortable with these 2 parties, go to independent. We have independent slots.
We create 2 national parties. The name people can decide what name that will be, and then ziwe enshrined in the constitution so that ikasumba ishe, because these parties are we have over 1,000 parties, for crying out, 1,000. Mpaka zingine zimebukiwa tu, like Oka is a booked name. It is not
let me come in before Kevin says. I think he wants to say, I don't know. Or you want to say something, Kevin, before?
Go ahead. I'll talk after you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, Jex, that's a good idea, but you cannot legislate people's association. There's freedom of association. So exactly. you don't want to take away the Bill of Rights as you're trying to legislate something else.
No. I'm saying,
let me
so that unielewe. I'm saying, like in the US, there are 2, right? Or even if there is a 3rd one, we don't have so
okay.
many.
This is how it is.
Tanzania, South Africa, the same. Can't we?
In the US,
in the US,
this is how it is. In the US, this is how it's organized. There are formations that have aligned themselves with the Democrats. This is what happens. You start a party. Say, for example, in Kenya, you have I think there's a Mazingira Party, for example, Economic Freedom Party. Now, Economic Freedom Party, during the voting time, will align itself with one big party that espouses what they agree with. So they're only supporting, maybe, say, UDA. They vote with UDA, they go with UDA. So UDA is, because it espouses, and UDA is a stronger party, and they go with them. So that's how it's organized in the US. So you have Republicans, but there are formations inside of them. They do not disband.
So you are saying what I'm asking. I'm asking you, why don't we put it in the hata kama utaunda chama chako, but it has to fit, because you see, for example, there's what Republicans believe in, there's what Democrats believe in, but by the end of the day, it is how they come together to make a president and all.
That has not been legislated. There's no legislation saying that America must just
Yeah,
have
yeah, yeah. But now,
Republicans and
since
Democrats.
our country is becoming rogue, how do we stop it?
No, I think at some point we will have strong parties. You know, Jubilee and NASA tried. Though it was as you move towards the end, it became a bad experiment. But as we move, some of those things are led to develop naturally. You know, naturally, so that people, as societies evolve, as people realize that this is not working for us, you cannot legislate certain associations. There's freedom of association. What I think is lacking is because even when they say someone will have been deemed, now deemed by who? There's already a lacuna there, and then
And
of
then,
course
what
there's
are the
politics.
qualifications of being deemed?
Exactly. See, now that one is also a problem, and then of course there's also another problem, which is good for the person. You know, I think that is a good thing. There's a political parties tribunal, and then you can also go to court, which is good for the individual, because some people can victimize you. You know, I don't want you, so I go and I say so and so, then you chase them away, and they do not have recourse. They cannot go to court, they cannot go to a tribunal. So for the individual, that's a good process for them. So in a country like ours, where it's constitutional democracy and then also multi-party democracy, there are things you have to live with. So unless you want to say, okay, fine, when you want to tighten it, you can say, yes, we are multi-party democracy, but now when how do you make the law clear? The same parliament should be able to legislate and say deemed by this, and maybe you reduce the processes of recourse. You know, like if you can go to a tribunal, after the tribunal, that's it. But here you see, even after the tribunal, still someone has recourse in court, and from court they can go to high court, then from high court they can go to appeals court, from appeals court they can go to Supreme Court. So for the individual that is good, but again for the parties, it has the party. So it's a sense we are in a catch-22. We want discipline, but the way of making it work, the constitution does not allow, does not give us that provision. Yeah, that's what I think, Mugambi.
Thank you. I think Jakes, I don't know if it's network or he has just left. I don't know. Kevin, you can give us your thoughts on all what you have heard being talked about. Then we can see the way forward. Kevin.
Okay. Okay. I'm happy to talk in front of you today, Demba and Mugambi. I'm Kevin. Today, according maybe I will go straight to the topic of the day. I've been seeing something running down in the screen about Raila being welcome in Western. Honestly, I want to say thanks to people of Western personally, because we've seen Kenya, when it comes to election, there is a lot of things that happens. Let's take, for example, if today Raila would have been, take, for example, people from Western today resist Raila and stone him. What are you expecting for the Wetangula and the group in Kisumu? That's a war. Sometimes I feel like Raila's a big person, and to get a good politician in Kenya, we need to give everybody every chance to work anywhere, wherever he wants. Give him, okay, you cannot force people to come. People want to get ideas. What is this guy planning to do for us? Raila will stand in Eldoret. Raila will stand in Nakuru. Raila will stand in Kisumu and speak to people. He is not stealing the forts. So it's a big tension. When you see Raila walks in Mount Kenya for one time, it's all over the news. Raila take Mount Kenya by a storm. What are you telling? Normal citizens? You know, you are telling Raila is now in a way he's not supposed to be. That is still Kenya. We need to give everybody each and every right to walk around in Kenya wherever he wants. So that, of course, sometimes I might not of Raila's ideas, But if they will give him a chance to come to Eldoret, I'll see him. I'll listen to him. I'll follow everything that he wants, his manifesto, ideologies. At the end of the day, I might be like, oh, this is the right person I need as my president, you know. But if we read politicians from books and all these, propagandas running around, because I personally, I know most of the Kenyans love politicians by listening from their parents, by following what their community is going by, you know. But like for example, if Mount Kenya will not have any presidential candidate, for example, right now, that's a free territory for anyone to walk in there. That is free for everyone. So I don't want to, yes, I know Ruta for a while, he's been trying to pull, his string in Mount Kenya. But yes, this is about election. This is about national election, like the whole Kenya, you know. So for that Asla, for that small person down there casting his vote, are you casting the vote because you saw Raila in the TV or you saw him speaking direct straight on your eyes? You know? So I feel like today action by the people of Western, that was a very mature thing. And I really believe in that. And if we will go that direction, I believe that Kenya is going to a very good direction. No one will fence anyone from going to anywhere. Going to what you've been talking about parties. Okay, according to parties like Jubilee and NASA the other time, it works the same because like US. Because last time when we had election in US, I came to realize that there were small parties, but they have two major parties, that is Republican and Democrats. So majority of us, will follow the idea of the party. You know, like I will follow the idea of Jubilee. Somebody will follow the idea of NASA and wherever. Let's say, for example, they are coming back in the same suit. That is how we will get there. So, but the big question, okay, where I come from, and this is going to spark. I come from Eldoret, and this is where it was a mess 2007. And this is where Kenyan, if we are not careful on what we are doing, stoning leaders.
Hello.
Yes.
Welcome. It is late. I wanted to ask some few regards to William.
Okay, first of all, finish, Kevin. Finish kwanza. Maliza kwanza.
Okay. My big agenda for today, even for me to speak here, is like every citizen should understand and should get it right. Like, Raila is a Kenyan. He will work wherever he wants. Ruta is a Kenyan. Let him visit Kisumu, do anything he wants. That is right. Raila, go everywhere. Come to Rift Valley. That's a no man's land. So what I would like to talk about it today is like, let us stop that thing that there is a thing that sparked when Ruta was going to charge the other week. It was not the hate of the Rutas versus the people. That was politicians trying to drive something to tarnish just the name of this guy. Like, okay, we don't want you here. He's been there several times. He's been doing 1, 2, 3. But that doesn't mean like Ruta will be allowed in Mount Kenya, but not Raila. I mean, every citizen should understand that my work here, if you visit any rally or wherever, is just to listen and know that your vote is your decision. As you know, we cannot force you to go to vote somebody. Yes, you will do it by yourself, but stop this thing. Let us not even be news like Raila was in Western by a storm or wherever. We are bringing a big tension like that's still Kenya. So that's all for now. I don't want to touch a lot of things about I want to remain in the topic. Okay.
Okay, thank you. We can see Jix is back, our moderator, but we end.
Pole guys, what happened? stima ilizima na ikawaka, so I had to na unajua wifi sometimes kabla ibafe ina take long, but I'm back. Thank you guys. At I
Okay.
didn't hear the beautiful submissions from Kelvin, but I'll follow baadaye.
Okay.
I think is it Prezo ule
Prezo.
Songo? Prezo
Yes.
ule Songo, sijui kama ni swali alikuwa nayo ama ni Prezo ule Songo, are you there? People have interesting names. They want Prezo Ulem say in bed with a beautiful A to Z chart. If I try to zoom, are you there? So Mugambi, go ahead as Prezo Ule Songo comes back.
No, I was holding brief for you. I think now you are back. Get the mantle.
Yes, bro.
Prezo, you're there?
Yeah, Barzeno.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Idris. Normally people call me Prezo. I'm from Garissa.
Okay. Yes, Idris.
Yeah, I'm from Garissa, and we normally watch news, everything. But surely today I have seen a news from somewhere.
Aha.
Just like Eric Omondi, hope umeona Eric Omondi is spreading at the
The Fagia thing.
Fagia. You know, I wanted to ask you people.
Okay.
Surely, do you support that yo Kufagia? Because when it comes to Kufagia, I understand just like yani Kufagia, yani we don't want these leaders. They were there for a long time. We want youths, isn't it, Ama?
It's like, okay, as much as the messaging may be okay, I don't want to talk badly about it, but
No,
okay.
you're not talking
Okay.
badly.
I think Omodi is doing his own business. He is in his own business.
Job, but he is
It's his
overdoing
job
it.
too. Absolutely, he's overdoing it because
He's overdoing
you can't call names other leaders, whereas you are championing for a leader to be in those offices.
Yeah,
You can't do that.
exactly. And then fagiling, then
By the
what?
way-
Ukishafagia alafu.
By the way, you know, you
Unajua,
people don't
after
know.
kufagia, then
Garissa.
what? You know, yes?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to know after Kufagia who he wants us to tunataka tuweke kwa huko, you know, our leaders. Hello?
Hello, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, you know, currently, if you look at the leadership, youth leadership, we have Mtula Kolonzo, we have these lawyers, you know. Surely, when it comes to Kufagia, those people have to start, not Eric Omondi. Ama nasema uongo ama nasema hivi, sijui if mna understand.
Nakuelewa.
So when it comes to Kenya's politics, normally, and even in Garissa, politics in Garissa, surely it is clan, it is the sub-clan, the leading clan in the county, you know. So we normally understand Kenya's siasa, Kenya yote ni kabila, ama nasema uongo. So when it comes to Kufagia, every county or every clan have to put their youths first, you know. So tukisema Kufagia, and you are mentioning some names where the likes of Raila Odinga, the likes of Musa Kalonzo, those people who are there for almost 20 to 30 years, ukisema nitasema jina zao, and you don't have the youth who wants to be there, but you are there na unasema kufagia, unasikia? Hello?
We understand what you're saying, Prezo. Yeah, it's
We
what we're
want
asking.
someone to represent us as a
Ukishafagia,
youth.
then
You know,
what?
we are youth. So we want someone
Yeah,
to represent us. So
correct.
Eric Omondi, I don't know if he's representing us or is there for, you know,
He's there for
I'm
money. He's
not.
there to get a good car. Probably the next thing we'll see, he'll get a good house. Maybe finally get the wife material.
Just like now, you get a car, you know.
Yes, we can hear you, Sonko.
So I wanted to ask you people, is it real that Kufagia, because we wanted to start from here, Garissa, because, we can't say Kufagia at the same time, our leaders, the agement of our fathers who have money are there, still there. So we can't say Kufagia after some few days, unayamazia, unapatiwa pesa, So
The
I
idea
wanted to
might
know,
be
I'm from
good.
Garissa, so you Kufagia, do you think is a work in Kenya? Surely.
Haiwezi, it cannot. It is each presidential candidate is crafting a way to be relevant, especially to the youthful population, because there will also be a determining factor in the general election come next year. So they want to be relevant. They're trying so hard, and that's why unaona even those guys who are dancing, they're not old mamas or old guys. They are youthful, guys who can zikwenda, they can dance, they can move, they can shake their bodies with vigor and gusto and all. But sasa, the issue is, after dancing, after sweeping the roads as they are sweeping, after saying nasty stuff, then what? Then what? I think for Kenya to work, we need a blend of all those, the old, the young, the rich, the poor, working together to create a solution. It's not sidelining any person, whether you are rich, poor, old, young, because by the end of the day, the old have some degree of solution, the young have some ideas. They might not have money, they might have the ideas, in one way or another. We need one another, and that's how we'll get the solution, but not sidelining or forgearing. I don't know, but that's my take. I don't know what you would say.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jex. We can't win an election we can't have the age of the other people as an election strategy.
Yeah,
And
it shouldn't be.
And I give it to Eric Omondi. He's making his money, and that's what you get when you get a comedian to be your lead strategist in your. He has the comic and the whatever, but now that needs to be packaged. I want to take you back to Obama. When Obama wanted to run, what he started first of all was building very strong community. May I have the light, please? Very, very strong community-based, local-based mobilization units. See, so by the time it was coming up and they were saying yes we can, it was coming up with policies. So the youths who are voting against providing a better policy, not necessarily age, right? So he came and said, he was really fresh. He came and said, okay, fine, I'm coming in, providing these better policies for you people. He never campaigned with the idea that now I'm younger than the other person, but the population itself mobilized itself around that. So I think he for Eric Omondi is a win-win, because he doesn't matter who will become president. He will have gotten the money. And the history of Kenya, what has been the voting pattern? The people who vote most of the times are women. Yes, we are 70% youth, but the people who vote the most in most elections are usually women. So you might be, hyping on Facebook. Then you want to ask how many, as Facebook and social media, how many youths are constantly accessing Facebook and social media? You have 1 million followers, but how many of them are looking at you every day? So it's a good thing for him. He will have gotten the money, but we need to move beyond just age in terms of. I agree with what you have said. Each person, the rich, the poor, the old, the young, have a contribution into the policy of the country. And so we are going to have a competition of ideals that are going to be deemed to be better to attend to all those people. We don't need to have a separation of people in terms of you guys are young, you guys are this, we have this. Now, beyond just being popular, you have system history, you have policies, you have to have a way of translating that into a political message. You don't just come and say tunafagia Uhuru ati wamekuwa hapa for long. So wamekuwa hapa for long, so what? You know, that alone is not enough. I think
And also the other question is, after umefagia, what are you bringing? You know, it's after I've swept my house, then what? What was the purpose of sweeping? Then after it's clean, then what? Who occupies? What new thing does he bring? Different from the dirt, or rather the old that was there. You know, those are the things that probably.
You see, I even find it. Now, Jax, let me now bring even it now down. If you want to analyze this messaging, he's saying that we are the youth. So Oreko Mondi, for his own confession, he says that in a few months he's turning 40. So technically, within the definition of a youth, he's not one. The person that is trying to bring across is also not a youth. And the person is bringing has actually admitted to be the one who helped in the formation of Jubilee in his house. In the previous, so if there's a problem, he has participated in creating that problem. He was also the person who was very close to Raila in the last election.
In fact, he one time said that after the swearing in, he hid Baba, I think for a week. That's what he said the other day. That Baba hid in his home. That's
so
what he said.
if there's a problem,
in one way or another, he has been supporting all this mess.
He is part of the mess. So you cannot tell us that I want to give you something new and then bring the same person who has actually been creating that mess.
Kevin, what do you think? Let's have them back. Kevin, what is your take? What are we? Because we're responding to what Prezo is asking. Eh? This Fagia thing, you can also combine it with. We saw also Kalonzo is now acting comedy. I don't know if you have seen those clips. He's a serious actor. He's acting as. He's also into comedy.
Yeah, okay. According to me, I think people don't know that media will not forget what they are saying for a fact.
Exactly.
Because you cannot tell us like tunakuja kufagia these all leaders. But reading the history of Jimmy Wanjigi, he's been in politics since. He's been shadowing in politics. Yes, he's not the real person in politics, you know, he's not the real person. Maybe he's not running for that seat. But he must, in every election, he has somebody who is backing him. He started with Kenneth Matiba long time ago. He was backing Kenneth Matiba. Then he was friend to Joyce Saitoti, the former vice president, for a while until he passed. Then he came and talked to William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta on the, you know, switching of the uniting of TNA and URP. Then again, he jumped over to the other side, to Raila's. Then again, recently, there is an incident that happened recently, the handshake. He was there. He was the person who communicated for these guys to have an handshake. That's still Jimmy Wanjigi. So you can't tell me like this is a new person in this jungle. It's just the same person who knows everything that is going on, but right now he's saying, no, I was not in that bush, you know. I live in this different bush. That's not where I live. Those are Raila and Uhuru's forest. I don't know what they normally do. So honestly, Jimmy Wanjigi wants to come out clearly and set another political ideology, you know, to seduce us, because that's not what we want. Jimmy Wanjigi, he might, okay, I think one will lose between Jimmy Wanjigi and Eric Omondi. And the most likely person to lose in this thing is Eric Omondi. Not even Jimmy Wanjigi.
Umejimute, Kevin.
Niko.
Okay, go ahead. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Atukuski, Kevin.
I think akona shida net.
Oh, but Mugambi, have your say on this. Kuna hii issue ya kufagia wote. Watu wanafagiliwa and all. Do you buy into this?
Actually, I stopped taking Jimmy Wajigi serious the moment he told us that he began his garbage collection business without
no
a penny when his father was the long-serving and powerful minister. That is when I stopped taking him
I
serious.
loved the joke that followed. Someone said, I began my hotel business, my 5-star hotel, na harufu ya chapati. People created serious memes.
And again, you can see him here. He is messing again up with the money.
Yeah.
I think
don't remember you saw those funny memes of how people started life. After he said he became a billionaire. So someone also came.
That's the comedy of our political scene. You know, I probably want to agree with someone who has argued that Jimmy Wajigi is trying to find relevance in the event. You know, Jimmy Wajigi is a result of the vacuum of leadership in Central. So that in the event that there's a possibility of a person being picked from Central, then he can stand a fair chance. I've seen someone arguing that, so that he will be there. People in Central will talk, like, say that even Jimmy Wajigi is here. At least we can coalesce ourselves around him. And when they go for the nominations within ODM, then he stands a chance that, okay, fine, you want to pick someone from Central, then of course Jimmy Wajigi is here. So someone has argued that. But I agree with what Mugambi is also saying, that you know, your statements should have some sense of consistency. You know, you can lie to some people sometime, but you cannot lie to all the people all the time. You cannot tell us that you know, we are not foolish. There's no way you'd have been in Kanu if a PS like Simeon Nyachai went ahead to own his own party. How do you tell us that you are a son to a very strong Maina Wanjigi, a very strong minister, and you rose from poverty? Then now we are coming to I think this thing has been overrated. The idea of moving from down has been overrated now, because everyone now wants to rise from up. I think all of us, let's agree, all of us rose from up. So let's forget that. So
from bottom, we rose from bottom.
We rose from bottom, all of us.
Yes,
so let that not be, because now even we'll have people coming now to insult us, telling us, you know, your father was a serious cabinet secretary minister then, and then you started Chaco business with nothing. I think we need to be taken seriously as Kenyans. But of course, what else do you expect from someone who goes to pick a comedian as a key strategist in his campaign? You will see those things of Fagia Water, and who you see. First of all, look at Eric Omondi is a comedian. As we look at the comedy in it,
the comical part.
Yeah, and we will laugh, and he will get his car. Now he has his car, is going around, and he probably lacks. He needs to have some in political campaign. You have the media arm, then you have, of course, the think tanks. So he needs to put the propaganda, yeah. So he needs to put the think tank together so that the think tank can shape the messaging. Will this
and then
work against?
propaganda to create a narrative.
Exactly. So that you can always have someone saying that, will this hurt us or will this work for us? But I think
Mugambi,
now
there's this one thing I wanted to ask. Jimmy took a swipe at Baba and said, "You cannot be a liberator all this time, eh? Tumongelea seconds, sijui third and fourth liberation, and they're still here." You know, he was like, he really took a nasty swipe at him, and
Okay.
he's in ODM. So I don't know.
I think,
What do you make of that?
yes, I think Jimmy Wajigi has invested so much in ODM, and they could have crossed with Baba at some point, and he is on a revenge mission, because there is no way a person shall come to your party, meet people even who took nomination papers years back, then you want to have your cake cut according to your size. Never. I think he is on a mission, and he wants something out of what he's doing. Remember, he is quoted saying that I'm campaigning only for the president and not any other position. I don't care whom you choose at the bottom. I want this presidency, and this presidency is where Baba is. So I think they could be having some back bedroom issues with Baba or someone in ODM.
And
But
could that
again, Jex,
create a fallout between the two? Yes, sir.
Jex, you see,
Yes, sir.
at the primaries, people will say nasty things. Did you follow the primaries for the U.S. Democrats? Did you follow the primaries the way they were?
Yeah, I remember I did.
They were really sometimes even hitting so hard, you know, like even when they looked
to
at
even personal matters.
Yeah, personal matters. And you remember even Obama telling Hillary the way she voted at a certain time, the things she said. You remember when it was our president right now, you know, Biden and Bernie Sanders, you know, when they were debating the things that they brought up. So primaries are bound to be very, very, very heated, which is good for the country. In my view, I think it's good for the country. You are allowed to. Nobody should fear primary, because if you can come up with strong points in the primaries against what you are given, then it means that even if that point will rise when you get to the campaign time, you've already, you know, given some level of a head start to your campaign. My thought though is not necessarily the idea that he's using that, but he's using the same ammunition that the enemy has been using over time. Because it has always been that now, you know, Baba has the other people who have been, if you hear Mudavadi has been saying, oh, we have tried this guy, he's not good. And there, Kalonzo has used the same thing. No, it is now my time. Then now you who is inside there is using the same kind of dagger to say
Same
that now
tactics. Yeah.
I think that in my view would be hitting low. But primaries ought to be that competitive. You know, you need to go out to get the primary ticket. But,
before I bring in Kevin again, sorry, let me. Unajua, I'm doing this to you because when legend. So let me bring out wenye
nakwambia ile wimbo iliimbwa mambo ya legend, kwanza weka kando. Si unakumbuka hiyo wimbo? Utawezana?
So let me bring in Sam kidogo and then Kelvin if I come to the Strong House members. Sam, I don't know, are you in a position to talk, Sam?
Yeah, but I've just been listening because I've been in and out, and I left when you guys are talking about Western politics, and now I can hear the Jimmy Wanjiki. So I'm trying to follow up how you guys, I don't want to jump in the
Oh, we
conversation.
were asking on hii slogan yake mpya ya kufagia wote he even took a swap at Baba, a swipe rather, at Baba by saying jamaa ameongoza second liberation. We cannot always stick there. We need someone else to take us to the next position, and he was placing himself as that person. Do you buy into his new theatrics?
I would not say that I've got the exact answer to that, but I would say yes to some point, but somehow you don't know, because in politics so many things happen. Someone can be there just to set a pace for something. Politics about numbers on how people do, or he might be there just doing it as he says. But to me, I would say, since I've not known much about Jimmy Wanjigi and the politics running, so I wouldn't be in a position much to contribute, but I'll be just listening, just to follow.
Okay. Kevin, your take. Ni tufagie ama we
Okay. Like the way Demba put the other time is like, honestly, Jimmy Wanjigi is missing the point. He's mixing everything, because so far so good. We know two people who are campaigning for this thing. We don't know anyone else. We know Eric Omondi and Jimmy Wanjigi. So I think Jimmy Wanjigi, when you have your own quarrels with your own children or your family, don't rush to do something to compete, in the community or wherever, I think that is an inside battle, they are battling in ODM. They are fighting in ODM. The big question that is still remaining in ODM up to right now, Raila 2017, that was ilikuwa risasi ya mwisho. That was the slogan that time. Na hiyo risasi ilikuwa iwe mtu ama ikufe kabisa. It was do or die, now or never. But right now, Baba is climbing mountain. Is doing his stuff. So people are not sure, is this guy going to, of course, it's obvious, it's rather obvious, but they're trying to take us back. So I think most of the guys in ODM side are not happy about what Raila is trying to do. Like Kalonzo said, we signed this thing. Like Jimmy Wanjigi, no, not Jimmy Wanjigi, Alias and Joho, is talking of the same thing. He's complaining like we are going for election together, But the big question is Jimmy Wanjigi standing for his own reasons, or because he's being pushed by somebody like, oh, I have money, I can run for this alone? So to me, I think it's a pressure. He wants to run parallel against the ODM, of which if somebody did something that he wasn't happy about it, he's trying to, to outshine them, of which it is very hard thing to do. Raila, even if it sits down today and say like, okay, put my votes on the table, he will beat him even without walking outside. Raila is is a very famous person. He's been in politics and people love Raila for a fact. That's why he's been a very, I don't want to validate that, but at some point Raila would have been president several times. I don't want to go into that. But honestly, Raila have been playing smart, and he knows how to play politics very well. He knows how to attack, when to lie down, when to do this. So I think Jimmy Wanjigi is only running for this really quick, rushing, printing capes, printing wherever posters, hiring tankers to use in campaigns for nothing. Because, okay, when they were forming Jubilee or wherever, you saw all those things. You need to go for a talk with somebody. You need to communicate. You need to do this. You need to get somebody who will come with benefit to this thing. We haven't seen something like that, of which Jimmy Wanjigi is trying to run this thing like an area MCA, of which this is Kenya. This is a big thing. What are you going to tell somebody in Turkana? What are you
The
going
other
to
thing,
tell?
Kevin, sorry to interrupt, but
You
there's
good.
this other thing.
Yes.
We see Baba, Ruto, they are almost on a daily basis holding 1, 2, even 4 meetings with people. They are moving around, they are working. They know this thing does not just come, Success does not just come by chance. You have to prepare for it. You have to work for it. It doesn't just come. So it is one thing to pronounce yourself being a candidate and all, but we have to see you. We have to see you on the ground. Every day, Baba is holding meetings. Ruto is having meetings, one after the other, serious hours of talks and negotiations. They are moving. And this person, we have not seen him on the ground. And then he wants to be handed a party.
That's what I'm telling you.
What are they?
This person is doing this thing under pressure. What I know about politics, I would love to read somewhere where Jax come from. Who is the spokesman of this, this area? Who can stand and speak to these people and will listen to this person? That's why you find Raila never surprising people. He will go somewhere and find a good crowd to talk to. That is a plan. That is a set. He knows who to tell, like, I'm going to that place tomorrow. Can you get a good crowd? Can you talk to this? Can you do this? This is the plan for tomorrow. That is how the plan, to get a good, massive, good group of people to sell your ideas. And people will buy your ideas from seeing you, from getting in touch with you, from, coming close to you. They will not watch you in TV and just vote for you, You need to go to these corners, Wajir, Turkana, Kisumu, everywhere.
Exactly.
Of which I don't know if Jimmy Wanjigi, how is he going to go to Eldoret even? I don't know.
He can go because he has the money, but
he got the money,
have a
but
strategy?
You got the money, but to get that person,
exactly,
to get the idea, like this person is coming today to sell his ideas for this and this and this. Can we wait here? That is money. I mean, that is money connection, and you need to have somebody in the ground to monitor what is going on, to sell each and everything. So I think people living in Nairobi, they have different mentality. They think like things works like the way they do in Nairobi.
Like elections are won in the boardroom.
In the boardroom, it can't work like that.
What do you think that after Baba works very hard and Ruto works very hard, every day we see them in meetings, moving left to, like today we saw Baba in Kakamega. We saw him yesterday. He had like 2-3 meetings. Last week he was Unalewa. Ruto is ever in meetings. And then these other guys, they just want to be endorsed. They just want to come and get the party ticket of someone who has worked tirelessly 24/7, if not every single other hour. Do you think they really have what it takes?
Jack, before they ever talk, I need you guys to know that Jimmy Wanjigi is a schoolmate of Gideon Moi and Uhuru Kenyatta. So keep it in mind that you know the person you are talking about. They are
they are birds of the same feather.
Yes.
Yeah. Demba, go ahead.
You see, what you're saying is Ruto learned from the best. Someone said that Ruto learned from a lot from Baba when he worked with Baba in 2007. And he saw that you can't get it easily. You can't get it like
to work for it.
Yeah, you gotta get out there. And he saw the way Baba worked. Baba gave them a run for their money. They were being supported by the system. And Kibaki got an accident, and Baba literally went on the ground and rain for Kibaki. And Ruto came in, joined Baba, and he saw the way he worked hard during 2007. So Ruto knows that this thing, if you don't work for it, you can't get it. So he's out there, meeting people. We must give it to him. Wanasema mgala muue na haki mpe.
Lakini haki mpe.
Haki mpe. So he's literally sweating for what he wants. Tell me, just recently now, Mudavadi has seen that, okay, we can go to the ground and meet people in Central. They are trying to look like they are working. But to date, even Ruto said that the person he thinks can measure up to his level of organization is Baba.
Correct.
And they are also saying that if any of the others come in, those ones he knows that he will beat them because they're not hard workers. They will sit somewhere and wait for other people to do the job. So I agree with you. We need that political competition. Indeed, let me tell you, Jex, for me, I would be disappointed if Ruto was not in the ballot because he provides a competition for other people. He gives that politics that is just dull and relaxed.
He creates a twist in the whole issue, a punch, an excitement.
You need a Baba. Yeah, you need a Baba and a Ruto. I wish there could be other politicians who are also having similar energy. To kind of shape our politics. Our politics is not in itself bad, right? Because politics shapes how we are governed. It shapes how we decide the resources are distributed. In itself, it's not bad. If the bad use of it, like using it to hurt other people. But politics, Jex, let me tell you, campaigns here in the US, you see them in the whatever. Sometimes you don't even know there are campaigns going on because you don't see
the very final moments, Uko.
No, you don't. Yeah, you just even in the whatever. They are not those rallies are organized in stadiums.
Yeah.
Then people even you just see someone putting posters. There's no, apart from the last time when we had the very ugly scenarios. So politics by itself is not a bad thing, and that's why someone said that those who sit back because they hate politics, they allow bad leaders to come on. So it's time those of us and those of you who think that they know what is best for the country took positions of power, took positions of leadership, and shaped the narrative to the extent that I think even Jackson was saying we can actually meet here people from UDA and ODM. No insults, no nothing, but shaping the politics of the country.
Correct.
Saying that whether it is an UDA person or an ODM, what do you want to see? We can even call out leaders in both sides that we think are not good for us as a country. It doesn't mean you have left UDA, it doesn't mean you have left ODM, but you are calling out a leader. We say, no, this person is not right for us. Whether is this thing that they say, it is not right. Like the other day, we said Aladwa, what Aladwa said was wrong.
That was wrong. It was.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean that you support ODM less if you condemn something that is bad. It is wrong to insult. It is wrong to characterize someone in the basis of their name. It is wrong, whichever side you belong. Let us, like Martin Luther King said, that judge people in the basis of their character, but not in the first name, letter of their name. You don't judge someone because you are an O or an A. I don't think that's right. So we should reach a point where we can appreciate our differences, call out leaders in both sides that are not doing well, and still know that, okay, fine, I'll go vote ODM, I'll go vote UDA, but this leader we don't want because they're coming to lead our country. But back to the question of activity, I think The other leaders, like you said, are waiting for endorsements.
Yani,
they're attending. Yeah.
it's like someone goes and do the donkey work, and then and then they just hand it over to you just like that. Really?
It shouldn't happen. I mean,
Just like that?
and I think Ruto knew, although they say it's part of the, the some of them are using it as a campaign tool, which is also their right, within their right, to say that they're told tano kumi yangu kumi yako. So it's some part of the thing that
But he did not sit down and wait for that kumi
yes,
yake to just come. He has worked, or rather
he
he's
has
working.
worked. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
gone out there to stick. Yeah.
But remember, Kabogo told
Yes,
him
Ami.
before, time ago, that kura lazima utajitafutie mwenyewe, even if the president
Exactly.
said. And then that time wakasema, oh, Kabogo, some people started blaming Kabogo, but I think Kabogo was very right at that time. Aliambia Ruto ya kwamba hii kura lazima utajitafutia, and now
Lazima
exactly he did
ujitume.
what he did. And now,
Exactly.
even if people will say and will come out and say, oh, you campaign early, but you can see, even if what Raila is trying to do is trying to catch up, with what Ruto, because ile campaign Ruto alikuwa ameenda extremely deep, alikuwa ameshika ground, so it calls very hard, like someone who's like a Raila, to actually strategize and try to to close the gap, because the gap was really wide na alianza mapema. So all about for votes, you have to go and talk to the people, you have to work. So those guys who are just want to bargain the politics huko Nairobi, and they want to hit the road, they will be in for a shock.
And you see, like when Raila realized that, okay, fine, in politics, you gain some, you win some. This thing called the handshake, I mean, the BBI was facing some sense of shaky future.
Yeah.
Immediately, he has come up with the Azimio la Umoja.
Yeah.
He has to build another momentum, because if this one doesn't work, then you'll be lost. Now, the other guys whom Jex refers to as BBI orphans,
Be kind. We said in this forum we are going to be kind. With purpose. We have a promise to Kenyans that we are going to be kind.
You see, they are yet to find another movement, because right now Raila is moving with Azimio la Umoja, and he doesn't owe it to anyone to come on board. He's not calling them that you come, we go. He's saying, let us.
Even that catchphrase is very mature. Ingine iko na mchezo omoka. My grandmother does not understand what in the world is omoka na oka. I don't know if you're getting me, that you come up with a catchy phrase. Yes, it resonates with those of us who understand what tuomoka means. But my grandmother there in Narok County would not really understand what in the world is tuomoka na oka. It's a tongue twister to her.
But it's to them. I think it would have been more relevant if they had already come up with a leader for Oka, because it would have been easier now for them to go around saying our presidential candidate is this one. So now we are going with Omoka na Oka. But you see,
okay,
you can't go around and then tell people, okay, we have Omoka na Oka, but we are still going to sit down and decide who is our presidential candidate. You see, it's clear. Okay, let's say it is clear that whether they are going to have internal primaries within ODM or not, if Raila declares that he is a presidential candidate, definitely he's going to take the ticket. And the way the signs are in terms of Azimio la Umoja na nini, he's going like already the nomination for ODM is his. And it will be unfair for any other person to pretend to take it from him. Ruto will not have any primaries, because even wherever the people are going, they are saying already we have a presidential candidate. So him is sorted. Now Oka when they come to Western, what are they going to say? When they
will
go
tell
to Coast,
the
what are they
grandmothers
going
there
to say?
that they are going to tell the grandmothers there Omoka na Oka.
But we
So
are still going to
someone
sit.
from
We are
the
still,
village might not understand what in the world is Omoka.
and we are still
That
going to sit.
slogan, it is a
We are
good
going,
and a catchy one for town, but tuko kijijini, they'll have a hard time.
and according to them, they are trying to outdo the hustler, whatever.
Yes,
The narrative that says that
kazi ni
bottom up.
kazi.
So they thought that because people have been told that now we need to discuss about economics, let's bring something that looks like it's going to outdo this narrative. But I think the advisors didn't advise them well, because you are telling us Omoka Naoka, but you see, having a party does not necessarily mean you will put food on your table.
In fact, they're even going down is to the point that they're saying tutaweka pesa mfukoni. Then I'm like, kwanza hiyo pesa itakuwa imetoka wapi ndio iwekwe mfukoni, na itaekwaje bila kuunda kwanza kazi? You know, like there is what we call fast things fast. Before we go to the very last part of it, fast things fast. We have a huge debt. We have people who have been laid off for work. We have people who are serving pay cuts. We have people, the unemployed, who have not even been employed. We have a huge number of people who have graduated. They are yet even to be to seek a placement for their internship. Those in internship are not being paid. So if you combine all that, before sasa uanze kuambia pesa mfukoni, we need to go back and ask ourselves, how did we find ourselves in this mess in the first place? How do we reduce the debt issue? Because always pea watu pesa ya deni, unajua you can you cannot give people pesa umekopa mahali. So their policy needs to be polished before
But you see,
wakuje kwetu. We need to
you
really
see,
polish it up. Yeah.
Jex, before I know you want to bring Angel, I see Angel on.
Yeah, I do.
I know you want to bring Angel. Let me just say this before. We need to put it straight to our politicians. The first 5 years, Jex, however much good the manifesto will look, the first 5 years, there's nothing they will achieve, whether it is UDA, whether it is ODM, whether it is Omoka Naoka, whichever party. The first 5 years will be a
There's
struggle.
a new one inaitwa Tujibebe.
Even Tujibebe na kuna paa ya pwani, whichever. The first
Tujibebe.
we need to be straight up and tell people for information's sake. Don't make it sound so like immediately you come in 2022 we'll be in heaven. Apana. It will be 5 years of, first of all, repaying all the loans. Yeah, paying all the loans that have been taken. These things that we are saying that have been done, it will be, first of all, tutaumia kwanza for the first 5 years. After that ndio sasa kama hao watakuwa wamejibuild vizuri, then now the second term is when now any meaningful government that will come in itatusaidia. So anybody voting in the basis of they're imagining heaven will come, whether it is ODM, UDA, PA, Jibebe, pesa mfukoni, there's no magic.
Another one from the pastoralists, I'm forgetting. Is it called Upia or something?
Yeah, there's another one that was launched the other day from the pastoralists.
I think, is it Upia Party? I'm forgetting. I think it's something like that.
Yeah, I don't know what Angel has to say.
Angel, have your take. Umeamka salama? Umeshaekelea? Unmute, umejimute. Acha nione kama nitaweza. Unmute. Angel umejimute. Even as Angel is preparing. Kevin, what do you think? To pay our to do as much as they have not worked very hard, tuwapatie tu ama?
You know, okay. Can you hear me? Oh,
clearly.
Yeah. you know, the problem with Oka, they have one problem. When you go to Kambani, people in Kambani are telling Kalonzo, we need you to stand as president. When are we going to see you, you know, as a presidential candidate? When you go to Western, Mudavadi, I don't know if Uhuru messed when Mudavadi's mother's burial the other time when he said, like, we need other people to take.
Yeah, the Molulu declaration, eh?
Yeah, he said, you know, he said something that he was, you know, he was projecting something like supporting Mudavadi. I think that thing sticks in Mudavadi's head and people from Western. So that right now they are still fighting, like, you can hear Cleopas Malala or, yeah, Malala. He said, Mudavadi, for whatever it takes, we need a presidential candidate from Western. Okay, it's not bad. You can get it. But the point is, are you going to get a vote? Are you going to win this title? You know, okay, there is a lot of things that people don't see, because if you see Raila is not, right now you can see him walking alone. But he has a lot of good strategy. He's working smart. 2022 is still far. You will get a good running mate coming from Raila's side. You will be shocked even coming from Mount Kenya. Ruta too. You don't know what that guy is planning right now. So they are working smart. So these people, okay, from Ukambani, if Kalonzo stand as presidential candidate, you know, we have Gideon. Gideon, I don't know where he's running from, but what I know, Gideon was almost even losing senatorial candidature in Baringo. If it wasn't Moi, because Moi had to talk like, hey, guys, do you want to kill me this early? So people are like, oh, because of the respect of Museu, let us give him, you know. So I don't know Gideon who is picking, you know, for, because in the ground he doesn't have anything. So I don't know, you know, Oka, these are, okay, I don't want to say this, I'm not saying it in a bad way, but according to every politician, these are political rejects.
Be kind, Kevin.
No.
Kevin.
You know, to bring you, okay, for me to employ you in my company, I need to understand what are you bringing in, you know? What experience do you have? Okay, take for example, I cannot wait for Gideon just to bring the name Moi, you know? The name will not change the you know, the situation. The name Moi will not, you know, it's okay. It's even a faded name that everybody knows, you know? It's not something new. They'll be like, no, we are tired of this, having that person. So I feel like these guys separating themselves and being aligned in Oka, you know, they're in a very bad market. That is a, you know, dim auction. Nobody will go through that direction to get somebody even from that side. I don't think even Ruta is thinking of anything in Oka. I don't think even Raila is thinking of getting anything from Oka. He's thinking of different thing. So
Angela,
honestly, yeah, honestly, what I know about Oka is done. They are going to take their tools back to the store and mind their business. But what I know right now, we're watching Raila.
Yes, Jax.
And that is it.
Angel, hawa watu wanasema kwa mfano Jimmy Wanjigi anasema baba amefanya kazi kwa muda mrefu na wakati wake wa kukaa chini. Tumesikia wengine wakisema baba apumzike, lakini swali yenye tulikuwa tunaulizana ni kwa siku kadhaa tumekuwa tukiona Ruto anakuwa na mamikutano, nafanya bidii kabisa. Tunaona baba kona bidii sana, hata kwa Western na kwa kila mahali, he's trying, he's working. Do you think itakuwa fair ati baada ya kufanya hiyo kazi yote, hiyo bidii tu yote, tupatie tu party ticket, tupatie mtu kama Jimmy Wanjigi ama tupatie mtu kama Joho mwenye hatujamuona outside Mombasa for quite a long time, but anasema yeye anataka tu kuwa president. Do you think it is enough just wanting to be a president, but you have to show, lazima uonyeshe unataka hiyo kiti by working hard, kwa kujitolea, kwa kuonekana ukipanga, ukiongea na watu, ukienda sehemu mbalimbali, ama ukae tu Nairobi ungoje watu wafanye bidii alafu upatiwe cheti cha kuwa mgombea rais wa hiyo party. Do you think hivyo ndio tunafaa tufanye? What do you think?
I think ni ngumu ati mtu azunguke ako Western, kesho ako Kisumu, kesho yake ako Central, kesho yake ako Mombasa, alafu kuna ule tu mwenye amekaa tu alafu wachukue tu hiyo kiti wampe, wamwambie sasa wewe ndo utavai for president. Haki ni ngumu, iwezi happen. Hakuna,
Inauma,
unaona
inauma
inauma. Alafu unajua our politicians in Kenya anajitoleanga with ka interest fulani kako ndani mwake. Hey, at the end of the day when I'm following Musalia Mudavadi, when he will be the president, there is something, kuna kiti fulani ata gain, una understand? Hata vai for, unaona sasa kama saiwe Moses Wetangula haezi fight for senator for Bungoma County because this is the second term, una understand? So he's like, wacha nifate Musalia in case akikuwa president, kuna kiti fulani ya uminister atanipea ama ya CS, ama kuna kitu fulani nitashikilia. Una understand? So hiyo iwezi ruhusu mtu akubali ya kwamba kuna fulani tu mwenye haja kwa akizunguka apewe hiyo nafasi hivyo. Ayayaya, hii Kenya yetu ni ngumu. You understand? Unaona hadi baba wanasema ati baba retire, ameng'ang'ana sana na politics za Kenya, but he's not certified until pia anataka kukuwa president, is when he'll be okay. Anasema ba sasa hapo ndo nilitaka. You understand? Like 2017 wakati NASA ilikuwa inatembea, si hawakuwa wameannounce presidential candidate. So wakati aliannounce yeye ndo atakuwa president kwa nini NASA, atakuwa NASA candidate presidential presidents. Do you know tulikuwa na complaints chini ya grounds? You understand? Kulikuwa na complaints chini ya ground. So kama mmetembea wote na still bado kuna complaints, sasa hamujatembea wote alafu mtu akuje tu apewe, unaona kaa kuna mtu anakubali hiyo kweli? Ni ngumu Jex. Alafu unajua
Jimmy Wanjigi kwanza anasema atawafagia. Wewe unaonaje hiyo kasumba ya kufagia? Ni time kuwafagia wote, kuwafagia wote, ama unaona hiyo tu ni mchezo ya Eric Omondi?
Ni mchezo ya Eric Omondi. Eric Omondi yana, wacha nikwambie Jex, siasa ya Kenya sometimes inahitaji kujitembeza. Jimmy Wanjigi kuna mtu kwetu hamjui, hata hajawahi ona sura yake. Hajawahi sikia hata sauti yake. Hata hajui kama kuna mtu anaitwa Jimmy Wanjigi Kenya hii. Ukweli uongo?
Ukweli.
Hata afadhali Moses Kuria.
Exactly. By the way, ukweli unajua Moses Kuria na hizi vituko zake.
Unajua Angel?
Yes.
It is possible to come from nowhere and win.
Yeah, it is. But also lazima ujiandae, sio?
When it's possible to come from nowhere and win when it is a wave. Naelewa? Kama wewe as a person create a wave like 3 months to an election. Like, let me tell you for free. If elections were held when the hustler narrative was, you remember when the hustler narrative had just come sometime last year? If elections were held at that moment in time, Ruto would have been president. But you see, waves don't last for long. 6 months is too long for a wave. So if Jimmy Wanjigi wanted to ride on a wave, 3 months to an election, akuje hiyo wave ishike, because before people start waanze ku analyze, but hey, wait a minute, ni nini washafika election, wamesha ku-elect. So unaanza ku think later like, okay, this guy is already in office, so what do we do? But you see, Jimmy Wanjigi has no wave. vile unasikia Angela anasema
Themba, I think
ajulikani.
Themba, I think for an MP that can work. For an MCA, that can, go for president from nowhere.
For president from nowhere, it can't
It
work.
can.
For
It
MCS
can.
Mention
and
one
all
person
this.
who had such. Mention one.
When you have a strong, wacha nikwambie Jex, when you have a strong wave in a particular time, you can sweep all. You see, there was a wave. You remember the you remember the
Themba, hebu hata angalia Obama kabla hata awe president, he had to plan. Alianza na usenator na huko chini amefanya to jobs to our leadership and all. So by the time anajitoa kuwa preso, ameunda jina, unaelewa? Huyu ni mtu atujamtest in any political seat. Hata kiti ya MCA hajasimamia, hata labda kiti ya mnanda ya chairman bado hatujatest. Alafu from nowhere, from the blues.
nakwambia kukiwa tuseme kwa mfano Jex, let me give you an example of a wave.
Hata the leaders wenye wamepewa, like the pastor mwenye alipewa from is it Zimbabwe, where I'm forgetting that country. There's an opposition leader from who was a pastor ambaye alipewa, is it not Zambia, it's what, I'll get the name, is not Malawi. There's a pastor who, a bishop rather, mwenye alipewa kiti ya president. Actually walikuwa the president initially alikuwa amewin, the court nullified, wakarudia, he won. Now that hata kama it is such a scenario, this person, like for example Pius Moiro, or without due respect,
hata nilikuwa naambia nataka kuambia Themba,
or
unakumbuka wakati wa Pius Muiro, and Pius Muiro was so famous, alikuwa pastor anahubiri.
Yeah, like also like Dr. Ward, you have a crowd. So now harnessing that crowd and creating a political momentum, that's maybe that from that is what I would maybe attribute that wave you're talking about to, and it propels you to what do you call it, to presidency. Lakini my point is uko tayari kwa limelight, watu wanakujua, wanakuonanga, like what Angel is asking. Always toka from nowhere, even our grandmothers hawakujui, from the blue sky, and just land on the seat in State House. You must be one.
You know what, Jex? You know what? In our home, there is this kamsema ho anasema wacha alete kwanza zake tukule kule kiasi, next time ndo tutafikiria maneno yake.
Unajua Jex, Jex,
Jex, I don't know who is calling.
I'm calling you. I wanted just to clarify. Is it Lazarus Chikwera, the Malawi president?
Malawi, yes. Yeah, the Malawi president.
Yeah, I
he
think
came
so.
with that. Yeye tayari alikuwa famous nationally as a pastor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So hakutoka from the blues. He had a crowd, but how he converted that crowd to politics and leading it to be a president, that is the magic we are asking. Is there someone with no church, no form of following, nothing, literally the best thing you have is money?
Because you know Jex, Jex, waves can bring people to power. The only thing, the problem is how that wave sustains the power. But waves can bring, you remember the Arab Spring brought some leaders, but some of those countries have not been stable after that. Some of them have been brought to position who are not even known. Okay, in Madagascar, a DJ was made a president by a wave. People were tired with the government of the day, so they didn't care who comes as long as there is another person other than that. Now it is possible also.
It also almost worked in Uganda, but it is not always as easy.
So the waves can bring people to power.
They can create a form of euphoria.
But this is not now why I'm trying to look at it again as what Wanjigi has. There's no wave. He himself, he's he's not known, like Angel is saying. Like now is when he's trying to build his
Name.
political base. You know,
Mhm.
and now the problem is doing. I wish he was going to start his own party and build his own offices and then come. Right now he's using the ODM, but now he's being seen as trying to contradict the systems within ODM. Now
Exactly.
you see, now you're starting with fights from within, which is going to be vicious. That is not going to favor
You know what? Somebody like Jimmy Wanjiki, those are the people who are being used to spoil some votes from Mount Kenya region. I think that's the only main reason from Jimmy Wanjiki. But you can't tell me that in Kenya,
to help who? Because yes, I'm a spoil. Who will it favor? For example, he has already told us that Baba needs to take a seat kwa sababu he has already fought Baba. Ametupea ammunition. I don't know if them are getting what I'm saying. As in, tayari amemdecampaign. Even if atarudi ashuke chini aseme Baba tosha, tayari ashatuambia jamaa amefanya sana.
But he's fighting everyone. He's fighting Ruto.
As
he's
much
fighting
as he's fighting
Raila.
everyone,
He's fighting.
if he decides to step down, he has already kind of decampaigned him kidogo. So I think he's doing more harm, hata kama anatumika kama a project for Central, he's doing more harm to his candidate, if he will not eventually be a candidate, than to provide more votes to him, because now people will now start believing enyewe Baba amekaa sana, it's now time, hata kama hatutapea Ruto, we can maybe give someone else. Unajua, so there is where akina Muhisa Kitui can come in, and they get, as much as they not get so much, but they may get the spoils, because those are called spoils, the spoils that have been created by some statements.
Jex, you know, somebody like Muhisa Kitui, he had a very good chance in politics.
Exactly. Yeah, he did.
But that guy misused that chance. Unaona hii kitu ya kujitakia wewe tu peke yako mwenyewe. Sometimes it make us fail in when it comes to politics. Muhisa Kitui, by then when he was the MP in Bungoma, that was the time Muhisa Kitui could have been accompanied Kinaweta and come up strongly. You understand? That was the time he could have used it to make himself famous. But the thing is, mtu akiingia pale is of his own interest. Tumbo yake ikule, ijae, then at the end of the day afanya nini? Aende nyumbani. You understand? What Muhisa Kitui did in Western only is that alijenga tu sokoni peke yake za hao wamama wa kuuza vitu. That is the only thing he did. Hakuna kitu kingine alifanya.
Okay, Angel, kwa hii show tumesema tujaribu kuwa kind. Yani
yes.
Tuwahurumie kidogo, tusiwafinye sana.
Exactly. He has been in UN. Ni vijana wangapi ametafutia kazi huko nyumbani, akienda anasema ati anavai for president. You understand? To be kind to others, sometimes it makes you pass somewhere. Anasema yeye amefanya na UN, he knows how he will control the economy of Kenya. Like the way Temba has said, in Kenya sahi president ule ataingia for the first 5 years. Hakuna kitu atafanya. There is nothing atafanya. Haizi tuambia ati ataingia hapo within 5 years atakuwa amelipa hizo madeni, amefanya uchumi imerudi sawa. If right now we have 700,000 Kenyans hawana kazi, wenye kazi kampuni ziliachishwa kazi. Hao ni wale wanajulikana na serikali. Some of the registered companies. Na wale hawajulikani, wale watu wenye wameweka kampuni zenye hazijulikani na serikali ya kwamba akona kampuni na akona wafanyikazi. Like in Kariobangi you can find that kuna tu kampuni twingi sana huku ndani. Lakini hatujulikani huko mbele. Understand? Watu wanafanya vitu chini ya maji. Napatanga tu mlango ilifungwa, hata ujuangi ni nini kinafanyangwa hapo ndani. Serikali haijui hapo mahali. Hiyo mtu hana kazi sahi. Ni watu wangapi? Alafu tuambie ati within 5 years utakuwa umetutengenezea uchumi Kenya, wa Kenya watakuwa wako sawa. Ni ngumu. Watuambie ukweli tukubali. Tunajua ni ngumu. Waacha kutudanganya.
Mercy, I don't know if you have been following us, my brother. Good to see you. Been long. Umepotea.
I know, nimepotea, nimekuwa busy, but yeah, nimekuwa nikifuata mkiongea mambo ya Luya, vile Raila alienda Western. You know, he's strong. I mean, he's a hold on Western versus Mudavadi na Wetangula. Sasa hizi ndio nimeingia, inaona mnaongea juu ya Jimmy Wanjigi.
Actually, what we are discussing is that these guys, we have Ruto and Raila working very hard. We see them holding meetings, not one, even up to 3 a day. They are moving all over. Yeah, like Sunday alone, Ruto had 5 campaigns, 5 meetings or rallies, 5 one day. Then someone comes in and says, I want to be a president using your party. Right? Like Jimmy Wanjigi wants to be a president using ODM after Baba has done all the meetings, has gone to all the places, has almost spoken to all the leaders, all the people around. And then, so we were asking, honestly, do you think it's fair, or what is your take that baada ya kufanya hiyo kazi yote, do you think they should just hand over and give the party certificate to them and allow them to be president and all?
I mean, if they can be able to convince enough people, it's fine. But mambo ya Jimmy Wanjigi, niliona picha ingine, sijui ni yule Jimmy mwingine wa Kibaki. Kuna kachama iko pia niliona, ama niliona picha fake. I think kuna chama wameanzisha pia. I think watu wote, what is happening is it's all a move to stop Ruto from gaining the votes in Central. Naona hata Angel, nafikiri Angel alisema kitu kama hicho. Sasa unaona Jimmy Wanjigi, niliona Jimmy Kibaki, hata hii mambo ya Muturi, plus many other people. I think the plan is to stop Ruto from gaining a certain percentage of vote. Even if he gets 80, at least akose kama 20. Naona Baba anaenda Central. So as of now, sijui vile kesho ama next month itakuwa. But as of now, I think the plan is our candidates, unasikia Musalia anasema atatoa mtu kutoka Central. Raila, possibly, he might be forced because unajua Raila ndio ako more independent because ako na Nyanza na ako na Western tayari, ako na Coast, at least a sizable, chunk, Nairobi, when you look at it. So Central, I think atajaribu kutafuta mtu huko aone kama mtu ataweka. Anyways, people from Central Kenya this time, I was telling my friend here from Central, this time watu wa Central wakae mzuri, pesa yote itamwagwa in that area. It wouldn't be any other. It wouldn't be any other place.
Exactly.
In fact, tutanonga raundi.
Mfuko itajaa.
Pesa itaenda huko nyingi sana.
Tutashiba vizuri.
Yeah, so, and I know most likely the slogan itakuwa kama ya Central. I think watu kama kina Ruto watasema, unajua mkula hii ya my dynasty, lakini kura inaenda kwa Ruto. But what's going to happen, all these dynasties, let me not call it dynasty, wala watu ambao who have been there, wala wenye ile traditional nasema wameweka mrija kwa mtungi, those people who are the ones who are benefiting from the need, they don't want an outsider. And if an outsider comes, they want him compromised. No. People consider Baba an outsider. Baba is not considered an outsider if you look at it in terms of kwa kila kitu ambayo amefanya. The only thing is considered an outsider. It's almost like the family was the prodigal son that refused to follow what was going on the table tangu wakati ya independence. Vile baba yake alitoka alafu yeye. But they've always been that type of people that they're always there. And I think, me personally, I think in as much as Raila's ambition is to improve Kenya, I hear some of his talks and everything else. But my main thing, I think, there's also that fight about, we are the Odingas. We've always been here. Where are we at this table? And I think finally, that's what it is. It's more of a family ambition, isn't it? Yeah, to make Kenya better, So what I think is, as time goes, imefika mahali, I think Uhuru alikuja ameangalia around, and I don't blame Uhuru. Pengine alikuja akaangalia around akaona Ruto is ambitious na kila kitu, so akakuja akasettle on Baba. Maybe there's that background tu yenye iko, and maybe something happened and Uhuru mwisho alikuja kuangalia pengine Baba's vision na vitu vingine, pengine huyu mtu or let me say this particular politician, him and the father, maybe we never understood them. They were just on the other side, same coin but just the other side. So saizi ni kama anajaribu kurudisha mkono, if we can say that. But kusema ukweli, in Kenya politics is all this people are the same. Ni kama vile mtu amesema ati mambo ati Wanjigi vile anasimama, atukumbuka yeye kuwa ni classmate ya kina nani, ya kina
Gideon.
Ya kina Gideon, hata Jimmy Kibaki, watu wanasahau hiyo story. Hata Uhuru Kenyatta, hata watu wanasahau before that nani pia alikuwa hiyo shule, hata Mudavadi. Unajua Mudavadi ni mtu alikuwa raised ni kilelesho. Hii mambo ya Mululu ni ile tu ile kwa sababu baba yake mwisho nini. He never stayed there. Sio watu walikaa Western, kusema ukweli. So at the end of the day, I think ni ile interest kama hata hapa America is the same thing. Yani kuna watu, you have to go uwabembeleze. Unaona kama Trump hakupendwa sana na what we call the system here, because Trump alikuwa tajiri, he cannot be controlled. Unaona, in as much as alikuwa na ujinga yake ingine, but at the end of the day, alikuwa mtu he cannot be controlled. Kwa vile ni tajiri, naona mtu kama uko naona that's why even Raila has been able to stay in this long, because pia ako mfuko yake iko full. Angekuwa mtu poor, angekuwa compromise kitambo sana. Like I remember the last time I was on this show, nikasema this is the first time that, and I know Uhuru wherever he is, you come and understand here, he might be smiling. This is the first time the opposition has totally been compromised. Nasema mambo ya handshake, naongea in terms of financially, because all these people, ukiangalia last time, najua Jimmy Wanjigi was one of the main financiers ya ODM na kila kitu. Hata Mudavadi, not ODM, what do you call it, mambo ya NASA. Hata ukiangalia saizi, when you look back, iko mtu alisema ukweli hapa before, nilikuwa nasikiza, I was driving my car. Kuna mtu aliongea story ya ANC. ANC haikuanzishwa na Mudavadi. If you really go back and follow the history, it was just started, ndio ikuja ukata kura ya CORD wakati ya 2013. Mudavadi has been the system guy forever. Ndio watu wanajaribu kusema si Mudavadi ukuwe bold, ukuwe nini. No, he's part of the system. Whether he wins or whether he loses, ako sawa. It doesn't matter. Ni part of. Ni kama the same pot. Mnachanganya tu hivi ni kama nyanya na vitunguu, ni kama separate, but it's the same pot. No. So in Kenya, and that's the problem. Saizi naona kama William Ruto, I think one of the thing, in as much as he's a businessman na kila kitu, but they feel like he cannot be compromised in a way. I'm not saying wanasema mambo ya corruption na kila, but you can, kuna ile wamestudy wameona this jamaa ndio in as much as ndio anaweza kuwa na sisi, but no, he's not that. He cannot listen. Ruto alifanya mistake, akaonyesha his close mapema, so hao majamaa wakaona hapana. So this idea, ukiona Uhuru, si Uhuru tu peke yake alikuja akataa Ruto. These people wameenda wamekaa chini wakasema hapana, huyu jamaa huwezi uachie, because hii mambo yetu yenye sisi hapa, because they have an advantage, and in as much as there's many changes anataka kufanya into the whatever change, hata kama ni ya bottom up, iwe fake, iwe nini, iwe whatever, yeye mwenyewe they don't trust them. They want someone they can trust in the system. That's why even for Kibaki, hata hiyo rigging ilifanyika 2007, they didn't want someone from outside the system. That's why unaona ilitoka Moi ikaenda Kibaki, watu waka celebrate, yote yawezekana without Moi, but they didn't realize it's the same people. Those are the cabinet ya ni. Actually in Kenya we've been ruled by the cabinet of independence, except Kenyatta, who happens to be the son of the president. So we've never had change. Mtu ambaye alikufa 1975 akiamka sasa, angalie headlines ya Kenya, anaona bado Odinga na Kenyatta, atafikiria kwani nothing changed all the time. Nothing has changed in Kenya.
Ilibaki tu ya Kenyatta na Odinga.
Yes, it has never changed. Miaka 60 baadaye, it has never changed. That means we've never made progress. That means the country has never made progress, not politically, hata economically. It will take a long time. Angalia jina, hata tuseme saizi tuade Wanjigi. Mtu alikufa 1970 akiamka anaona Wanjigi anasema na sio ndiye alikuwa director ya settlement. Majina ni yale. Kiamka anaona Mudavadi. Haya. The thing is you guys what ati?
But saa zingine tena masu ukiangalia sahi, if the president of Kenya Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta aseme ya kwamba now ame withdraw from Baba, amepea mkono Justin Muturi alisema BBI imeanguka, muda wa BBI umeisha. Hata koti ikifanya ruling, hakuna matumaini ya BBI. I'll also be vying for presidential candidate. Sai akamtamka hiyo tu neno chenye sasa kwa Kenya hatujui. Zile vitu wamefanya na baba zote utaziona zimewekwa kwa meza, sasa zimeanza kuanikwa.
Ndio, lakini
understand?
Angalia
Sasa
reality,
wamewekwa kwa mfuko wanafichana. Lakini mtu mmoja akikana tu mwingine saa hii. Kuna vitu tutajua
Demba jana alileta kitu fani. Wakati walikuwa wana introduce BBI, akina Waiguru walikuwa wazuri sana. They were as clean as snow.
They are good.
As snow. Walipoangusha BBI and mtu akakaa anaongea kitu chochote kinyume, wanakula moja kama njugu.
Simona Waiguru ametoa.
Demba was asking alijipeleka ama aliitwa. So
tunaona Waiguru juzi alisema, let me tell you one thing, wacha turudi vile Angel alisema mambo ya Muturi. Tuseme hata Uhuru atasupport Muturi in Jubilee. Jubilee is dead. Second thing, uweze sukuma mtu ambaye hana that, vile mlikuwa mnaongea mambo ya energy. Politics mtu anazaliwanga nayo. Hata kama utafunza ndio, but kuna hiyo software yenye mtu
you have to be a charismatic person.
Yeah, kuna hiyo software yenye mtu ako nayo naturally. Unaona, let me give you an example. Kama when Obama started akatoa hiyo speech yake ya 2004, nobody hata wakati alikuja kusema na run for president, system hapa ilikuwa kila mtu alikuwa anajua ni Hillary yatakuwa but what do you call it, Obama through his own personality na kila kitu akaanza groundwork, watu hapo wanajua wana donate pesa, ikafika mahali fundraising is the highest, and they raised almost close to I think more than $1 billion actually. So ikafika mahali wakaona huyu jamaa and again nini, first of all waliona kama ni joke, jamaa anafanya hiyo yes we can na vitu vingine, mwisho akashinda the first primary, watu wakasema na huyu jamaa ameshinda in a state yenye iko 99% white. So that's how the ball rolls. And that's why nasema hata hii mambo yenye mnasema ya kama ya Ruto, vile unaona ya Ruto ni kama, na unajua me personally I'm usually very superstitious. Ukiona mtu ambaye mnarushia mawe na bado anguki ama kitu inafanyika ni kama ishiki, ni kama vile walikuwa wanarushia Trump chama yake hawako wanataka hata wakati 2016. The whole time to the election. Huyu jamaa is crazy, he's talking this, he's talking that. Anasema, but all of a sudden the support wanatupia Trump, si alitupia matope yote. Si haikushika. Akakuja kuwa president. Ruto saizi hata vile walikuwa wanafanya mambo ya audit na sijui nini hiyo yenye Matiang'i anafanya. One thing these guys don't realize, sometimes unataka kupaka huyu mtu matope. You know what they don't realize ni ile kama, you know they are cleaning him. Wanafikiri wanapaka matope. But at the end of the day, hata ikifika, because sasa tumekuwa na mambo ya corruption, unawezaje accuse Ruto of corruption na watu wanaona ile video inaendelea sasa hivi. Kama ingekuwa Ruto kama Uhuru angetaka kumaliza Ruto, wangekaa tight longer. Ndio mambo ya corruption ya KEMSA na vitu vingine wangesema ni, but now Ruto ni kama inataka kusahaulika, hata kama he was involved ama whatever. But now ni kama hii maskandalo zimefanyika in Jubilee, watu watasema okay sawa, Ruto lakini si alisukumwa kando. So mbona corruption inaendelea? So ala sasa hii ni kama Baba. Baba does well. Si hata kusema the Baba lazima akuwe opposition. Me personally I think Baba would have won 2013 election, which I think you never know hiyo mambo ya kura na vitu vingine, sitaki kwenda kwa hiyo. But I think Baba hata would have won nini kama angekuwa prime minister. Unaona kama ya 2007-8 ingefika mahali wakatai wafanye, naambia watu najua nini? Hapana, ni sawa. Tukutane 2013 tutalimana nao. Hiyo 5 years hiyo Baba angeshinda hiyo nini. But that core prime minister ili compromise him so much. Hapo najua because in the office na kila kitu ikamharibia jina. The same thing is making the same mistake size, ni kama sijui kama ni age sasa ama ni nini. Imefika mahali ameona unajua kuna hiyo thinking sometimes, kuna watu wanaitanga let me say it's arrogance in a way. Mtu unafika in a certain point yenye sawa unafikiria so kama vile Atwoli alikuwa anasema, when Atwoli speaks you think that's the thing of Baba and watu wengine. Usijali, si Uhuru ataenda tu kupiga lap. Mnakumbuka akisema atapiga tu lap moja Central na Waikuyu wataingia laini. Not to realize that Ruto has invested his time. The way you guys said, kama mlikuwa nasema Baba si amekuwa Western leo. Baba amekuwa Central. These are people, the only two politicians in Kenya that are worth earning it, whether they are good leaders or not. Ni Baba ama Ruto. That's it. Watu wengine sijui mnaleta Mudavadi, he doesn't have it. Mudavadi was not even supposed. Unajua watu wanasemanga bahati. Ilikuwa tu baba alikuwa politician and his father was not that formidable actually. Unajua watu hawajui hiyo story. Alikuwa tu formidable hapa. Alafu Mudavadi sasa is even milder than the father. Aya. Ukiangalia Wetangula, most people sijui kama nilikuwa na mtu alikuwa anaanza, you guys mtu alikuwa anaanza, I was driving. Wetangula, you know, how did Wetangula get into politics? He was nominated as a KANU MP. That's what happened. Actually, Wetangula ilikuja for the Kenya, I think ilikuwa 2007. Si ndio? The election. Ndio akashinda huko. And I'm surprised how Wetangula was able to take this party for the Kenya. Na destroy for the Kenya. Ukiona Wamunyinyi na kila kitu fighting it, Wamunyinyi ndio, ukiangalia picha ya zamani, Wamunyinyi ndio walikuwa original ya Ford tangu when Ford Kenya was a national party. Wakati Ford Kenya ilikuwa Jaramogi, ilikuwa Paul, unajua most people forget, Paul Mwite alishinda his first elections as a politician, as an opposition leader on a Ford Kenya ticket in Kabete. Unajua watu wamesahau, in Kikuyu land Ford Kenya ilishinda kura. Most people forget about it. Yanasema hata mambo ya nini imefika sasa hivi, ati mambo ya kusema some leaders won. Shikuku aliwin kama Ford Asili, Matiba ndo alikuwa Ford Asili leader. Hata ukumbuka kama ilikuwa 97 ama ilikuwa by election ya mwaka gani, kuna politician alikuwa George Nyanja. Nakumbuka NDP ya Raila Odinga, si George Nyanja alishinda na NDP in Central. So Kenya saizi ni kama we've just become nini. But coming back to the point, when you look at this politician that we have prominent now, okay, Raila unasema okay sawa, ndiye alikuwa kijana ya Jaramogi, but he, in a way he has fought to be there, and it seems that unajua kuna ile mtu unazaa kijana, he cannot be like you, but he is proven to be a better politician than his father. No, that's earned. Wacha niruke Ruto kidogo. Ukienda Wetangula, nimesema he was nominated, ni mtu aliletwa na Moi, akuja kania, akaenda mwisho for the Kenya winning. That's what nasikia anasema he is a leader. He is one of the luckiest person. He cannot fight for that presidency. Mudavadi inherit and he doesn't have it. Gideon Moi doesn't have it. Nani mwingine nimewacha hapo kando? Kalonzo was brought by, unajua watu wajue story. Kalonzo alikuwa kijana mdogo akaletwa na Mulu Mutisia.
Yeah.
That's what happened. All these people, they actually in the whole thing. Wacha niwache baba kando kwa vile baba kuna hiyo jina ya Odinga na vitu vingine. In the whole people, we have the top of politics in Kenya. The only person who came from nowhere, in as much as alikuwa YK92. Unajua most, kuna jamaa alikuwa anasema Ruto alikuwa YK92 akaletwa. Most people don't know the history. Moi never wanted William Ruto to ever win.
Yeah, exactly.
Unajua most people don't know that story. Moi fought William Ruto. William Ruto alishinda William Saina. Na Saina alikuwa na the whole ile tunaita system ama deep state. Na William Saina was the incumbent. Nani alikuwa kijana mdogo ya 30 years old. William Ruto, for some reason, and that's why I'm saying sometimes in leadership, sometimes you cannot choose who wants it. You can in some societies, but sometimes kama hii ya Kenya, you can, ni kama saizi Raila cannot decide that huyu fulani ndiye kuwe after me. Let's say in terms of the Luo politics ama kitu kama hicho. Kuna mtu atashinda tuko, iko kijana tu nazapata atashinda huko. Kama vile Ruto won in 97, 2002 alikuwa bado kijana mdogo, lakini ana study anaangalia. Anyways, he couldn't go away because Rift Valley wakati alikuwa KANU. Then Ruto with his smartness, wakati 2005 inafika, na considering the background, unajua watu don't realize why Ruto went, hiyo mambo ya, ilikuwa referendum, ndio ya wako draft. Most people don't realize. At that particular time, anybody from Rift Valley can say it. The temperatures are so high because people from Rift Valley, as much as you can say it was unfair, fair, whatever, when Kibaki came into office, ilikuwa anafuta huyu, anaweka fulani kutoka central. Na watu wengi walikuwa wanafutwa. Moi ndio alikuwa ameweka wakale wengi. So do the Kales, they failed to nini. So when Ruto went, hiyo mambo ya referendum, it was more like a rebellion. Before even 07. And I think to Moi expected, hata kama ni mtu kuimagine, has to come through him. Ruto never did, until Moi died. Simona hiyo beef mpaka Moi amekufa juzi, hata Moi wakati amekufa, you know, there was always that beef.
Ruto alizuia kwenda
kuona hata Moi kama amekufa.
Kuona hata Moi.
Yeah. Ruto was smart enough in leadership, you take it. Unaona mambo ya Uhuru anasema Ruto anakuja kuchukua baton. Ruto did that with the Kalenjin vote. And after that the rest is history. And hata mambo ya 2007 most people don't realize. Kwa wale wanajua story, Ruto hakutaka kusupport Raila Odinga. But the circumstances forced it because people said, hey, hapana. Okay, so kwanza Uhuru is the first president, the first opposition leader could defect to the ruling party. Sio kama hiyo kitu inafanyika anyways. Alikuwa mtu ya KANU. Akadefect akaenda kusupport Kibaki. That's how messed up Kenyan democracy is. So and it's all about
kidogo tu as you are talking kuna swali imenikujia. Demba, I think you're in a better position to tell us this. In 2007, Musalia was stronger than Ruto. Because hata kwa nomination ya ODM, I think Ruto was third or fourth. I can't remember. Do you remember? Ruto was not as strong. After the reason as to why Nani became a running mate is because he was more stronger than Ruto. Is it correct? It's my memory inanichanganya.
But no, I think he came into that position because Nani alikuwa amechomoka. Kalonzo. Na ile ODM Kenya.
Yeah, angekuwa hata fourth, lakini Musalia was stronger. Si ndio Themba?
Of course Musalia was even known longer because wacha Themba jibu.
Because Themba can remind us. I think
Musalia had been known longer, and the reason why Ruto came third was because he was the last one to join the side. You remember when they were now moving? You remember how ODM came into place? It was now the movement. So the people who moved first were Kina Musalia. You remember?
Okay.
So that's how now he came to when now they were trying to get the person who is gonna take the different positions. That's how Ruto became number 3, because Ruto was to be now the prime minister. Then there were to be 2 deputies under him, and Musalia was to deputize. Was to be the vice president under Raila. Until now, when things happened, and even Ruto claimed that his position remained intact. How come he was not given that position? Because he was going to be the prime minister.
Yeah.
And in the negotiation, he was supposed to be the prime minister. So he should have been given that position. However, I want to get back to Mercy in a few things he said, which some of them I agree with. Some of them I think we need to look at them in perspective. While it is true, I mean, there are political campaigns going on. For me, I look at it as politically correct to say that everybody is going to Central to deny Ruto. It's politically correct. But in a political competition, everybody should be allowed to go anywhere. Nobody should be, because what will happen in the event that they're not doing that? Do we want to see a scenario where nobody is doing anything and the Ruto is having a free fall, a field day? I don't think it's a political competition, and even the ones whom you think you are denying could be also, like Jake said, that Wajigi is going there to campaign and also decampaigning Baba. You see, it could also be argued by the other people that the people are also denying any other person. So I don't think we should, in my view, we should buy the idea that it is Ruto being prevent. It is good for the Ruto camp to use it as a campaign. I mean, it's good for them, because if it is going to convince and persuade people to work for them, but in an analytical way, I don't think it's a bad thing. You see, you need to envisage when you're going to war that there'll be weapons crafted against you. So it is for you to get out there to plan, how do I go past these weapons that have been crafted against me? I mean, I like a situation where there's a political competition, a political persuasion. Ruto should not just get it, because he has campaigned for 4 years, so nobody should go to Central. Or because Raila has been in Nyanza, nobody should go to Nyanza, or because Mudavadi has gone to Western, nobody should go to Western, because it is being seen like he's campaigning against so and so. I think
in fact, I don't know. Do you remember what Cleopas Malala said? He said that they will consider anyone who goes to Western. Did he use the word criminal? There's a word he said that.
Yeah. And and he said he was going to do what? There's something he said he was going to do.
Yes, there's something. Anyway. He kind of criminalized anyone going to Western I'm forgetting the correct words he used.
Yeah, there's
And
a word he
was,
used. Yeah.
yes, there's a word, a nasty one, that it is like it's almost cynical to go to Western, and if you do, they will deal with you in a nutshell. It's like they were banishing anyone from stepping in. Ni kama Al-Shabaab, ukienda huko wewe ni mhalifu.
Outlaw.
You are an outcast. Ni kama wewe ufai.
No, that Jex, I think, is a wrong narrative that we need to. Those are the things we need to shape in this particular platform, where we are saying it's okay for you to hold the position you hold. You shouldn't be threatened if people are coming to a particular area. I mean, people will come and campaign against you. That is what is expected. So if someone is, you see, nobody is going to, if you are from ODM, you are not going to Central to campaign for UDA. If you are from UDA, you are not going to Western to campaign for ANC. If you are going to campaign for your candidate. So let everybody not feel like if they go there, they just want to deny Ruto. I mean, that's what is expected. You are going to deny the votes from the other person. And that is what is expected. What is Ruto doing
to
answer
get those
votes? So let me finish, Mercy. It's a good thing for political competition, and I like it. I wouldn't like a situation where we have Raila or Ruto or whoever getting it on a silver platter, because we will meet here, because for us, sisi ni wachanganuzi wa siasa. So we will meet up here 4 or 5 years, and then we are saying, you see, so and so just got it on a silver platter. We don't need that. We need a situation where there was a competition. They brought it. They tried. They succeeded, or they failed. And this strategy succeeds. This strategy fails. You know. I will also wish to say that it is not. We would say the same of Kalonzo, because you say Kalonzo was brought by Mulu Motisia. You know, he also came from nowhere. You see, the same with Ruto. You know, they came from nowhere. Their fathers were not necessarily. Actually, the one who should have, whose star should be shining up to now, I think it should be Jirongo, right? Because I think he was the leader of the why Jirongo actually came from that part where they were 500. They made 500 shilling be famous. Was it 500
YK92? YK92. Jirongo was the leader, and he's the one who brought Ruto on board. He's the one who took Ruto and started giving him tenders. You see, and then of course now, and that's what we were saying earlier, Mercy, before you joined. We said, if it is just about joining the system, and many people would have been up, but we agree with you, Ruto worked his way up. And when you compare him with this other Akina Musali, Akina so and so, the fact that you are given a head start, you didn't use it to your advantage. And that's why the other day Ruto was telling Jirongo, my friend, yes, that time you are giving me those things, but right now, my friend, the way he talks, things are different, you know. Lazima jipange. Yeah. So I think even as we give it whatever, we need to appreciate that a political competition is a political competition. It doesn't necessarily mean they're campaigning against one person. They're campaigning against everybody else. Kila Mwambagoma, Jake says that. Anamba
anavuta pande yake, yeah.
Wacha nieleze kitu kimoja. I think he took it, I don't want to say the wrong way, but what's going on now with the coincidence that you find Jimmy Kibaki anaanzisha chama, with Jimmy Wanjigi anasema anasimamisha everything else. It's not about the normal political competition. It's about sabotaging an individual. All these people, hata kama unaona ODM, Jiko Wanjigi, Jim Musalia anaenda Central, Weta sijui hata kama ako Kenya, sijui ako wapi, sijaona Weta for a while. Kalonzo,
Weta ndo pia wa Musalia.
All these people, if you realize, the best thing you can ever, to me, what I've learned in politics, and I learned this from an uncle of mine who told me one time. It was important. Actually, I'll come back to the story of why I got a deeper story to that. he told me one time, when you see something inafanyika, iweke na shika kwa kichwa, weka hiyo kama ni chapter 1, alafu inafanyika na after a while the whole picture is like a movie inakuja ku add up. Unaona vile uliona hiyo picture ya State House, so hao watu after a while, unajua kuna hii criticism, watu wanaonekana pamoja, sasa they have separated, but they are going after the same target, because at the end of it all, that one target, once you devour, you guys are the ones. Ni kama saizi assuming Weta na Mudavadi whatever asema Luya vote, Musalia achague mtu kutoka Central, sawa, Raila afanye the same thing, tuseme Kalonzo afanye the same thing. At the end of it all, will cause the election to go to a runoff. So the reason why they might want to cause that, because now nani awesema, for now, the first time in the first round, Kalonzo akisema ana support Baba, aya atakuwa serial running mate, itaharibu jina yake wapi? Ukambani. No, it's true. Mudavadi akisema hivyo, watu watasema hapana, so ulisema nini, wait support nini? So at the end of the day, the first round can be done, and then after that, sema Ruto hasa ibaki na mtu kama Baba. So second round now, these people have no choice now. Watarudi to the original game plan na watu waseme hapana, hataki Ruto, but because this is the situation now, we have to support who? Baba. That's what's going on. And the game might change a month from now, because ujui 2 months, 3 months from now. But as of now, that's the game plan. The game plan is here to ile sasa the way unasema wacha niende kuongelesha. No, all these people have the same plan. They are all in the same boat. Ni kukata hiyo kura. Wewe upata 20 hapa, wewe upata 10, wewe upata nini.
But you see, Mercy,
yeah,
if you say that, then that's the best thing to happen. Because in my view, actually the other day I was telling, I think I was sharing in this platform, that if it's a test of popularity, post-election coalitions make better sense than pre-election coalitions. Because if you go for a pre-election right now, Jakes, the drama you are seeing about Oka and all is where you are seeing some are being told, some is saying that I have a party, but yet you only have a very few people that you control. But you see, when you have a post-election coalition, that will mean what? You've tested your popularity. You've known if truly, like you're saying, they are going to force a rerun. I don't think so, because if truly there's a powerhouse and Ruto is working hard and Raila is working hard, it will be game shot in round 1 with the popularity. You can't force a coalition.
It won't be because.
Let me finish.
Where will Kalonzo?
Just one moment.
Okay,
there's before I even bring Ashley and Sam. There's this thing. There's this thing that people are saying kutakuwa na runoff, but I ask myself this simple question. None of these leaders, especially in Oka, has a very strong footing in where they are coming from. For example, Musalia cannot really claim and boast of Western, cannot really do so. Kalonzo the same. The mushrooming of other serious governors and serious people from his backyard could shake up, because initially they were banking on cumulatively how people support them, but now kukona other new kings that have emerged, as much as we have not really tasted them, but they have, like for example, Kalonzo has not managed to have a serious governor from Wiper, from where he comes from. Same to Musalia, same to who this guy Wetangula. Gideon is even worse in Baringo. So they cannot really marshal up enough force to really shake the top 2. Because what would really foster a runoff is if we have a serious third force. So I'm yet to really be convinced that this third force would cause a runoff, whereas where they are coming from, they don't have enough what do you call it? Hawana uzito sana.
No, but you cannot
have enough support from the ground.
Yes.
No, they don't have a base. So Mercy, Your analysis falls flat in the face of what Jex is
No,
saying.
let me answer you 1 second.
Those people don't have bases to bring. Even right now, they're struggling with their bases.
Listen,
so
you
yeah,
guys
go
are
ahead.
wrong on one thing. Of all of those guys, the one who has completely a solid base is Kalonzo Musyoka. And that will make
No.
Yes.
But if it was true, Kalonzo backing, what do you call it?
If Kalonzo backs Baba, it's game over.
Wait, just one moment. When Kalonzo backed Baba, it didn't push Baba to the winning position. So in short, what we mean is it could be a good number, yes, but is it the winning number?
Listen,
for example, just one moment, Demba. For example, think about it. If for example, Ruto and Raila chose to work with these governors, maybe they choose to work with Alfred Mutua, Charity Ngilu, this what do you call him? I'm forgetting his
Kivutha
name.
Kibwana.
Kibwana. You see, the issue would be they will not get maybe what Kalonzo would provide, but at least they'll get a sizable number. Think about it. That for example, even in a by-election, we had Kalonzo bringing everyone else to help him just win one simple seat in the name of the
wife or whatever,
the wife of Mudhama. So you see, it really leaves a lot to be desired. That even in their own turf, they really have to work extremely hard. You know, I can't imagine Papa working very hard.
He doesn't have to work as hard as Musalia.
Jex, Mercy, you need to appreciate the reality is right now. There's Chap Maendeleo Chap party. There's is it Muungano party for Kivutha Kibwana?
There is
and
NAC
then
for
there's
Charity
NAC for Charity Ngilu. And those
when was the last time NAC even had an
hold
impact?
on.
Come on.
Hold on. All of them are coalescing together, but against Kalonzo. So Kalonzo is strong by name and as per the previous, but is facing a very tough war within his background.
Let me answer
your question.
Messi, I don't know if you had this. One moment, just one moment. If you remember the speech that was read the other day by Enoch guy, I'm forgetting this senator name Enoch. I'm forgetting the second name. Wambua said, if you dare go and support Baba,
it's all part of a strategy.
I know it is, but there's something we have said.
Kalonzo is on Uhuru's payroll.
Something we have said. There are some statements you may make thinking that you are destroying or decampaigning or campaigning for somebody, but it might not sit well with the voters eventually. So I'm asking you, don't you think that Kalonzo finds himself in a rock and a hard place, that he's having pressure right at home? Because you'd rather be comfortable, like Ruto is sitting pretty, knowing he has no competition at home. But Kalonzo, Musalia, Wetangula, the worst is even Gideon, they cannot boast of where they are. They cannot.
Jakes.
It is not unlike 207 that they cannot boast. Yes.
Jakes, you what I said? I said Kalonzo cannot support Baba because he's gonna be known. You just answered what I just said earlier. As a serial running mate. I used that word. Yes. So he cannot. But the strategy is Peel ni kama Ruto ni kama anaonekana ni kama ule mtu ameweka mkono hivi kama ngumi ameshika centro hivi. So the strategy is Wanjigi akuje huku ajaribu. Muturi akuje huku whoever nini atoe kidogo nini. At the end of the day they will peel enough because once hivi tuchape kura in terms of assuming the numbers. Ruto, in terms of the Rift Valley, this time around, he'll get more votes than what Jubilee got in Rift Valley last time. I'm going to say why.
Correct.
It is true.
Yeah,
Uchape kwanzia the Kalenjin land. People just see the Kalenjin land. hata mpaka Masaini by virtue of kuwa watu ya wafugaji. Just wait. Hata kina Olekina wanaonge, just wait, you will see. Turkana, you know, it's gone back to Ruto. Akina Nanok.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
that's a true
pastoralist,
fact.
the pastoralist community.
Yes,
Correct.
so he'll get that. Uchape northern frontier, the whole part mpaka Ethiopia, alafu chape mpaka kwa kina Duale. Hiyo yote Ruto atasanya. The only thing he just needs to peel off a little bit kama ya coast, sijui kama atatoboa. He might, because he has had a few wins, we'll see. Alafu akuje, the few nini, when you look at the numbers, that's central. That's what he's banking on. Alafu he's waiting for, most likely, I consider the northern part of Luya land. So you know, the majority of the Luyas are the Bukusu, alafu what Tachoni. Tachoni and Bukusu, they speak kind of,
I think his wife comes from those sides.
Nani? Yeah, no, hiyo ni karibu Watiriki huko. I think ni ile ni Watiriki na huko. No. Just like Raila has more clout even in Kakamega Mama Maragoli because Raila even doesn't need to campaign for him. Bibi ya Raila akisimama in Maragoli land, sinajua anatoka huko. Akiongea kimaragoli, Mudavadi had no chance. Just to be honest, I mean, we're just saying something that's true. Now, Waluya appreciate Mali, unajua wanaita Mulamua. Yeah, they appreciate Mali mutu ameolewa ama ameoa. That's what it is.
Yeah, so as
it's
for
a
what
cultural
you're saying,
thing.
how does it now, because what you have only done is to encourage us to see that it's not easy for these other guys to foster a runoff. Because
that's why
Ruto has a way of going about it, Raila the same. So how does a runoff come in? Because
that's why the runoff will come in this way. Look at the numbers. I can guarantee you in Nyanza, Luo Nyanza, Raila will get it. But when it comes to Kisii, it will be split, at least 60-30. I can guarantee you that.
I can tell you for free, with what is happening, with how UDA is attacking Matiang'i.
No, for now.
They are losing it. They are losing the Kisii factor.
There's one thing you forget. The Kisiis and the people in Nyamira have always fought separately.
Yeah.
That's one thing. Look back in history.
Correct.
No, not Kuria and Kisii. Kisii County and Kisii and Nyamira. Listen, my father is from Nyamira County. I can tell you from a fact.
Wait. What Jex is saying, I think those people from UDA need to take it seriously because
they are wasting
it's a very
no, the attack on Matiang'i is having an impact.
Destroying them.
It is something they need to take seriously. Yes, there might be that sense of division now they vote, but when you start attacking, the people tend to come to let's protect our own. And so that might work against it. Number two, you've said about Northeastern. Northeastern, if what we are saying is, if the Oka guys go to the ballot, to the end, whether they go or not, that thing will be won in the first round because they don't have the numbers to foster a rerun. But you know why I want them to go to the ballot? It will settle one thing. They keep saying they are popular.
No, they are not.
They need to go to the ballot so that it can be settled once and for all that, okay, fine. We are not popular. Let's just forget about this thing. We do other things.
There's one thing we have to consider, though. It depends on the number of people who vote.
We have two serious contenders. We have the UDA and ODM.
But what if Oka gets more than 1 million? Which is they going to get more than 1 million? Let me tell you one thing.
Where will they get more than 1 million?
Ukambani peke yake.
Messi, there's another thing you're forgetting. We'll also have a very fresh breed of voters coming. From 1999 to 2022, those people born in that bracket, most of them, watakuwa wameattain 1999 to 2004, watakuwa wameattain 18 years.
Yes, but let me tell you, Jax, that argument falls flat. In Luo Nyanza, it's been that bracket forever. They've been voting for Raila.
No, just one moment. Now, that age bracket will increase the number of voters. Number two, this youthful population, and that's why we were talking earlier of how comedians are being used to campaign, is because we have an influx of the youthful population. This youthful population don't know anything to do with second liberation and fast and all
Yeah, that's
those
a big
form of,
factor.
they don't know such. This youthful population, the best they know about Raila and Ruto and any other, it's what they have had. What they will be judging these leaders from is their performance now and in days to come, and the euphoria of that moment.
Yeah.
So this age group, and that's why unasikia now leaders are campaigning using their needs, jobs, hustling, uchumi, because they are the targeted group. Most of them, even tribe don't cut it for them because their father and mother are already intermarried. The father is a Mkisi, the mother is a Kikuyu, the father is a Luya, the mother is a Maragori already. So already tribal issue is not really a factor to them. So what really touches them? It is the issues on the ground. So the issues on the ground will create another dynamic. And that's why any leader who will touch their hearts, that is already another form of a swing vote. There's also another form of a swing vote, Mount Kenya factor. There's a reason why these guys are forever going there. That factor alone would create, actually, if you are addressing a runoff from this factor, the turnout. If Mount Kenya refuses to go and vote, if they say, we don't have our person, we don't need to go and vote, that one alone can create probably a runoff.
But that's what the other side hopes. But look at what is going on. Do you know the most charged up group of people in the country are? It's in Central.
Of course, actually, they have to be enticed.
Listen, they might turn up even to be more. Let me tell you, don't be surprised they turn out to be more, because it might be anti the system that they've had all these years.
It could go either way.
They're
it go either way. Remember this, when we had a relan, the turnout was wanting. You remember? When we had a relan,
yeah, true.
The turnout was wanting.
No, but then
right now,
they didn't have someone to run against. So Raila was, if Raila was there standing, you know what would have happened?
Mercy, I agree with the idea of the question of Central, like Jex has said, is going to be very significant in the coming election. Right now,
not
Central,
just this election, every election after this, because they have the numbers. There will always be
in the coming election, because after next election, what is going to happen? They are going now to coalesce themselves around a leader. They are going to after next election,
someone will come up.
Someone will come up. This one, it's pretty hunting ground.
An open game.
Yeah, it's an open game. They are finding themselves, like they said the other day, in a situation they have never been before, and it's really a tough point for them. Right now, there's that sense of they are charged up, but it's not yet clear where they will go. They are not yet a basket.
What can you add one point?
So that's why
we need just one moment, them and Mercy. We need to remember we have Ashley, we have Sammy.
Yes. I'm just gonna say one point.
Tusiwanyime haki yao.
Ndio, ni sawa. Wacha niseme one point alafu nitanyamaza. I was just thinking it today, Themba. Do you think the lack of leadership, maybe it was by design, because maybe someone somewhere was hoping maybe the BBI will go through and then they'll become part of the leadership again?
That could be.
I think
you see, for me, and this one I've said in this forum before, the biggest letdown for the development of a political system in a way that is organized is Jubilee. I wish Jubilee would have remained the way they were, so that by right now we wouldn't be arguing. We wouldn't be arguing tribes right now. We wouldn't be arguing Mount Kenya. We wouldn't be arguing Coast Western or what. We would be arguing Jubilee and NASA. See, that would be the argument we are having, and we'll be saying, hey, because if Jubilee didn't fail, NASA wouldn't have failed. Yeah, the thing would have been they are still organized and the Jubilee is in order, and we are now saying Jubilee is going to give us a presidential candidate that is called William Ruto. What has Jubilee done? You see? And the other thing, Now, what was a great letdown to us that is now returning us to the calculation even right now we are having, and even now analysts are talking about Central and all, is the Jubilee government. Because we don't have, like even in Central, why are we talking about Central right now? It's because Jubilee crumbled. And so
No, but
everybody
I think
look
it was
for.
by design.
No, I don't think so. I
No,
don't
I
think
think
so.
it was by design in terms of leadership.
No, I think
To
to be
let some other people.
I wouldn't call it design. I think it is a failed plan. They had a plan.
Yeah.
They thought it would work, but unfortunately, something somewhere it didn't work in their favor. Because by the end of the day, I think there were clear plans. Hata hii mambo ya coronation ya someone going to the forest 7 days, you leave your wife alone 7 days, then come out, say, you have many guys dressed in their funny attires. Sorry, with all due respect to that tribe, sorry. you have leaders from a particular community coming to endorse you. They called it coronation. They now pour liberations on you. They sanctify you, or they cleanse you, or anoint you. Rather, I think that's the word. And then few days later, you're now ati sasa umetosha kwa president. I think some of those strategies they have failed. So I think, to me, it's not by design, it is by failure. They thought, we will do this, we will frustrate this person, because now, to me, the plan was to frustrate.
So they're being reactive.
Yeah, they frustrated Ruto without having a counter plan.
Yeah, because Muturi, I was surprised they chose Muturi, because Muturi has
he has no. Okay, I
you
don't
know. Unajua kuna mtu ambaye ako na ladha.
Let's leave that kwanza. Let's listen to Ashley. Ashley, how are you? I don't know if you're there, Matumeku.
Hello?
Yes, Ashley. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Ashley.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I actually didn't have much. I just wanted to ask a question.
Please do.
It was about Jimmy Wanjigi. I know that you are saying that he's coming later in the game. And my question is, maybe he's coming later in the game because he doesn't like how the game is being played. And also, we become very dismissive, I feel, of people who we should be considering. And thus, sometimes we are choosing the wrong leaders because we are not giving everybody, we are not hearing what everybody has to offer. Because you can have someone who's been campaigning 5 years and not resonating. So should we reward that person who has been resonating longer because they've been campaigning longer? Or does it even matter how long the period? As if we want good leadership, should we not listen at least to everybody and then make a decision, not from how long they've been campaigning, what they did yesterday, but what they are offering us going forward? Because I don't know much about Jimmy Wanjigi, but I listened to his last interview. Actually, I didn't listen to it immediately because I was dismissive. But when I listened to it, I think if he says having the right policies, that's what he's talking about. A good government is where there is good policies so that the economy can grow and that will profit everybody. But I think if he came with that message to the young people, it might not be something they will understand, and so they'll be dismissive. So I think that is why he's coming with something that looks not to make sense. Yeah. What is the name again?
Fagilia water.
Yeah, something that, those people who listen to Eric Omondi can relate with, what resonates with them. It's not like he doesn't have like policies, but when you tell some people, especially those young people, policies, they get bored. Lakini they understand fagia, stuff like that. But I think we need to listen to him, that even though it is not him, these people that we are choosing, we are asking some questions, and then we are holding them accountable. If they are involved in these things that are derailing our country, we don't need to give them a chance to do more. because then we will be unajua when we were 2017 walikuwa nasema tano tena dhuraku, they were not listening. Our credit rating was going down at that time. Had we been more diligent, have we done our due diligence, we would not have returned the Jubilee government to power. They were failing. We were up in debt, only that we had not started to see the effects because the debt hasn't started to be paid. But it was like Jimmy said in this interview, these debts were acquired from 2013. They were there. They were just not, we didn't ask the right questions to understand how bad it was then. But now we are complaining. So okay, why do you want to do the same mistake again? Why don't you want to choose a leader from the issues that they are telling us they are going to tackle, not because, oh, baba ametufaitia independence, baba amefanya hivi, Ruto amefanya hivi. Why can't we ask them, what are you doing for us going forward? Because that is what matters. What are your policies? We love you, but if your policies are not helping us grow for the future, we will give you the due respect. But please love Kenya enough to step aside, or rather to allow a good, like don't be so where you commit to someone without regard of, are they really helping you, or is it just out of duty, loyalty? But they have nothing. They have no substance for us, for Kenya. So I want to challenge us. And that's why I say, let's listen to Wanjigi, let's listen to Ruto, let's listen to Raila and anybody else. And if we are really honest, not by lip service, but from our hearts that we want to change our country, we have to choose the person that resonates with the right policy. Because Jimmy was told, maybe you want the right person so you can continue to have deals. He said, under any economy, with the right policies, I will continue to grow my businesses. And that is the truth. So that's what I wanted to comment and say about you saying, why would someone come in between and come, like if you listen to something and it's not going right, like, and then he decides, you know what, I can do better than these people who are trying to campaign or trying to seek for office. They are not offering what it needs to take Kenya from where it is to the next level. So let's not dismiss people who are coming 3 months to the election. Let's listen to them. Let's interrogate them. Let's get them on our show. Let's ask them questions so we can make the right decision next time. That's my presentation today.
I hear you, Ashley, and somewhat agree, but also equally would wish also to ask. There is, I think I read it somewhere. There is the politician on the camera and the politician outside camera. On the camera, Jimmy might say all the right things, but who is he outside camera? Now, Themba had given us an analysis of the person he is in terms of he has done things that we might ask. For example, one, he rightly says that the Jubilee government, the one that probably we might want to criticize, was a brainchild formulated in his home. He has also rightfully said that Raila, after self-swearing himself, the place that he found safe haven was in his home. We have had him being linked to serious issues before. And then now, let's even now go to what he's doing currently. Not that I want to bash Eric Omondi by all means possible. No, I wouldn't. But at times it is who is delivering your message. I think, I don't know if it was Themba that was saying, you need a strategist, you need someone who can even sell your propaganda, you need someone who can do your administration and all. So the people he's choosing, some of them are, as much as they resonate with the youth, how are they resonating with the youth? So he might have all the necessary things and all the words you need to hear, but how has he packaged himself? Because packaging at times, you might be a good product, but how you package yourself, do you attract customers to you, or do you chase away the because most companies, they even work very hard to get the right colors for their product, to get the right naming, the right slogan, the right package, the correct paper, the correct bottle, the branding, the correct advert, so that their product, even if probably it's not the very best, may be bought. So he can be a good candidate. I don't deny that. But how has he packaged himself? That might be his greatest undoing. So he might be good, but the packaging, that one might really, that's my take. But I don't know. Themba, what do you think before I go to Messi?
Oh, let me interject a little bit. I didn't mean specifically him. I meant let us consider the candidates we have, because we might overlook a good candidate who might be a better candidate than the ones we have. And then we have problems when we choose them. And we are the ones who made the mistake and left someone out because they were, for whatever reason, we did not make the decision from, like on the things that matter, that like policy. Like one thing I forgot to say, and then I'll let Themba speak, is about this SGR. He said that the SGR was to cost 55 billion, and it was supposed to be a private venture. But then, who is this that made it a government venture to be funded by the taxpayer, when already the taxpayer money is very squeezed? And then it came out from 55 to 300 billion. That is a thing that needs to be investigated, because someone there's some mischief there.
I agree with you, Ashley, and that's why I said there's a politician on the camera. When he said that, I really wished we would have someone to respond to that, probably someone in government, Uhuru probably, or even Ruto, so as to really get the truth. Because even he said it is his brainchild, or it was his idea, he formulated it, he even had ways to go about it. But I remember sometimes back, Raila, the same time, also took credit for SGR. He said during Kibaki's government, he had that idea. So I think we really need to pound on what they say by asking ourselves what really is the truth. Because the other day Uhuru alilaunch the expressway ambayo inaundwa, but we had Raila say he's the one who crafted it. So we even had what do we call this guy, Moses Wetangula, saying they had created it to be, I think, 58 billion or 63 billion, but ikashoot. So we need to have, when someone says something, the right to response will create the truth. Yeah. So if we just take that what we have had, that is the gospel truth, it can really mess up some of these things. For example, what Matiang'i said, he said that Ruto owns land in Laikipia. Then Ruto, when he rebutted that, what did he say? In fact, he said, if that land is mine, I give it to those people being displaced in Laikipia. So it's one thing to hear a politician say something, but it's also good when you hear it from the side B. Because all this, they will say, actually, I'll tell you this for free, all these candidates will say the right thing for you to hear. But what is the other part of what they have said?
You want to hear my thinking? I think, to me personally, looking at, I'm looking at things from outside the box. The Chinese government, and I saw this here in America, they're saying their main obsession is about creating jobs. Because the Chinese model of government, it's almost like, what a military junta is. So it's like a political junta. And the main fear among the political junta, because they identify, and I think that's what, in a way, in Kenya, they were trying to create. And you identify what in different regions who are kind of known and everything else. Then they come in, and then after a while, what wanakachini come a council, and they choose a leader. But at the end of it all, the Chinese, their main obsession is creating jobs for the billions of people there. Because if they don't, watu wakiamuka wafanya, unajua in China, they are saying every single day kuna kwanga na demonstration. But what the Chinese government has made sure, tangu wakati ya Tiananmen Square, I think you guys know about that story in 1989. They have tried to make sure that ninyi muko Nakuru muna demonstrate, wengine wako Laikipia, wengine wako Turkana, wengine, they don't join to become one form because it has toppled the government. So their main obsession is to create jobs to keep these people busy. Hata kama Jimmy Wanjigi anaongea that was his idea na kila kitu. I think the main idea about the railway was about the Chinese government looking at the opportunity they have in Africa compared to what the Europeans had all that time. I think in my own thinking, and that's why umekuja kusikia watu wanapata kickbacks from China. China will not pay kickbacks for a railway to be built if it was not for their own good. And that's why unaona wanajenga ile ya Tanzania, sijui wamejenga airport, wakajenga airport ingine Sri Lanka yenye saizi wamechukua. Ya Kenya hata mambo ya railway, I think it was, personally to me, I think it was the Chinese government walikuja na that idea because they looked at the potential, because the main aim is to get the resources not just from Kenya, not from Uganda, but the country that has always been targeted forever is the Congo. And I think that was the main aim. I mean, why they built a net through Tanzania, and I think the Tanzania one, hata pipeline, si pipeline iko inapita kutoka Tanzania saizi, ilikuwa ndakana kutoka Kenya, I mean Juba ipitie Kenya, iende Lamu. Sinasikia story imepita pipeline inapita through Tanzania because Tanzania offered better rates. That whole idea, I think still it was the Chinese.
And you know what? And that is why we need...
Just one moment. The other thing you can disqualify what Jimmy Wanjigi did is other countries like Ethiopia and Tanzania have also equally done an SGR. It has not costed 55 because you can give a figure very low so as to create a narrative that it was overhyped.
Yes.
Okay, as much as it was overhyped, but it is nothing less or close to 55. 55 is so low. Because Tanzania did it, it was still high.
Let me ask you,
Ethiopia did it, just one moment. Ethiopia did it, it was still high. So to me, I think as much as it was overhyped by the Jubilee government, but 55, actually, look, even at the distance, we're saying it was from Mombasa to Malaba. You see, at your distance, it really, I don't think that 55 could happen.
It doesn't make sense. I think the main aim, the Chinese were looking at it this way. Hata wewe angalia, think about it now. The products, who is the main beneficiary? Nini inakuja inaenda mpaka sini China leta products yao. Now what's coming out of there? Sini raw materials. It's the Chinese.
At first it was supposed to be a private enterprise. Where is the thinking that then we really need an inquiry to get answers, because I believe
that's what I'm saying, Ashley. It's one thing to listen to one side of the story. It's another thing now to get the actual, what do we call it? The actual story from both sides. Those who did the work, how they did it, those who had proposed it, what did they envision? What would you say, Messi? Because I wouldn't wish just take one side as that's the gospel truth. What would you say, sir? Messi, can you hear? No, Demba, can you hear me? I wanted to have Demba Kidogo.
Yeah, I'd like to hear his point about, because me, I don't believe that was the Chinese were the ones who wanted that project.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to say 55, because if you now think of 55 billion and what it can do. If for example 14 kilometers of Thika superhighway, I think it costed 14 kilometers, and that is a tarmac. Now I want you to imagine from Mombasa to Malaba, that's several kilometers.
Almost 1,000.
Yeah.
No, I want to agree with you, Jex, to the extent that right now we'll be told. I mean, if there's anything that we've never missed, are manifestos. They are flowery. They are awesome. They come looking very nice and all. So people will come and give us. One thing I would want to beg of all of us is, especially the electorate, though we down there, the voters sometimes may not have that time to go and fact check. There was a time back, I think in 2007 or 2017, when Citizen would bring fact check. You see something that week, and then they give you what is the fact.
What are the facts exactly?
Yeah, and I think even the nation media, I think nation newspaper started doing that. They would bring what was said, and the truth meter. You remember seeing something at truth meter?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean it's important that because politicians will come and promise. Number one, promise. Number two, tell us things that they think are good for us and you want to hear. But also they know we are too lazy to go back to fact check information. Right now, we have said, for us, voters are the ones who are going to decide. And I think Ashley came a little late. There's someone who was here, I think Kevin, who said that every politician should be free to move around Kenya anywhere and let them sell their policy, and without necessarily saying this is so and so's place, this is so and so place. When we talked about Wanjigi a while ago, we were just analyzing and critically analyzing his movement so far, with as far as what has happened up to this moment. That in no way should make him not go and campaign if he wants to. In no way shouldn't make him continue with his policies if he wants to. But the other thing we are saying that as voters, we need to fact check. Right now, we also said, and nobody can promise us heaven come 2022, even if they come and tell us, because we know already we are in deep end. We are in ICU. So you don't come from ICU to general ward. You come from ICU to HDU. Then from HDU is when you're taken the other side.
The ward.
So we are in ICU right now. So the best someone will do is take us to high dependence unit, So for the first 5 years, whoever comes and promises heaven,
I have a question.
Even the things. Let me finish and then you can ask. Whoever comes in and gives us whatever nice, there will be very nice documents. There will be very nice.
It will be like BBI. It will have sweeteners, but
sweeteners,
deep inside, it will have the actual details.
And then also
the
remember,
devil will be hidden inside that sweetener.
In the detail, and then also remember, these people, once they come in next year, they'll start campaigning for the next election. So that means also they'll start stealing and revamping. Fact spoken.
They can prepare. Sorry to cut you. Forgive me, but kuna what we call you can start funny projects that you'll use as a tool of campaign. Projects that you are very sure you won't finish in 5 years. But this will be your selling points in your next election. You see, like for example, Jubilee. If you remember what JAP did, JAP wakaanza mambo na maji, mambo na stima. They dug several boreholes, began several dams, the Kimwarel thing. They began what do we call it? They began roads. They began the SGR, and then now when they came to 2017. All that they had begun, hata kama ilikuwa imeanza na deni, and they didn't know where money will come to complete these projects. That is what they used. So even from 2023, that will also happen again.
And then, Jeff, the other thing you're not mentioning is the salary of an MP is not worth the time and the money they use to get that position.
Exactly.
So that means as soon as they get in, they have to start looking for ways to get, first of all, refund the money that probably they have been paid, and also start putting money enough for the next election.
Let me ask you, mtu analipa 800,000 per month, but
okay, can I interject?
Anatumia like 40 or 50 million to get that seat.
I want to interject because where you're heading to is where I want to interject. So I want to ask, if we got a leader, a president who will fight corruption, I think in the first 1 year, these people who have stolen are known. Like on this SGR, if we're talking about, if what Jimmy Wanjigi is saying is anything true, we are talking about 55 billion to 300 is a lot of money. So would we really still be in, we could actually get somewhere if someone was a committed president came in who can fight corruption. And don't we think that is what we need to be looking for? Someone who is sincere, who has a track record of fighting corruption, to get them in there so that even those people you're talking about will come and steal. We should not normalize stealing. We should not normalize them coming to take it.
Exactly.
So we should
what
go
actually
and
you're saying, what actually you're saying, if I'm hearing you correct, Jimmy Wanjigi, what he did, really, he didn't like show us how to fight corruption. To me, he did more of whistleblowing. He was like telling
That
us.
was just an 1 hour interview. So that's why I said we should give
It
them
was more
more
of a
time.
whistle blowing, or rather unmasking or peeling some of the funny, shady deals that happened in government. And the other thing he didn't tell us is what was his hand in some of the other dealings, because as Matiang'i did juicy to Ruto, if the government was serious, it can produce issues that he has dealt with or he has
Not
been linked to.
specifically Wanjigi, but we are saying the next president.
Correct. I'm still sticking to what Demba said, that we need to analyze all of them. Let's give them equal opportunities, but listen in between their wordings so that we will not be cheated. Unajua, any politician create kuwa the savior, the messiah, the one person who holds all the keys to the solutions that we face, to the problems that we face. So I think I agree with you that we need to give all of them some space, but we also need to think and ask ourselves, yes, umetuambia hivi, but as Demba is saying, what is the truth? What are the facts after what you have said? What are the facts? What is the correct standing?
And until we get the right president in power, we will not have institutions that work. So we may not ever find out what are the facts. So what I'm asking, I wish we would have a forum where we analyze each politician without party alliances and decide which is the best politicians of the lineup we have that can actually fight corruption. Because once we fight corruption, even 1 year is enough to put us back into where we need to be with all the money recovered.
Correct. Magufuli did it. If
and
you remember,
Magufuli said, if you storm,
if you remember, Magufuli did a lot within 5 years. He returned back gold that used to be stolen. He returned back. He even sacked so many people. He would chase away funny contractors. He did a lot
and
in 5 years.
unlike Uhuru, Uhuru says we wait for the process.
Jex, what you're saying is very interesting. Magufuli did well, and in countries where you have what someone calls benevolent dictators, they do pretty well in terms of enabling the systems within the country. Benevolent dictator, you need a form of kind of dictatorial tendencies to achieve certain goals. But in a democratic society, that's why you find China loves over democracy as practiced in the US, because they believe that if you have too much democracy, there's things you cannot achieve, because the constitution denies you certain kind of powers. You may like right now we are saying that someone wants to fight corruption and stuff, but you see in the Kenyan constitution, you are innocent until proven guilty. So you cannot deny someone certain rights, that are entrenched within the constitution. And then like we have chapter 6, which talks about integrity. But it leaves the individual, as long as your case has not been passed through the certain processes of the court, you can still go ahead and seek whatever electoral position. And then again, it allows an individual, the way we are galvanized, we are coalesced around our tribes. We tend to eat alone, but when we want to carry the cross, we tend to want to bring our people, you see. So that becomes a challenge. So in a constitutional democracy where if you followed keenly the political system within Tanzania, the press was muzzled, the opposition was muzzled, there was little information coming out, to an extent at some point they were not giving any numbers for the COVID thing. And it was a person presidency, a semi kind of a sense of undemocratic society, moving towards autocracy. But yet he was able to achieve certain things, right? So you need to choose we might have to choose which form of governance we want in our country. If we want the Magufulification of Kenya, then we need to contend with certain things, like we have to do with the lack of freedom for the press. We cannot have our cake and eat it. They say there's a sense of success that was achieved by Gaddafi in Libya. But you remember that time, there was no press. There was a sense of, but everybody was kind of rich. So that is about comparing different governance principles. Like, do you want a Chinese kind of way where you muzzle certain kind of rights and propel others? In a democratic society like Kenya, we can be angry, we can be whatever, but our constitution and our democracy will kind of still take us back into certain things. So we have to choose ourselves. The country as a whole has to choose which way, In a place like, I think there's a place where the president said, if you're caught in corruption, you are shot. If you came up with such a thing in Kenya, then you see, you would see human rights starting, like why? The other day we were talking, Jex, that we are seeing this Laikipia guys, there's a problem in Laikipia, but you don't see any human rights guys coming up and saying people are dying. But once the police go there and then they start taking the guys away, then you see human rights organization because of the democracy and the human rights thing. And because we have signed the charter, and we are a constitutional democracy, there are things you cannot find. How many people right now are in government and have been accused of corruption? But because they have not been found guilty, they will still come and seek positions using the same money, and we'll elect them.
Correct. Messi, what do you think? And as you're thinking, tell us, do you think we need a kind of meritocracy for us to come out of such a hole?
You said meritocracy?
Yes.
In terms of what?
Meritocracy is whereby our leaders will not be based on the wealth they have or their social class, but they will come from their political power. In terms of they have good economic ideas, they have good, or rather, it is from us, we get a government that has more of our advantage than the advantage of that person we choose.
I mean, that's kind of hard to apply to Kenya because we are.
Let me explain that. I think what he's trying to say, you see, like the way they're saying that for you to be an MP, you have to have a degree, so that we are ruled by people who have the ability, who are educated, not just people with who are not educated. I think who have ability. Yeah.
Okay. And people who have more of our interest than their interest. Is not we're not putting you in power ati kwa sababu uliaiambiwa yako 10. Unanielewa? Like,
yes,
we are putting you in power because we know you. Like, for example, like how Paul Kagame in Rwanda, as much as yeye pia anatakanga kukaa hapo, but watu pia in a way they want him to be there, right? Like, he has made the country, what them was saying, he's a benevolent dictator, yes, but in actual sense, that also benefits Rwanda. Like the other day, it was ranked the very best in terms of cloth production in Africa. It is top, and it is top 50 in the world. So you can imagine, as much as, and it is among the cleanest cities in, or rather, it has this cleanest country in Africa at the moment. So as much as he's a tough leader, but the nation benefits from that.
So he has merit.
So he has merit. His advantage outweighs, like, for example, he's not just rich. Let's say, for example, Jimmy Wanjigi is just rich, right? But what merit as me would I get? Will I also get a car like Eric Omondi? Unani get? That is what meritocracy would really mean.
Okay, wacha niseme kitu kimoja. Kuna kitu kimoja nimesikia, and I've had even this lawyer called Donald Kipkorir alikuwa akiongea mambo ya benevolent dictator. You have to realize one thing. For you to become a dictator, kuna watu ambao wako under you. And you have to kind of what you do. Like, you have to favor them. And, you cannot just become a dictator and don't have to people to, that you have to favor. You have to favor some people. Watu wanaongea juu example ya Lee Kuan Yew, I think in Singapore, is it Singapore? Not Malaysia. Yeah, I think so. Do you know how many he killed his friends? He killed like people that he knew and everything else. Kagame hata hataki kuongea, kuna majenero ambao walienda kila kitu. But at the end of the day, sema kama hata Uhuru saizi aanze kufanya hivyo. There are people who have to go on the side. So there's going to be some negative, there's going to be some positive. For you to stay there as a dictator. Hata vile Kagame amekaa hivi for this long, kuna watu wameishia. It's not a joke. None. But I think you have to look at it. What if something after you're there, is it going to continue? Because some people are so wound up. After a while, these people are going to react after you're gone. No. So I don't see. I just think that you don't have to become a dictator, but you just have to be tough within the rule of law. That's what I think. Hata in Kenya saizi, kama ingekuwa Uhuru asema okay sawa, hii ndio corruption inaendelea Kenya, kwa lands, kwa kila kitu, let's first do this. Wacha to digitize kila kitu in such a way that pesa ikitoka treasury, it has a like a money trail. Ijulikana hii inaenda hapa na hii kila kitu. Pesa isipotumika sawasawa, people can be able to act on it. You don't have to become a dictator. I think you just have to be a tough leader. And a tough leader, you appeal to the people. Second, mulisema ati kama ya Jimmy Wanjigi. When I saw the interview of Jimmy Wanjigi and I saw it all, I think for one reason, I think I was so impressed by him. Ujamaa ako na ideas and the way he looks at everything, I wish our politicians had the same view. But I think he had a very good ideas. Another thing, kama revelation.
Just one moment. The reason why I brought the issue of meritocracy, because the opposite of meritocracy, it's called kakitocracy. In that, kaki strocracy.
Yes,
the opposite of meritocracy. Yeah, it is the opposite. Let me just post it now. It is exactly what we have in Kenya. It is where leadership, the opportunity, is a system of government that is run by worst, least qualified, or most scrupulous citizen or people. The word was coined from, it's a whole story, but those two define the kind of leaders we have.
And you know what? I know you're saying they have to follow the law, the constitution, but if they tried to pass BBI and they were able to marshal their MPs in parliament to vote for it, some even against their will and even to bribe. If today they want to pass a law that if you are caught in corruption, you step aside, they can, but they do not have the will to do so because they are also involved in corruption.
For the Kenyan situation, it's about protecting the interests.
Ashley,
sorry, Temba. Temba jibu.
Ashley, it's the psyche in us. Constitution is one thing and constitutionalism is another. The issue of knowing that I cannot offer myself to something is an issue of the chapter 6 talks about integrity. Do you have the moral integrity to say in some countries, like I think is it Japan? There's a transport minister. When there was an accident, a train accident, he stepped down.
Yeah, he resigned.
Yeah, he resigned. So that's called a moral.
Some commit suicide.
Or even in UK, you remember May resigned when the Brexit was defeated.
Exactly. You see now that's a moral calling. The constitution might not necessarily require you to do that, but you need to have it inside your psyche that I don't have the moral standing to handle this. So
accountability.
Accountability. So if we say that, okay, fine, for me, I think since I've been mentioned in this and this and this, I don't think I should stand here. We wouldn't have that. Right now, let me tell you for free. we have these campaigns going on, Jex, and you can bear with me. All these people will campaign, and then come next year, 2022, those who will have lost are the ones who are going to be ambassadors.
Not
That
just
is what they are being
ambassadors,
told.
like CSs, for example.
CSSs.
Nanyini, just
Yatani was a
Pemba,
field governor.
you have two other people here. When you keep mentioning each other, we feel excluded.
Oye, Paul.
But sasa, mi nauliza hivi, the BBI proposers, they said that BBI will fight corruption. And yet you find that Baba is there, Musalia is there, and all these people are there. You want to tell me that these people, they knew that they are clean. You know, I understand. Hawana scandals zozote za pesa zenye zilikuwa mahali. Oro ni kutudanganya, walikuwa wanatudanganya. Juu walikuwa wanatuambia ati BBI will fight corruption. Mtu akipatikana na scandal mahali ya pesa fulani alipewa afanyie kazi na hakufanyiwa kazi, anasakiwa, anatafutwa, anafuatiliwa, hizo pesa zinarudishwa or anashikwa. Do you think all those people were clean so that they say that we support BBI because it will fight for Kenyans? Pesa zitafika mashinani.
BBI was a scam, because nothing prevents the government or this constitution from achieving that. You know, as in chapter 6 is so clear on corruption. You know, we have institution, the EACC and all. So nothing stops them from handling corruption cases. Nothing stops
BBI ilikuwa mambo ya create positions ya watu wengine hawataka kulive office.
No, but I think we need to be we need to be fair as politicians. We need, to our politicians, because they say our leaders.
Also, let's be fair to Ashley and Angel. Was he complaining?
Yeah, we our leaders represent who we are. You remember when Waiguru was mentioned and she asked for lighter duties after being mentioned in NYS. Immediately when she went and campaigned in Kirinyaga, the people said that even if it's a thief, we need our thief. You see. Now, Ken Lusaka, the one who is right now the speaker for the Senate, was actually gotten out of the reason why he even got out of office was because he bought some wheelbarrow. I don't know for how much, and he says they are non-carcinogenic.
110 or 115 one wheelbarrow in the Bungoma.
And immediately after that, the guy went and now he's a senator because he was pushed by one of the parties. And many other people that have had similar situations. So sometimes we don't hold, and that's why we were saying, right now, I think someone actually came up with the idea that we need to scrutinize. First of all, interrogate the things we are being told, interrogate the people, and hold them to account. Let's, whichever side they are from, whether it is from ODM, UDA, whoever is coming, let's fact check information. Whatever this person is telling us, what is the fact? Is this a lie or just a fake promise? Then we hold them to account. Their leaders, we need to tell off immediately. We say that
wacha niseme kitu kimoja Themba.
Yes.
I agree with you, but you know what? Angalia history ya Kenya. In Kenya, we start with the history of theft. Na hakuna siku tunaimba ati mambo ati accountability na kila kitu. Hakuna siku umesikia watu wanaongea mambo ya mashamba na sijui nini. I can tell you, I grew up in Trans Nzoia. Everybody they say who's who in Kenya ako na shamba in Trans Nzoia. Hata wacha niseme hata kama pole kwa kama huyu mama amekufa juzi, Orie Rogo Mandule. Anakaa Trans Nzoia. Martin Chikuku stand Trans Nzoia. Akina Gumo lives in Trans Nzoia. Ye mambo ya kusema sijui alikuwa na everybody who Kenyatta family, Moi, everybody, they have farms in Trans Nzoia. I'm telling you the truth. Watu walipora. Kenya started from an injustice. So kwa saa hizi vile mimi niko naona vile mambo inaenda, hakuna siku mtu atakuja kusema ati we have to start accountability, because ukianza hivyo utafungua so many skeletons that now everybody, hata kama hii mambo so mnakumbuka chapter 6 ni kama ilikuwa watered down kidogo, ndio hata kina Uhuru wakapata Quran na Ruto. We have a problem in Kenya, and that the Kenyan problem is done itakuwa solved in terms of someone to anza kusema fight graft ama kila kitu, because unaweza hata kuuawa, because in Kenya watu wengi, and that comes even the companies. Hata madili ulikuwa nasikia ati mambo ya Wanjigi alikuwa anasema ati 55 billion sijui nini. If he can be able to raise 55 billion with his friends to have a private enterprise, yeah, maybe that's a noble idea. But in Kenya ni mambo ya wizi. Let me give you an example. Ashley alisema ati aliona story ya Wanjigi.
You see again, even when you're saying private enterprise, you see when you raise a private enterprise, that means you've got to recoup your money as soon as the project is done. And so you can be earning from that thing for the next 50 years. You
Yes.
know? And you cannot put 50, say you have put 55 billion, and then you say you're not making no profit. You're a big businessman.
Of course.
So this I okay, with all due respect,
expressway.
what
Nasikia
Ashley
na
says,
private individuals.
what Ashley is saying,
Yeah,
with all due
just
respect,
one
you
moment.
might
Wacha tusikize Ashley. Ashley, what are you making from all we are saying? You're really saying a lot. And
No, I'm listening.
I don't want you to complain again.
with all due respect,
No, I
to
didn't
what
mind
you're saying.
the contribution. It's just when you're talking, you say them, and then when Demba is talking, he says Jakes. We are 5 people, so you're actually excluding us. It feels weird.
Pole.
Ni sawa. Wacha don't say one thing. Maybe I'll go to bed soon because lazima ni travel kesho.
Yeah.
To me,
too.
You know, when I look at Kenya is a big racket ambayo inaendelea. Ukiangalia mambo ya SGR atuambiwe ukweli. Tukiambiwa mambo ya what do you call anything, hata mambo ya Kenya Airways. You know, most people in Kenya, to me what I know, I might be wrong. Mimi nasikia Kenya Airways hata ima planes inakuwa owned by individuals. Si ni company, ni watu wanania. Alafu some people, why Kenya Airways doesn't make profit? Mtu anakuja anaangalia anasema kwa saizi kwenda pengine Zambia kuna watu wengi. Mtu ni kama matatu kwa stage. So mtu anapendua anasema hey, that's what has been going on. You know, another thing to say, wacha niseme ukweli. On this one thing I'm going to say, the reason why I was talking about the parties and everything else, you know, I have an uncle of mine, he's dead now, anyways, he died a while back. When I was home growing up, tulikuanga na manifesto ya KANU, ya DP, na ya Ford Kenya, na ya Ford Asili. Did you ever know it was written by one person? That's why I tell you, our politicians ambao naona, don't think they're so smart. YK92, I can tell you, I know who wrote it. Mpaka ikaandikwa ikafanya hivyo kitu, kila kitu ikapelekwa kwa Moi through akina Gideon na kila kitu. After that, the guy I told you, nimekwambia Jakes, my uncle was from Kisii, ndio?
Yeah.
Akaangalia akaona mabeste yake, you know, they're not gaining. Akaona hapana, akaanzisha Operation Moi Wins. Do you remember that? Operation Moi Wins, akaweka chairman, kulikuwa na anaitwa Evans Ondieki. He's still alive, he's still in Kenya. Akaweka mabeste yake wote. That's how Kenyan politics works. So it's all about to create what do you call? At our politicians, they have geniuses. At kama ati Raila anakuja na nia yake, and there are so many people that pengine they are quiet, not even quiet, but they have the right mind about where Kenya is supposed to go. But I want ile political clout. That's the problem. It happens everywhere. Hata hapa America, unaona kama Trump alikuwa president, lakini wase ambao wako na akili, they are not there. That's the, you know, that's the thing that I cry for, you know, even our country. So Kena Malala wants to win a re-election. Your neighbor Mudavadi. Junet, we know why. Wacha nisiongee. Nani mwingine? Ukiona
wako wengi akina Sudi and all. Wako wengi.
Yeah, Sudi, watu wengine. Alafu najua kitu moja ina disappoint about nyumbani. Sasa ukiangalia kama Nairobi hivi, sasa naangalia kama Nairobi sasa kama mtu kama Aladu anakuja kuongea.
According to me, waliharibu siasa za Nairobi.
Yes, Aladu anakuja kuongea ati sasa huyu Sakaja si Mluya piwa. Why does it matter?
He's a Kenyan.
Yeah.
He should be a Kenyan. And that's enough qualification.
I think between Sakaja and Sifuna, I think Sakaja was the best choice.
Exactly.
In as much as mimi nilikuwa nataka Sifuna achukue hiyo seat. hata juzi nimekuja kurealize kumbe Sakaja Sifuna kumbe baba yake ni Lawrence Sifuna ambaye alikuwa MP huko Western. I didn't know that.
He was the father.
So
actually, as we summarize,
kuweka mambo ya dynasty, but
I'll summarize. It is 6:30 here in Kenya, so let's summarize so that wakulala kama we Messi mlale.
Mimi nimemaliza. I have nothing to say. Yeah.
Ashley anasema nini?
Ashley anadai amemaliza. Wewe umemaliza?
Mimi nimemaliza, mimi niko sawa.
Sasa allow me to salamia wapendwa wawili watatu waliostu. We have 78 people watching us live. Thank you so thank you for staying up late this late. Thank you to Jonathan Mutisia, to the many people who commented. Asili 2TV, to Mwendwa Jakajwang, thank you so much for joining us. Joseph Mbinda, thank you so much. There were so many. Esther Mulusa, asante sana for being part of the show. We had Blessed 254. Kama kawa umekuwa mpoa kwa hii show, tunakuonanga almost daily. Thank you so much. Dennis Ondieki, we can see you. Thank you for being part of the show. IP, asante sana. Moses Nanje, we saw you, or we saw your comments. Asante sana. We saw who else? There were many. Gideon Kibet Sonko, asante sana for being part of the show. There was Masinde Lunani, asante sana for being part of the show. We had Sylvia Asike, umekuwa poa, thank you so much. Tony Amusavi, asante sana. We had there are many. Hata messages zingine zimejificha huku nyuma. Catherine Jerry, we see you. There was Thomas Assemble, we see you. Thank you for, there's so many, I can't even read the many messages that were trickling thick and fast. Thank you to the many panelists that joined us live, from Akina Ayaga to Bernard to Mugambi to Ashley, Macy, to Angela, to Sam, and anyone else who made it to the panelists today. We are grateful. Beckley Nyambuto says thank you. We thank you for commenting. Unasema our politicians have failed us. We couldn't agree more. Mary Othiambo, yours has just entered. You're saying, how old was Moi and Kenyatta Senior when they became president of Kenya, and now how many old presidents do we have across the world? So please, guys, don't bring age into politics. Moreover, old is gold. We will all end up there. Sorry, let me read from here. We will all end there. So give us a break. So to the many who have contributed, thank you so much. We always do this every other time we get a chance. So thank you for being part of the show. Ashley, thank you for sticking around. Messi, asanteni sana.
Asante.
We wrap it up by saying, may God bless you, Ondiki, and anyone other person who has tuned in. To the over 60 now who are still on, asanteni sana. You can always like, share, let the conversation go on. Let's keep talking. Let's discuss. Let's share this. Let's chambua our leaders. Let's not just follow them blindly. Let's have a change. We can have a change by changing the conversation. We can decide the kind of leaders we want. So let's keep the conversation going. Subscribe to Mtembei Family, Mtembei TV. Share all these videos. Let us be our brothers motivator by liking their YouTube channels, liking the videos they post, sharing and all. Babel, may God bless Kenya. Let's do this today in the evening from around 8:10 there. Tutakuwa tumeanza with a hot topic. I'm sure during the day leo kutakosa vituko. It's a weekend, eh?
I know, wanasiasa wa Kenya wakosi.
Yeah. So it's a Saturday, we are sure before Jioni, someone will say something funny, someone will do something crazy. and we'll have something to discuss. So see you in the evening. God bless Kenya. God
And
bless
we
you.
want to encourage more of those people on the comment section. They never come in to the panel. If they could come in, we would encourage that so we can have more views.
Yeah, we encourage you to join us. Feel free. We don't deny the opportunity to comment, share. Yes. Messi, you have something to say as I end the
Hakuna mimi
podcast?
nimemalizana, yangu ni kusema tu we hope hii mwaka inakuja with what everything is going, temperatures iko juu, I hope hakutakuwa na vita. That's all I'm hoping for. Yeah.
Ashley?
And in light, vita inaletwa na watu kama sisi, so it is for us to educate our fellow Kenyans that they refuse to fight. Mtu akikuja kukulipa, mwambie aende aambie familia yake, watoto wake na bibi yake waende wakafight. If we do that, if we educate enough of us, I don't think there'll be a war. So let's
Watu hata walipwi, watu wanakuwa charged too just because of tribalism.
And that's what we need to refuse. We need to advocate for our policies, things that help us. It's not about your tribe. Ukienda duka kununua vitu, hakuna mtu anaulizwa tribe, wengine wanauziwa less than others. We are all buying the same. So let us not be fooled about tribalism. If I can think logically without including tribe, so can you.
Yeah. And then finally, please people, saizi vaccines zimekuja kwa fujo, please go get vaccinated so that we can be safe. We are not safe until all of us are safe. So be vaccinated, go for the jabs, find out what's happening. Usingoje, just go, be vaccinated, and then we will talk more about what we had raised, Jan, about helping those suffering from hunger. We'll talk, I think, in the evening, we'll have all the details. We'll talk more about it. But meanwhile, have a blessed weekend, or rather a fantastic Saturday. Bye-bye for now. God bless Kenya. Bye-bye.
Good night. Bye.